What's going on, everybody? God bless America, and welcome back to another week of CMS. Ready for some high school action. My name is Proper. Joining with me is Tumbleweed, as always, and week one was a banger. We had a lot of matches, a lot of best of ones to get through. But first and foremost, before we start doing all the house cleaning and giving you all the little doodads that we're in for this week, Michael, how you doing?
I'm doing good. What a beautiful way to start the streams this week. We didn't have the national anthem last week. God bless America. We got them this week. What better way to start off another exciting week of games?
Yeah,
especially Valorant.
Yeah, Valorant especially. I mean, you want to talk about just The old tried and true. I mean, you got a lot of good matches ahead of us here for this weekend, or this week, rather, I should say, for all intents and purposes. If you are new to this entire stream, you're tuning in for the first time, just so you're on the same page as us. Basically, what you have in store here for CMS is what we have is going to be a 4-week stint where we're going to be seeing best of ones. High schools from across a multitude of counties are going to be playing up against each other, so that way they can make it all the way to grand finals, which will be played on LAN. That stands for Local Area Network. Everything is going to be played online throughout these best of ones. Did I miss anything? I felt like
$45,000. That's what you missed, baby. And this trophy. You get a trophy, and it's going to be full of cash. I don't know that. It might be a check, but
probably a check.
We're going to put Monopoly money in here, full of cash for your trophy.
I don't even know if $45,000 would fit in that. Like 45,000 pennies. Let's start there and see where it all goes. That is a lot of pennies. And you see underneath our beautiful faces here, we have our first matchup for Valorant this week. It is going to be the Butler Bulldogs going up against Philip O'Berry. Philip O'Berry is a school that we did not see last week, especially in Valorant, or specifically in Valorant, I should say. We saw them in Rocket League, I want to say. Butler, though, we did see, I want to say, at least through 2 out of 3 of the esports that are being played throughout this entire week of esports. But the Butler Bulldogs had themselves a great outing last week.
Yep, absolutely. Was a good run of the show. Unfortunately, they did go up against the top dog, Audrey Kale, last week, so they did barely lose that. It was a very close series, 14-12. We saw them on Ascent last week, so maybe that's not like a good map for Butler Bulldogs, right? They can go through. Folks, we don't show it here, but behind the scenes, the players there do get a pick ban process for these maps. So they're getting rid of stuff like Icebox. Who likes Icebox? I don't like Icebox. And they're able to go through and get their strengths and weaknesses. So what will we see the Butler Bulldogs on today? Last week, right, they were led by Taunt. He had a hot day, 28 kills, 20 deaths, but just barely not able to squeak out the win for his team.
Yeah, I mean, 48 engagements across, what was that, a 26-round grueler versus Audrey Kell there on Ascent is no easy feat, especially when what we saw from Audrey Kell just being able to cook up. But, I mean, when you have like a 1-11 half, very difficult to be able to then replicate that when you are just mere 2 rounds away from losing a map. Losing a best of 1. Again, there is no room, and I exclaim that, no room for error in a best of 1. Typically when you see the pros play, they get the best of 3s, sometimes a best of 5. They can come back on a different map pick, but I digress. In towards the agent selection we go. The Butler Bulldogs going up against the Cardinals of Philip O'Berry. We're going to be getting things a little dusty here on Bind.
Yeah, absolutely, and getting to see some new names. So just to shout out these guys on the Philip O'Berry Cardinals, we got, I'm going to say Bon Zhao. Bon Zhao is how I'm going to say that name. We got Josh. We got Cap. We got Artistic, Scorpio, and last but not least, Tension. Coming up on that Philip O'Berry Cardinal side. Over on the Butler Bulldogs, we're seeing the same names as last week. We got Taunt. We got Mup Kippo. Fun fact for you, Andy, because you were not able to join us last Friday, Mup Kippo not only participated in Valorant, he was also on the Rocket League team. So this guy's pulling double duty. We got Woo. We got Can't Teach. And we got Gregorius. All familiar names from last week. All put on a fantastic show.
Yeah, I will say this much. Taunt going back to that Reyna is what we saw a lot of last week. Same thing for Can't Teach on that Breach. We were actually highlighting that a lot, specifically on the Ascent. Breach can be just really annoying to face up against. You have to shock, not to mention the Rolling Thunder ultimate that you do get very, very quickly, especially what we saw from Can't Teach. Being able to get those ult ticks very, very quickly, but a lot of discrepancies as far as these picks bans are concerned, or the agent selection, I should be more specific. Josh will mirror the Breach. We do have Zhao coming out on the Jet, so as far as duelists, 1v1s are concerned, going up against Taunt on that Reyna, which was very, very good when they had that Emperor's pop. But Tension on the get-go will be the selection for flashes, and you also have a Sage out of Scorpio. Very, very toss-up to be able to see how these two teams will stack up against each other.
Yeah, you talk about how annoying Breach can be. You get them on both sides, so everyone getting their fair share of that. You can get a lot of cheeky flashes through these walls, some interesting angles, a lot of stuns with those lineups. And we're just going to see how this game unfolds. Now, if I'm looking at lore, you know, I like to do this last week, and we get a kill off the bat with Mutt Kippo. Just going to back up after that little head pick. He's definitely going to try to deter you, maybe, from going on this B site. If you are Philip O'Berry, as they get ready to put it on this site. Beautiful action out of the
Storm. I mean, just jumping straight out of Hookah, trying to at least rectify from losing that first blood, but all 5 players for the Bulldogs. Very much so still alive, comes down to the Sage, and it's not a battle Sage. Gonna be able to get those extra credits for planting that spike, but that's exactly what the Butler Bulldogs wanted. Shout out Makipo, by the way, for taking that very egregious challenge over by the teleporter. B lane is what we call it, B long sometimes. With the classic, no less, being able to get that opening pick on the Jet, no less.
Yeah, flawless open for the round. I mean, if you were going to make a statement, as I was going to dig into the lore a bit, you know I like to do this last week, Andy. We got Butler Bulldogs. We got Philip O'Berry Cardinals. My dog, literally this morning, just showed me that a dog can beat a bird any day of the week in a 1v1 duel.
That's terrifying.
It is terrifying.
Oh my gosh.
But, you know, that's what happens when you live out in the country, folks. Birds, sometimes they fly into the yard with the dog, and the dog will show
no-fly
you
zone.
Exactly. Butler Bulldogs living up to that lore for the first round. Kippo, little LMG buy off the bat. I'm loving this. It is a little, you know, potential financial risk if you do die. Could hurt your economy, but I love the aggressive play.
Yeah, this is the Force, right? Able to win that first round, had 2 eliminations.
Down
Taunt, by the way. Reign of Things, casual. You don't have to invest buying that armor because you are able to at least utilize your abilities to get that full armor. So you buy a Vandal. You find the opening 2 picks. Now you're stuck in a 3v5. Zhao all the way down to 6 HP, trying to wait for that healing orb potentially to come through from Scorpio, but not going to be the case at all. There it comes through off of the cooldown. Not going to be able to get back to full HP, but might be able to work a pick. Does have a Sheridan in their hands.
Definitely a tense moment here in the A shower site. Can't teach, sitting all the way back. He's got a Guardian in his hands. You don't want to peek this. Don't do it. Don't peek the shower. I can see it. They can't see the X-ray through the wall.
Spike down A. 1 enemy remaining.
Mup Kippo gets that kill. I didn't expect it to go that way. Good job, Mup Kippo. But that's why you don't peek showers, folks. Could always be someone watching. Bon Jiao, 100 health. Thank you, Sage.
Flawless.
Oh, can't even land a shot.
Taunt with a 4-piece. And this looks, I mean, really much the story of last week, right? We saw the same thing with Taunt against Audrey Kale. I mean, really taking that duel against Illness, against Range, good players. If I recall correctly, Andy, Butler, I mean, if it wasn't for Taunt really carried them through most of that game. Definitely the star player right now on the team. We did see a lot of good action from Kippo, from Gregorius, but Taunt, this is a guy to watch if you're trying to learn how to play this game.
Yeah, Taunt feels like that they're always good for 3, if not sometimes 4. We saw that quite a bit last week. The glue to the team, if you will, like they can kind of sit back, utilize their ability, set up Taunt for success. That's realistically what you do want in a game like Valorant when you do have such an explosive player that is somebody on Taunt's level. So Josh going to open things up after Shock just to potentially clear the entrance inside of Lights. Well, flashpoint, but nobody's going to be pushing at least through the dark cover. And now with all of that off the cooldown, Cap is going to throw out 2 more dark covers, has both of them available. Xiao just eats a flashpoint straight to their face and tries to get inside of Lights where a lonely Sky is waiting for them. Blue gonna get hit up by at least a Gecko ability. So the trade is in, 4v4. You lost your smokes if you're Butler for this retake. Philip O'Berry might be able to get a pretty strong setup, albeit losing their duelist, and well, now their flashes as well.
Yep, Dizzy really coming in clutch there to deny that push
standing
out from the Omen. But we're just going to see a little cleanup of the site. Gregorius with a 3-piece just to close out this round. Nice defuse here. Not too worried about it. Can't teach. That's a nice katana. I mean,
it's the Oni collection, man. The Oni collection is absolutely fantastic. Ever since I've gotten the Oni Phantom, I've never used any other Phantom. Like, there have been plenty that have come into the side of the store. The RGX is definitely one of them, which you've seen. Shout out, you can't teach. And that's the exact one that I use in my Vandal. But the Oni collection is just, I mean, it's godlike.
Yep, Oni Phantom. I also support that on my Phantom. I'm a big Phantom fan. I tend to opt for good skins there. I didn't get this one, though, that came with a katana. That's pretty cool. It must have came back. I assume there's like an Oni Vandal or something now that would have that skin. Josh, we have, I mean, cool knife. I hope he pulls it back out here, but he's on stun. He can't be showing off his knife.
And here's the problem with losing that last round. That was your full AR buy. If you are Philip O'Berry losing the opening 2, you lost it into essentially a bonus that was out of Butler. And because you gave Sky that Vandal, ooh, them credits gonna be juicy. Empress already online, by the way, there for Taunt. You do at least have your ultimate for a Gecko to maybe be an opening, but the slow peek Taunt's just sitting in the middle of Hookah will find that opening pick. 4v5 really here for Butler.
Yeah, I mean, nothing flashy about that, folks. He's standing dead center of the lane, says, peek me. Take the duel. You won't do it. And he wins. Probably 9 out of 10 times. There's always that one guy that disagrees with Taunt. Taunt with a headshot on Artistic Scorpio.
Oh my god.
A 3-piece on to Cap.
Last player standing.
Did you just see what he did there? That was really slick out of Taunt. And that's going to be the entire ace for them. Well deserved. Found that second pick, immediately went into the dismiss when the aftershock was coming off from Josh. And while you're in dismiss, you are invulnerable. So that aftershock comes through, and in the dismiss, Taunt's able to get a complete different reposition out over by the cubby here at the B site. I mean, that is just poetic. Color me impressed.
11-0 gameplay.
Casual.
If you're Taunt. And actually, I'm looking down this scoreboard, and it's not looking good for Philip Berry. 11-0, 5-0, 4-0. I think that was an 0-0. So the scoreboard goes away. So, you know, they got one player on the team. They got a game. Butler's literally has a guy not doing anything. I mean, he's doing stuff, but, you know, he's got 0 kills, 0 deaths, 0 assists. So it's really like a 3v5 right now. That can't be good for Philip Berry. Taunt, early pick on the kill.
Bonchiel gonna be right there to at least answer back, but Taunt, you gotta trade this fella. 3v4 on the map. You lost your Cypher. Dark cover is going to at least shroud for Xiao to try to push all the way through. Does find another 2v3. Here comes the Hounds. Taunt though, oh, the spray control is amazing. That dog is gonna connect on the Scorpio all the way out from the teleporter. Not much they can do. Gregorius will take that teleporter knowing that they have the stun. Looking pretty darn good for Butler so far.
Absolutely, and
are you?
Yeah, a little bit of criticism, right? There's not much criticized for Butler, but can't teach. 0-1. Woo, 0-2. But you got the assist. You got 5 assists if you can't teach. You're breach, you're stunning, you're flashing, you're holding it down. Woo, I mean, this guy is holding down the bank. 0-2-3, $7,000 in his for credits, right, for him to spin. He can really support his team if someone were to, you know, have a couple bad rounds. Taunt, though, 15-0. Caster prediction, does he get to 20-0? I'm saying yes. I'm all in.
Oh, Gregorius is at least trying to at least match that.
I cursed him.
But, yep, there comes the peak. Tension will get the centering. So no 20-0, 15-0 is where the flawless will end, but I still reckon, depending on how many rounds Philip Berry can piece up together for themselves, might be able to see a 30 bomb. It's important to know, again, Bind is so defensively heavy if we're looking for something to nitpick at, but you have a lot of utility if you are Philip Berry to try to work one of these sites. The problem is that they're still lurking around A short. You got your Sage alone inside of Showers. And that's not a good place to be. Gregorius out from the Seekers. We'll end up seeing that there's a player over by A short. Cap will be there to destroy said Seeker, and is just going to give it up for now. While this is all happening, Scorpio completely conceded the space over by A shower. So now Butler will end up clearing all of that as the spike will start transitioning itself over to B.
Yep. Taunt running riot. Can't quite take it any farther to get his 20-0 kill streak. Sorry about that, Taunt.
30 seconds left.
If you're in chat, don't hate me. I gave you a little bit of caster curse there. Listening in. Woo! Woo woo. Hanging down on site. Looking like he's going to get a little flash going on there. Is he doing his work?
Spike down.
I mean, there's stuff going all over the screen.
One enemy
I
remaining.
can't see. They can't see. We get some gunshots. Woo cleans it up. Quick 3 kills to extend their site. 6-0 in the round.
We move as a unit.
Look, what
okay?
was that? That was Woo's first 3
Last
kills.
thing I need is some
Yeah.
hero
I will say this
messing
much,
things
though,
up.
off of everything that we've seen so far. Like, the paranoia comes through that connects onto Gregorius. That execute was about to be really, really well done, at least for Philip Berry, but I digress. It's one of those things, again, that the counterplay was going to be a pop flash out of Gregorius, which catches them all through A short. And then Wu is just playing over by the APC, just in the default position, just to be able to shut down that push. 6-0, back over to another broken buy. Blade Barrage will be popped, at least from Xiao. They want to try to take this B side very quickly. Cap has a Guardian. Try to push out from the start cover. Nice flash point. Will at least get them out towards the side, but Gregorius with the Vandal will find that trade. Xiao's trying to work this angle. Dark cover on top of the APC, plus the flashpoint to come through will not allow them to get any further space.
Ooh, close shot there. And no Gregorius is in Showers.
Spike down A. Last player standing.
1v2. Blade Barrage can't find much of anything at all. It's Gregorius this time that finds 3, who just blindly peeks inside of showers and shut down the Scorpio push. Again, that's the Sage that is over there. That's a lot of utility to lose during all of that escapade. But again, that was a broken bot, essentially a forced save. Jiao did pop the Blade Barrage. You still have at least your Nero Theft available if you are Mapkipo, but getting very, very close to that from the shadows from Wu.
Absolutely. Gregorius sitting on max money, 9,000 credits. Not much you can do with it. I mean, he could buy himself an op or something. That's what I would do. Spend a little bit just to maybe grab a pistol or or something. Josh gonna try to fast push on this site. Breach very good at pushing back on that position right there mid-map. But Gregorius, he's not having it. No cap on a stack. He gets that kill.
One enemy remaining.
Starting to get some
Spike
kills on the
down
action
A.
too. He's gonna carry this through. A little flawless round. Woo, three kills to the round. I mean, all of Butler High School is really popping off, Andy. It's hard to see a path for Philip O'Berry to come back the way that these players are going.
You got 3 ultimates to try to take the site very quickly. The only issue is that while you already lost the first blood engagement, that you then had an opportunity to maybe try to find that trade. Gregorius just slips back inside of lights. You pop the Thresh gets obliterated, and then that Gecko dies soon afterwards. Now you look at how you can potentially use these abilities from Josh. You have the Rolling Thunder available. It was a great opportunity from the Aftershock and a couple flashpoints, plus at least the fault line to get themselves on towards the site, but you got to get this opening duel. And while the raid boss is over here, Aftershock defensively will come through for Butler Bulldogs. Taunt's going to start pushing up, though. The Guardian from Cap will find that first blood. And now it's another weapon available here for Philip O'Berry, who finally have numbers.
That was the strategy.
Off your feet!
Oh, here we go. Off your feet, everybody. Stand up. Philip O'Berry's going to get around here. I'm feeling it, tension.
The problem is that entire Rolling Thunder connected onto 2 teammates, but they still find the presence onto the site. Maj is going to come out. Flank is in. Blue's coming in from behind, but Cap's right there for the trade. It's a 1v4.
Let's go, Cardinals.
44 HP. Can't get the job done. Finally getting themselves on the board. Better late than never.
Yep, and that's all that matters, folks. When you're at home, you're in that ranked game, you're going down, you're 8-0, 9-0, 10-0. You don't want to get clean swept. It's the worst thing for your mental. So Philip O'Berry getting around, I think, and you know, we see 2 players this time, but last week with Audrey Kell, we kept talking about the game plan against Butler, kill taunt, shut down the Reyna. They get that early pick. Philip O'Berry just is able to take over the game. They're able to stop Gregorius, who's also having a very good game. So if you can kill one of these 2 players, you can flood the site, and it looks like you have a chance, and you can potentially pick up rounds like they just did.
All off utilizing those ultimates, being able to take the site very quickly, and the raid boss is down again. Now you have a Nero Theft. Well, you were about to have it from the shadows, but Wu's going to be traded out immediately. You do have a Sage Res, should you want to try to get Josh back into it. Here comes Dizzy right over the top. Tripwire will at least catch a few players. Mapkipo, though, going to shut down the jump out of Cap from the hookah window. Nero Theft invested tonight. You know you got these players trapped over by B Long. Can't teach. We's thinking about it. You got 2 flashpoints should you want it, plus an Aftershock to at least clear the corner. Scorpio's on the other side. Well, surely we just don't blind peek this. Does not want to back up. It's going to leave Tension all alone. Going to get a backstab. Oh, it's naughty. With the sword, no less.
Yeah. And I mean, that's a tough one. You know, good news is, not that they need it. They're very set financially over on the Butler Bulldog side. But, you know, as comparison to another title, right? Like Knife Kills, they don't give you any extra money or anything like that. So just a little bit of flashiness. Just take the opportunity when you can. I'm looking over at the Philip O'Berry Cardinal side. You know, 5-9, 5-10, 4-9, 1-9. Artistic Scorpio, unfortunately, 0-9. He does have that Sage Res, but, I mean, that Sage Res isn't very helpful when your whole team's just falling apart on the site.
But you were hoping to at least utilize that Sage Res while you were still getting presence and posturing over towards the stop sign, over towards B-Long. First blood coming through. Taunt, though. I mean, he just rips it through the teleporter. We'll go 1 for 1. So 4v3. Numbers advantage again here for Philip O'Berry. Nice Sage Wall, but it's a little bit of a gapping. So we will still have an angle should they want to try to flood over towards this site. Here comes Thresh, straight out of showers. Scorpio's trying to at least get over here inside of the boxes. Cap just reads that Wu will be there through that gap. Again, that's not a traditional Sage wall, and Cap's also able to get inside the lights himself. Thresh. Plus, a couple more abilities out from Gecko is going to allow the spike to get planted. 2v4. You got to breach in a second, trying to retake this.
Yep, and Cap just going to close out the round there. Good. Philippa Berry getting a second round, right? That's a good play for them.
Last round.
Yeah, I was
before the
questioning.
switch.
I wasn't sure. Maybe Artistic Scorpio should have just went ahead and rezzed that round just to be extra cautious, right? I mean, we are at the last round before the half. Hasn't got a lot of use out of it. He is 0-9. At least give the man the bomb so we can play and get some score, right? Some combat score, econ score, whatever that factors into. But it's going to be hard. Like, it's not terrible, right? If you can win this round for Philippa Berry, being down 9-3, that is doable as we get a timeout here from the Cardinals side. Nope, it's actually from the defenders side. So we get the Butler Bulldogs doing a quick timeout, maybe just icing out Philippa Berry Cardinals. Not sure what this timeout would be used for. Maybe just a bathroom break, right?
Maybe. I don't know.
Yeah.
I mean, you were 1 round away from the half and, like, get a little half-seat bathroom break. But, look, it's one of those things, again, like, the Sage Res can be used for a lot of different things. And it almost feels like the Scorpio is on this team just to be that pocket Sage, if you will. Because, like, that Sage wall, again, like, I'm not sitting here, like, trying to beat a brick wall with a wooden stick. But the way that wall is supposed to work, you've seen it been done in ranked, and like we've seen it played all the way up to the highest level of Valorant, is that you need that wall to be there to get you onto that site to block off half of that site. But they wanted to use it just to shut down showers, which is interesting. But the rest could also be used to save econ as well.
Absolutely.
Yeah, you know, it's so a lot of different utility that could be used in different ways out for the Cardinals of Philippa Berry. But out of the timeout we go. 5 total ultimates online, including the Emperor's Baton.
Line comes out there onto the breach. Woo, just getting pressured back a bit. I mean, this is good if you're the Cardinals. See that ultimate coming through from Sky, though. It's going to find these users. Woo, hoping for a little blind fire action. Doesn't get the kill. At any moment, you feel like this round could open up and explode. Cardinals, though, smart play looking to rotate, but you're going into the lair of the Empress, who's sitting over there in Hookah, ready to throw down, and that's not someone I want to 1v1 on this map.
Oh, Taunt knows. Sure. Taunt knows. They're about to be pushing through. Blindly, Cap trying to swing a little bit wide. Did not expect Taunt just to be lurking inside the corner. The problem is that Taunt didn't see everybody. Can't teach, though. He's going to be pushing up a little bit further. He's going to be able to at least get that angle over towards the octagon for that elimination, but it's a split push now. That much is for certain. Zhao will at least mitigate the damage. Now we're down to a 4v3. Ace site still being looked at. Mupkipo still lurking over here inside of Lights. Gonna even the odds, immediately traded out. Spike's gonna be planted from the wingman. Tension. Stunned up. Last player alive. Gonna be able to find the next. Knows that the next is coming over by the Mario pipes. Does have a Dizzy available. Gonna get at least a little bit of a blind peek coming through. Woo, nothing he can do. 1v1 versus Taunt. The raid boss. He's cleared everything. Tension. Oh, we doesn't know, man. Lurking in the shadows behind, and the timing is impeccably awful. Taunt's on the defuse. Tension. It's not playing for him, but the wall bang shots are pristine. Tension. 1v3 clutches up for his team.
What just happened? That you can do that?
Yeah.
Are you kidding me? That was insane. Tension. My guy, 9 and 10.
Look, you were making the point during the timeout, Andy. Artistic Scorpio, maybe he's here to be that pocket Sage.
My guy, who were you pocket saging? You were pocket saging Tension.
Yeah.
Tension has the skills. He just beat the raid boss. Now, granted, let's be honest about what this is, okay? The raid boss went for a bomb defuse, and he stuck it. No fakes here. He could have probably won that gun duel based on what we've seen historically. But he took the gamble against Tension, and Tension made sure it paid off. And that is a momentum swinger that you need if you're Philippa Berry Cardinals in this matchup. The Sage wall to shut it down. This is where Artistic's going to shine on defense.
That is a lot of pistol fire coming through. We're going to get a fault line, and Aftershock's going to follow dark cover, and yeah, we want nothing to do with that if we are Butler. Nice little peek coming through from Zhao, just predetermined there from the dash. Going to get out of dodge by being able to find that first pick. And on the Butler, too, you just took down the sky. So the overgrowth is now out of the question. Your heals are now gone. Artistic Scorpio going to be able to get themselves their first kill, but Woo's right there to try to mitigate the damage. Able to find the second with the Ghost. High-powered pistol, say less. Now with 3v3, trying to take this site. They know that one is going to be over inside of Showers. Josh tries to find refuge, but he's going to get cut down on the flank from Upkeepo. Woo. Open 1v1, the centering's not going to be good enough for the right click to get the one shot. Woo's right there to find the third in the round. Now it's up to Xiao. 1v3. Hey, we just saw your teammate do it, so it's your turn to try to clutch things up.
No pressure. You can do this. Just a couple dingers. That's all you need. 3 headshots. Now they know where you're at. You're concussed. Can you do it?
Yeah.
I'm sweating for this guy.
It's GG's. I mean, the camera comes through. You realistically they have one angle to try to push through the paranoia. Predetermined dash. You can only see close to them. No way. Xiao is able to turn around to find the fourth in the round. Ain't no way.
Are you kidding me? No way he gets this defuse.
Is there enough time? It's going to be close.
Oh, no, dude. That's the worst. Oh, my God. He just made Andy eat his words, but then at the same time, the bomb clutched up for Andy. Bomb, rogue agent confirmed.
Always got to rely on that 6th player, right? I mean, like, look, if they have a Gecko or they have 3 extra monsters working them out, I got the Bulldogs don't have the spike on their side. Wow. I mean, that is, if you're looking for a reason to play Jet, you got to do things like that.
Oh, my. I mean, Philip O'Berry Cardinals, despite the outcome of this game, every school in this division should be put on notice. Tension and Bon Zhao, y'all just showing out right now. You're showing that anything is possible for you. I mean, this is just beautiful gameplay and execution on defense. Maybe offense is just their weak point. I wrote them off. I'm pleasantly surprised in how this game is turning out. Definitely bring good excitement for our viewers back home.
I like this very standard setup to try to execute over towards B long. Trailblazer's going to at least confirm that they can try to get it inside the elbow. Cap, though, going to be able to find 2. He's just looking in the corner, starts to run out of bullets. Can't get the turn and the burn. Down him Upkeepo. Spectre picks up the Vandal from Taunt. I'm sure that they for sure bought it off of winning that opening round. And now there's some weapons here inside of Hookah for Philip O'Berry to play with in this upcoming round.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, I don't know if we're going to see a comeback, Andy, but I'm looking forward to it. 10-4 on the half. You go back a few rounds, I'm thinking this is going to be a 13-0 sweep. I did not expect this type of action to come out here. Artistic Scorpio showing off, gets his first kill of the half. And right, I've been here. Guys, listen, I'm caster honesty for you. I've been Artistic Scorpio in far too many games than I care to admit. Getting that one kill can really reset your mindset. It can start getting you to believe in yourself again, and you can start popping off. He's not making big, gun economy purchases. Right now, he could take a duel. He could take a duel with that Jet over the wall. Does he know they're there? Oh, that's not Jet. Is that the raid boss?
Yeah.
Oh, no.
The taunt just gives it up. Is immediately thinking that because of the Sage Wall is there, it might be getting counterflanked all the way through Showers. The spike is set up to try to push through B main. The problem is, again, you lost your Sky. You're on a save.
Gunshot, let them know where they are. Woo feeling a little confident, maybe?
Could be a death pop as well. Sage or Wall gonna break. Comes the fault line. Try to get themselves in towards lights. Be able to see it over towards the corner. The timing, though, is going to be rough. Artistic Scorpio, though. He's going to hold down the trigger. Taunt with the Sheriff. Going to be able to find the first. Blinded, though. Just being run at. And intention just gets put in the dirt. Going to be able to get the full-on recovery off of the abilities from Reyna. Woo. Right there to be able to get that spike planted. Has the From the Shadows available. Should they want to try to go for a little bit of a cheeky play? They know that Bon Zhao is inside of Showers. Going to be able to find the first. Now it's all down to Woo. Has the dark covered. He knows he has to clear inside of Showers. You can't wallbang that. Not with the Spectre like that. Goes for the Shrouded Step. Is able to get the reposition, and Woo is able to find 3 in the round. A round where Butler Bulldogs should have surely not won. They get the job done. And now just 2 rounds away from taking this game.
Oh my, Bon Zhao, my heart. I'm too old for this, Andy. I'm too old for this. Bon Zhao, if you're going to lose, just lose early. I'm getting too excited. I'm wanting to pull for you. We see it here, Jet. All in, buying the op. He's feeling himself. He beat the raid boss one-on-one. Taunt fallen off a little bit. I mean, he was 15-0 at one point, Andy, and not that his stat line is anything to be ashamed of. 20-9, but still, when you're looking at the grand scheme, he does not have the hold on this game that he had before.
Went from 15-0 to 18-6 at the half, so surely suppressed ever so slightly. But now Philip O'Berry again up on a full buy. You saw the glass cannon, as you pointed out there from Bond. Oh, and taunt. I mean, they know. Well, spidey senses are tingling. Who's got a shorty around this corner? The fall line does connect. The shorty, though, cannot connect with the spray reliably. Here at least comes the overheal. Get taunt back up to full HP. Mapkipo is just able to gingerly waltz onto the site. Scorpio's just playing in the same corner. Yeah, Mapkipo's going to be able to read that cleanly. Scorpio thought that they were going to just get a push through a short. This broken by is nothing short of just that. So now you got to start asking yourself this question. You're in a 3v5. Do you just save the op because you are down horrendously as far as the scoreline is concerned?
You're not going to have a chance. Can't teach. You know, he's going on a long journey. He couldn't leave the fish at home. He loaded him up in the Vandal. He's on the flank for Bonjiao. And one shot, two shot. Can't teach, and his fish in the aquarium. Just shutting that down. Tension now, definitely feeling the pressure. He's getting collapsed on. They're not going to let this happen again. A flawless round. 12-4. Butler Bulldogs say, listen, we've given you a chance to shine, Philip O'Berry Cardinals, but it's time to clip your wings. We're taking this game.
It's just a really good way of like manipulating information, just all off of agent abilities. And realistically, like that A defense didn't really change that much for Philip O'Berry as well, and there's just no reason whatsoever that Mapkipo should just be able to waltz through shower the way that they did.
Not at all, and you're not really seeing a lot of flexibility from the Philip O'Berry Cardinals. Like Artistic Scorpio, he's been in the same corner really every round, at least from what I know. He is now moved over to that B site, so getting a fresh look. Perhaps expecting like a B long push into Garden, just there to wall that off. He's just, you can see just the way he's positioned. Listen for those audio cues. Mapkipo fishing for info with the camera. I don't think he saw him. It happened really fast. He did. Yeah. Just saw the clip of him then. As the Rage boss works and pushes on the site. One kill.
Empress going to be able to get that overheal instantaneously from the elimination. Gregorius is also right there to take down Artistic Scorpio. Could very much so be the last life of all the rest of Philip. So Barry had to take him down. Cap will be there for the trade. 2v4. And to say that Bond is hurting as far as HP is concerned would be putting it lightly. Down to 14 HP. He lost the Sage. Can't get back up to full HP. Teleporter will be popped. You already got Gregorius. That's all the way over by the B site, all the way back Labs. The dark cover will come through to shroud them. And the Trailblazer is going to spot out Cap. Yeah, got to shoot that dog before it stuns you up. Tries to at least go for a little bit of a knife peek, but it's 2v4. It's looking like the last two lives here for Philip O'Berry. Going to have to blindly push all the way through this back hallway. Can't teach is just lurking it off of the elbow peak. Cap thinking that he can get a pre-aim, though. The centering, though. Can't teach, to be quite frank with you, kind of crashed right into that one. But you had a combined 44 HP between two agents. Here comes the Paranoia. Trying to get themselves out on towards the site. Nice shot coming through from Bonjiao. Going to be able to find themselves too. Now it's a 1v2. They know that he's all the way inside of Hookah. He's going to try to sink it. Mapkipo can't get the centering onto the defuse. It's a 2v4 breakdown. The Cardinals stay alive.
Yeah, and you called it out. I mean, 14 health on Bonjiao. Just about anything in the game can kill you except a Raze ultimate. And Raze isn't on the enemy team, so you're feeling good, right? You know where they're at. You played that really well. Bonjiao almost showing a little bit of wall hack potential. I mean, how he aimed into that smoke and almost hit him. He was just barely to the left. This is a game that is, you know, it's 12-5, folks. Like, I don't want to say it's close, but especially some of these rounds, it feels really close. It feels like there is a world where this should be like a 12-12 situation. We're going into overtime. But we're sitting at 12-5. Philip O'Berry can't drop a round, or a single round, or Butler's going to take this game, and they are playing every round like it's their last one. They're doing exactly what you need to do.
Got to win 7 more. And that'll immediately push you into overtime.
Stealing sight.
Trying to take this side very quickly, and to be quite frank with you, the Bulldogs were hurting as far as credits are concerned. A little bit of a molly coming through, at least defensively for Philip O'Berry. He's gonna at least drop Wu down. Wu's 5 armor, Wu's 2 HP. Nice shots coming through from Wu. It's gonna be an immediate trade. But the Cardinals have numbers once again. Mapipo's just playing a corner. Bonjiao biting off more than they could chew. Artistic Scorpio,
I've got
the
your
Spectre
trail.
in the corner, is expecting this push to come through the dark cover. It's not going to be the case at all. The teleporter was hit. The spike is now over on A. The Seekers will confirm that they have the site to them. 3v2 for the retake. Good lunch, have fries.
Here.
What did you say?
Good luck, have fun.
How do I even pick up from that? Listen. I want to count him out. I can't. I don't have it in me anymore. Now you do have Artistic Scorpio, right? He hasn't been doing much, but I think he has the heal. He's following up Cap. We got to lean into Cap here. Cap has got to hit these shots. Artistic Scorpio has not been the superstar, but he can go out and he can get him some information, right? If I'm Artistic Scorpio, I'm giving my life for Cap. Cap, move on the site. Can he get this shot? He's losing one against one.
Last player standing.
Losing to Gregorius.
Not enough
Artistic
time.
Scorpio. Man, I was
Attackers
hoping you would
win.
clutch up. I was excited.
How
for you.
nuts would that have been?
Yeah, Gregorius just shutting it down. 13-5, folks. And honestly, Andy, I'm really surprised with that outcome. 13-5. I thought it was going to, like I said, plenty of times, 13-0. But we saw some great gameplay come out of the Cardinals. You should walk out of there with your head held high.
I mean, when they won that first round on defense, I was like, okay, here we go. Like, bind is about to bind real quick. Then we're going to start getting ourselves defensive setups. But, I mean, you could just see that, like, as far as the discrepancy is concerned, just more at a macro level, that the Cardinals just didn't know what to do when they did have that advantage on defense, no less, just trying to mix up a lot of their different setups. You saw Scorpio just constantly putting themselves in very similar positions, very easy to read, just one player trying to change up their defensive setup, ultimately to their demise. You could just see just how well rehearsed the Butler Bulldogs were to be able to fish out all that information.
Yep, absolutely. And what a way to start the day, right? I mean, you start with the Butler Bulldogs, who we started with last week. Who did they start with, Andy? They started with Audrey Kale, and I'm looking.
And they
I'm
lost
seeing
it, too.
Audrey Kale is next. We saw a great game, but Audrey Kale was the one that could stop that Reina. They could stop Taunt. They're going up against Garinger High School, and this, I have a feeling, Andy, I'm calling a prediction now. It's going to be a good one. We'll find out soon, right after this break.
What's going on, everybody? Hope you're having a fantastic evening out there wherever you are watching in the world. We are back with some more CMS action here. Valorant today, Super Smash Bros. Tomorrow, and Rocket League on Friday. My name is Proper. Joining with me is Tumbleweed. Tour guiding you through all the action. Best of ones are what is slated for all these different high schools here tonight. Just got done with, scoreline wasn't really a banger, but it felt like a banger. There were some really cool moments there inside of the Butler Bulldogs beating Phillips Cardinals. They're 13-5 on Bind. Now we move over to the team that beat Butler last week. We're going to take a look at the Audrey Kell Knights as they get ready to take on the Wildcats.
Absolutely, and let's dive into the lore, right? Knights versus Wildcats. Knights beat Dogs last week. Can Knights beat Cats? If the Wildcats win, right, then we get a beautiful into the age-old discussion. What's better, cats or dogs, right? Everyone's got a stance on that.
Yeah.
I've got my stance. It would have been Dogs, but the Knights beat the Dogs. But can the Cats reign through? I'm thinking of my cat back home, Will. Will's going to be cheering for the Wildcats. I
don't think Pino cares. Name of my guy. He's probably sleeping somewhere, cold and mischievous, lurking, waiting for me to come back home. I will say this much again. Audrey Kell, they were able to obviously beat Butler last week on Ascent. Leading the way for their team was Illness. Finished there 25-19. However, GHS, the Wildcats, got slammed by East Mecklenburg. They lost 4-13 on Bind. The teammate that did the most was Azura. Still went negative at 16-18, and then the next person for their team was 9-15. So not a real good look, especially considering the map that we're going to between these two teams.
Absolutely. I mean, you're setting the stage for the story, and I think, on paper, folks, I'm going to go out and give my caster prediction. Hopefully not a caster curse. I think Audrey Kell, based on how they looked against Butler, when you're talking about Illness was the one player last week that could stand toe-to-toe with the raid boss taunt that we just witnessed live, folks. We've got a banger in front of you. Hopefully, right? We started to count out the Cardinals. We're not going to count out the Wildcats. They could clutch up. They could pull out some good moments here. Garinger, high school, Audrey Kell, Knights. Let's jump right into the game, folks. Let's see what we get from a little bit of agent select here. Is that Yoru? Are we gonna get one of those?
Yeah,
no way we get one of those.
Yoru's really good on Bind. Because you got to think what Yoru can do. It's specifically for the flashes, being able to teleport behind enemy lines. There's a lot of really cool geometry on Bind that you can try to pit your way into enemy territory. Specifically for offense, obviously very, very difficult to be able to finesse a Yoru on defense. But hey, you never really know. Anime is hovering over that Clove, which is something you and I didn't get to cast over last week, but the newest agent into Valorant, very, very difficult to be able to combat it against, and very good on Bind. You can also see Lena hovering over a Clove as well. As far as these guys are concerned, very, very questionable to be able to see what pop-off potential they might have. Carlito's going to be hovering over that Reyna, where you're going to have Illness coming in to play on that raise, and I believe that the top of the scoreboard is actually flipped. So
yep, absolutely. I was going to call that out.
Yeah,
Illness,
we'll figure that out.
Last time we saw him, that is, we saw him on Astra, a little bit more of a support, doing his smoke, supporting his folks. We do get the Yoru lock in. I'm going to finish my point on Illness, but man, am I excited to see a little bit of Yoru action with range, and I definitely appreciate that Andy's here to help guide me through that, because I don't play a lot of Yoru, but I have a big appreciation. And Andy, we didn't get to cast the new agent last week, but we get two of them. We get a little bit of a mirror matchup now for this week. And I gotta refresh myself. For the folks at home, you've watched this before, maybe you've not seen it. Can you tell us a little bit about that agent, Andy, and what they do, what their skill set is?
Yeah, Clove's got a very interesting setup. Okay, so they're a controller, right? Controller basically are your smoke producers, your brimstones, your Ashras, your omens, your vipers, your harbors. That is what a controller is in a game of Valorant, but pretty much the way that Clove actually operates as a smoke user is that those smokes can actually be utilized both upon life and as well as that. They're called ruses, is the actual ability name as far as the game is concerned. And then the Not Dead Yet is also an interesting one as well. 7 ticks, so 7 spike plants, 7 eliminations as well. 7 tick orbs that you can find throughout the entirety of the map. second lease on life for Clove, which is the most impactful one to potentially get yourself right back in. It's like a Sage res, but for yourself, that if you can find a damaging assist or a kill yourself, you're fully revived back into the round.
Interesting how you really take the game into your own hands. Quick little kill off the top here, boosted as we do see, folks, top of the screens. Names are corrected. We've got some accuracy going on.
I got the spike.
A little smoke off that is that Clove smoke, ladies and gentlemen, we saw. Looks very nice from an animation perspective.
Very
I'm liking
wavy.
what I see here. Now, is this, I think it is Harbor, right? You can't shoot through their smoke. Is this similar to that, Andy, or can you shoot through these smokes?
No, you could shoot through that smoke. Yeah, it's 100% a hollow smoke. Yeah, the thing you're thinking about Harbor is the Cove, which does have a certain amount of armor on the top of it, but not the case there for Clove. Just gonna have 2 ruses that you can use. It's just a really cool name for an ability. So Boosted is gonna be vibing out inside of a ruse over by Hough. Here comes the Dizzy right on the top. This is gonna get obliterated, followed up by a couple different flashes. The blinding light's gonna be coming through for Garinger, and that's actually gonna be stopping this push immediately in its tracks. Wingman's gonna start planting the spike. This is gonna get scooped up here. Boosted gonna get hit by a blinding light that comes out over by Elbow, but it's a 3v5. Audrikel have full control of the site itself. Range just playing here inside of the tube, ready for the engagement to come through, but Illness gonna get gunned. The flank also comes through over by Elbow. Here comes the secondary Dizzy. Last player alive is gonna be Azora. Cannot get the job done. Boosted, utility and all, is able to burst out from Hookah. Found 3 in the round to boot.
Absolutely. And I want to take a moment, we just saw a good round there, and I want to peel back what I'm noticing from these player names here. It looks like from the side of the Wildcats, we do have a couple new player names that were not there last week. I'm looking at the likes of Carlitos, and that's it. Alina's there. We've got Nova. We've got Azura. Yep, so we've got a new player, Carlitos, so someone who hasn't been on the team yet, so could be someone who maybe was sick last week, maybe he was out or something, but that could be the difference maker in this match, and definitely want to make sure that Carlito gets called out and gets his screen time. Welcome to the stage for your first week.
I have to see if that could be any sort of discrepancy to deal with what realistically is going to be a top dog, or a top knight as it may be, out of Audrikel. Boosted playing inside of the ruse. Here comes the Dizzy, and the execute soon to fall. Double blast back onto the side for Illness. Already to the backside of the APC. Wingman's going to go ahead and plant that spike. One of the very difficult and yet annoying things you have to be dealing with when it comes down to facing a Gecko on any of these 2 teams. Already able to work the first 2 picks. The Clove is now down. No ruse is available, it would seem. Illness also has a Guardian, so these longer range of sights are also going to be locked down. Blinding Light's not going to connect onto anything. It's just up to Nova alongside their teammate, but, well, there goes Cheeto, and they're just going to spread on him. Nova, can he cause any more damage? Not going to be the case at all. It is a flawless second round coming to from Audrikel Knights.
Yeah, interesting that he didn't really shoot a whole lot there. I mean, I would have been mag dumping, but probably just wanted to get it over with, right? You hear the Stampede coming through, Elbow. No reason to delay, but you could have got a kill. It could have netted you a few extra credits there to squeak out an extra ability buy or something like that. Yoru, folks, he is an interesting agent. I don't think we casted him at all last week, if I'm mistaken. But, he can throw this little shadow ball on the ground, right? It can go across the map, and he can teleport to that shadow ball. So you'll see him, he may appear on, like, A site and then quickly teleport over to B. You got to really keep your eye if you're here cheering on this Yoru player. You want to definitely keep your eye on the minimap if he disappears, right? If he's not on screen. He could be anywhere at any time. A lot of, we call it high APM, actions per minute possible here with range and this Yoru.
Yeah, don't forget that gate crashes can also just be faked as well.
Yep.
And they cause the same exact sound, so you're always just constantly having to be worried about. Here comes one of those gate crashes after the first one actually got faked out. Lena, Cheeto, going to be able to find the opening first 2 picks. Numbers advantage here for Garinger. This is a must-win round, especially. We saw what happened to the Cardinals in our last series versus the Bulldogs. What happens when you do lose your opening AR full buy versus a bonus round. And Carlitos is going to start denying a lot more of the space, Vandal in hand. Only 11 bullets, so could be good for a handful of kills should they just tap the head. Tries to go for the pre-fire, not going to be able to catch much of anything at all. Also not going to be chased out from Audrikel's Gecko. Just trying to fish out maybe a little bit more information and maybe trying to get a free pick before they work one of these sites.
Yep, boosted, gun skin.
30
Doesn't
seconds
matter.
left.
Actually, Victor picks up that kill, interesting enough, on Carlitos from behind. Little headshot action, boosted, taken
Last
out
player
by
standing.
Lena. Lena with their third kill of the round onto Victor. As Anime 1v4, Anime pulled off some magic last week.
Spike planted for the peak. Over by short. Try to at least hop it. Not going to be required for anything further. And there was immediate trade there as Cheetah will be surrounding the site, being able to get that defuse. It was a good effort, let's put it that way, out of Audrikel, especially losing their first 2 lights. But they did find 2 kills along the way, so that is crippling to the credits for Garinger after winning that round.
Yep, and you can see it, right? Lena, top of the scoreboard, 3 and 3, 1 assist. It is crippled. Only has 50 credits. Couldn't even full buy armor, right? So you have to really play your life well. On the other side, though, with Audrikel, you see absolute full buys, Phantoms, Vandals, full armor sets. I would imagine most, if not all, of their abilities. Anime, showing us this Clove here, did get 3 first bloods last week. Looking to move that stat line up on the scoreboard as they peek in hookah. They don't know anyone's here, right? As a reminder, folks, for those maybe unfamiliar with the game, we can see through the walls. These players cannot. To them, they're looking for they're listening for those audio cues. They're looking for visual cues, right? Like that camera. That's a good call out to know that there's a cipher on this site.
Right here.
That's what they're playing for with this pressure, gathering that info so they can put the right strategy into play.
And again, Clove kind of has aspects from a lot of these different engines as well. The metal is kind of like a molly, almost like the snake bite from Viper, so it will decay your HP over time, which will be permanent. Bruises are very, very close to almost being like dark covers as they are hollow on the inside, and then the pick-me-up will actually overheal Clove as well. Here comes a fake out, execute over by Elbow, not going to be popped whatsoever. They know that they're not alone over by this site though. Illness trying to at least get this cover back over towards Elbow. She's going to utilize the blastback to get up top of this tin shed. It's a 4v5. As Range will just completely rip Carlito's head clean off. Now they know that another player's over inside of Elbow. Illness is just kind of trying to pepper down any one of these angles, expecting a free fire, though. Gave their angle away. Azura will be there for the elimination. Lena also goes down. 2v4 now. Trying to at least push out from Elbow. The pinch was looking so good until it just wasn't. Numbers advantage at a fine C off of a full air buy from the Knights.
Yeah, beautiful gameplay there from Anime, going up 4-1. I just, I'm really fascinated with the new agent folks. I've not seen a lot of Clove. I've not had the chance to play with Clove, and this is our first time casting it. So seeing how these abilities go through, I am starting to pick up those similarities. That pick me up, that is very much a Reyna, right? You get that overshield. You kind of get an air quote free shield, assuming that it works the way with like an overshield type situation. A lot of good gameplay there. The ruse, the not dead yet. I am interested to see the ultimate. And we might see it here as Boosted goes through with the Thrash to try to look for an early kill.
Trying to look for that detain. We also just heard the teleportation coming through, at least from range. Actually commits to it as well, so now they're inside of lights. Illness will find that first blood. Carlito taken down and out of the mix. Man's gonna be able to find the pick. Nice shots from Illness. Just completely ripped Cheeto to smithereens on top heaven. And also has some really good centering. Here comes the next nice retrain of the aim. Is able to then get the pick over towards the pipes onto Azura. Able to find the ace. Not even required. Doesn't even matter. It was clean enough to me for Audrikel Knights to take a 4-1 lead.
Yep, and it's probably a little different when you're here at the VESL League. You're playing for $45,000 at the end of the day, right? You don't want to back up, let anything go wrong, and give your boy the ace. I would do it. I think that's what you should do. So I'm going to be critical of that. I wish we could have saw an ace. We did get one last game. Off to a great start. Illness 6-3, but you could tell, right? This is why last week was so close in that Taunt versus Illness showdown. Illness was able to stand up to Taunt, but Taunt overall, he had that story where he could come out, he would get that 10-0, 8-0, 9-0, right? Overall, Audrikel, very consistent team with all their players across the board. Everyone pulling the rate. As Yoru, it's a little dimensional drift going on.
Yep. Able to get all these picks. You cannot see range until you're, well, within a certain range while they're going through the dimensional drift. So able to get some live pings, going to be able to garner them first blood plus the second as well. Nice shots coming through. Anime going to be able to combine for the second. Here comes Lena though, able to at least pop that ultimate, but not dead yet. Surely dead now.
Now get up.
It is one life away from being yet another flawless offense of Audrey Kell. So now they have a 4-round lead.
Yep. 5-1 on this scoreboard as we inch closer to the half. You really want to try to get there with as big of an advantage as you can, but I feel like what most people go for is that 9-3, 8-4 type setup to get to 12 there. The more dominant you can be, and I'm looking at the gun buys, folks. I'm looking at the Wildcats. They do not have a full kit. They got a Guardian. They got a couple pistols. Audrey Kell Knights. They ride into battle fully equipped, full of armor, full of gear and guns. You gotta think they're gonna take over this. And Anime does have that ultimate available on the Clove here at the Not Dead Yet. I'd love to see it in action, just see what it looks like. As, I don't know the visuals, so I don't know what's going on here, but setting up maybe a flash or a blind or something like that, Andy?
It's almost like kind of like how Omen utilizes their dark cover, so it kind of goes into like a whole like different perspective to put down their smokes. Which is the ruse range. Just gonna start flying out. You have at least an ultimate being utilized at least on one side for Garinger, trying to at least stop this push dead in its tracks. Illness, blast pack, just a reposition away. No harm, no foul. Wingman's gonna be able to get that spike planted. 4v5 for the retake. Already at least utilized a handful of ultimates, but realistically, what tools do you have at your disposal just to try to get back onto the site? The Nightfall did not keep them at bay. Still have the Not Dead Yet if you are Audrey Kell Knights. Illness just trying to bait somebody out for the gunfight. I mean, Nova was stepping up. Here comes the rest of the Flood, at least coming through over by Elbow, and Illness just hits it. He knows that he's got numbers advantage over here as well. Didn't even get the player that was close enough. Will at least get the dismiss out from Carlito, but ultimately no avail. It is another offensive round 1 out of Audrey Kell.
Yep, and they are starting to take this game by storm. What I'm looking at, folks, I'm looking at these Wildcats. What can they buy? I see that we have Cheetah Van. They can full buy. Gonna opt. I'm a fan here. Gonna opt for the Judge. I'd like to see the Judge skin. Hopefully we get to see that. Carlitos, just jumping into his perspective. I didn't see what he's got. Sorry about that, chat. But there's not a full buy, right? They don't have the full kits, but we are going to see a little cheeky Judge action here, and I can get behind this because I like to do this all the time. Doesn't quite work out for me.
Drop down incredibly low for HP is Anime, but can you see that overheal coming through from the pick-me-up? It's just so good. It's like aspects of having a duelist while also being a controller at the same time. Not Dead Yet coming through from Anime. Again, a damaging assist or a full-on elimination will get them back fully into this round. The assist will be there. Alina back into the, or dead into the mix, but Anime is fully alive now. It's up to Nova. Dizzy is going to connect, and range will be there to push over by Elbow. Audrey Kell can seemingly do no wrong as they now extend their lead by 6.
I find them.
Absolutely. These Knights look unstoppable right now as we see their bank accounts are maxing out. They can start investing, doing stuff with their money, put it in a high-yield savings account. Start really living large and in charge there. Victor, 1-1 at the bottom of the scoreboard, 8,600. He's making his impact where it has Cypher, that agent that's really good to just kind of lock down his own, putting some tripwires up. Hasn't had to do much because he's doing so good at keeping people out. As this round starts to unfold, ladies and gentlemen, let's see how this is going to go. We see Joru over there in the showers throwing out his little clone decoy. Trying to peek out some action here. In timeout in the corner over there. Because he couldn't find the info. Boosted, quick kill start on down.
Fake out again. I mean, you shoot that bad boy, you are not in a good spot. Let's just put it that way. So, gonna get flashed if you shoot it.
Right here.
You already lost at least first blood, but able to mitigate it. 4v4. Got ultimates available. Gate Crash is online, but it's not really in a good spot. Could be used as a little bit of an escape. Well, Wingman Mosh gonna try to at least be utilized here for boosted to try to get a little bit further space inside of Hookah. That will absolutely be the case. Victor trying to work here with range over by Octagon, trying to get themselves inside of the B site. Here comes.
Spike down B.
There's a Fade ultimate. And the gate crash is actually going to be committed to, so range repositions all the way over by Hough. Victor's going to be decayed and marked as well. Cheetah will be right there. But they didn't really account for range to take this reposition all the way over inside of Hookah.
I'll handle this. I got the
We
spike.
still see smokes being utilized. Nice little utilization again coming through from the dimensional drift. You can pick up and activate with the spike. You can't plant it. But a nice neural death there at the end onto a body reveals that range is in fact over by the A site. Not here alone. Cheeto's here for the read. Here comes some more ruses out from a Clove that is dead, by the way. But Cheeto able to utilize that ruse out from lights. Will be able to get that free pick. It was a good attempt from range, I will say that much. But Garinger are able to get themselves to the second round.
Yeah, and I mean, you've talked about it a few times in this game, Andy, and that's the benefit of someone like Clove, right? Because your player's dead, you can still impact your team. So, you know, sometimes when you die, like, what do? You go to the bathroom, you sit there, you wait, you try to be quiet because you don't want to mess up what your opponent hears. In the case of Clove, though, and Lena there, right, you're able, I think that was Lena's ruse that came up. I couldn't tell from the colors, sorry guys. But, you know, that's the impact, right? Even when you're dead, you're able to put that smoke up and help support your team's flank there. Now, what does that look like from, if you could describe for the people at home, is, you know, is Clove like looking at an overhead view of the map and able to pick and choose where they go? Or is it, you know, what does that visual look like? How are they able to strategically place these every time?
Yeah, at that point when you're eliminated, I'm pretty sure like the best way to describe it is like closer to Brimstone. Versus like when you're alive, it's like closer to Omen.
Okay.
Here comes Thresh, invested by Boosted, trying to get themselves onto the site. Thresh will not connect onto anything. It's a couple of ruses that are going to be covering the entirety of this A site. Wingman going to try to be able to get the spike planted. Paint Shell is also going to be able to get themselves closer towards the site. There's a handful of trades, but the numbers were once again in the favor for Garinger, much like the round previous, but it's a 3v3. Audrey Kell, full control over by the site.
Right here.
How do you try to retake this if you are Garinger? You do have some ruses at your disposal. The two players trying to at least get inside of Heaven. Blinding Light will try to be here immediately to assist Lena, who just peeks right out from the ruse. He's able to find the first and can combine for the second. That's 4 in the round for Lena. Combining for Victor, who then pinched up towards top Heaven. That's a full-on retake for Garinger as they get themselves to the third round.
Yeah, we're starting to get a game on our hand, Andy. 7-3. We're getting inching closer and closer to that half. We could really go into this half 7-5, right? And that's anybody's game at that point.
That's a good half, yeah.
Yeah, Garinger Wildcats really showing they deserve to be here. You spoke to it, right? They had a really bad last week against that CEEC school, Charlotte Early Engineering College. Audrey Kell, very close series, right? 14-12. Garinger Wildcats showing they deserve to be in this conversation for a team that could go all the way and get that 45,000.
Right here.
We'll have to see. There's a lot of time in between then and now. Getting one week of 4. Technically finishing today would be the halfway mark.
Yep.
A lot more to learn, pun intended. Got some abilities, ultimates at that to be able to utilize Anime. Able to at least utilize their abilities, get themselves overhealed. Wasn't really required, but here comes some ruses trying to get themselves onto the site. Illness, Pain Shells, trying to get over towards the top of this tube. Tripwire is going to stall them out momentarily, but range teleports from behind. It's going to force out Lena to use the not dead yet. Needs an elimination to try to stay alive, but is completely taken out of the round from range, who utilized the gate crash to get behind enemy lines. That was a really cool and well-executed beast push coming out from Audrey Kell, not letting Garinger get too hot.
That's what's the name of that new gun, Andy? I see it on Cheetah Van. What is that called?
I don't remember off the top, man. I'm not calling.
I think it's called the Outlaw.
I think Outlaw is correct. And I remember when the Outlaw, like when that thing came out originally, it was way too good. I mean, it was like essentially like a mini op, where it almost feels like a better Marshall, where you could have first shot accuracy, and you could just one-shot chest shot somebody at full armor, which just didn't make any sense whatsoever. But don't think we're going to be able to see it utilized too much, as Azura is just lining them up over by B long. 3 in the round for Azura. Gonna leave Victor last alive, forced to shoot the haunt. Here comes at least the Prowler. secondary of all the abilities out from Missouri will confirm that Victor is in fact here.
I have retrieved the spike.
Ruse is actually going to allow Victor to be able to pick up the spike, but it's not expecting the push to come through over by the middle of the map. So Lena's going to be able to get that last elimination. It's a 4-8 half, which honestly isn't as bad as it could have been.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, it's a closer half than I think we saw in our last series, if I'm remembering correctly. No need to push up on Victor. You got Lena. You have faith in Lena. And why wouldn't you, right? 10 to 12 half, not bad. Not positive, but not bad. You know, Nova having a little bit of a rough time, 2 and 9. Carlitos 3 and 12. Azura 6-10. And Cheetah Van 6-9. On the other side, though, Audrey Kale, good half from range, 16 to 5. Illness 13 to 6. Range stepping up in Lena's team this week as opposed to last week. Illness was that big leader and player. Anime, though, pretty consistent, middle of the pack, 12-5 scoreline. What a good way to start this week, too, for everyone. Audrey Kell looking, from their Valorant series standpoint, to go up 2-0. That's a comfortable lead, right, as you move down into these lower half weeks. Every game counts. You definitely don't want to slip up. A couple of losses could set you back and make it that much harder to move your way to win that 45,000.
Just around for the offense and opening. It's going to try to be a B execute over here, but Audrey Keller just set up so wonderfully for it. All-time Dizzy coming out there from boosted. It's going to stop this push dead in its tracks. Anime is going to start taking those over by Hookah, but a well-placed strip wire will completely stop them from pushing up into the middle of the map. Cheeto going to start utilizing at least the overgrowth. Going to be able to find themselves a pick. Cannot heal yourself, by the way, if you are Sky. So tough scenes and not expecting Illness just to be lurking inside of showers. All comes down to the last one, which is Carlito on the Reyna, which you feel like should have a really good look at it. Doesn't get the full overheal, but 144, including the overheal armor, is going to have to do from the Devour.
30 seconds left.
But the problem is the clock. 25 seconds remaining. You got to retrieve that spike, and you also have to plant it, which is going to start a loud audio cue for the last 2 players from Audrey Kell, who are all here. Here comes the peak. Anime is going to be able to get that elimination. And what was starting off so well, which to look like a flawless from Audrey Kell, Garinger make it a little scary.
Yeah, absolutely. Anime got that plot armor. Nothing can happen to you when you're the main character like that, going in and taking that duel. Just a tough scenario there for Carlito, right? You don't ever want to be that. You're 4 and 13. You're not having really the best game, and now you're going in. You're 9-4. You don't have a lot of credits to your name, not a whole lot of money. Audrey Kell, they haven't full bot though, right? They are lower on funds than you might expect, so definitely a chance you could win this. You could kind of econ win this round, but I mean, they just have a lot more range on the side of Audrey Kell. It's going to be very hard to push in and take, especially this A site, as they're just kind of checking their corners, folks. Always check your corners. Make sure you don't get caught in a fling. As Illness picks up an early kill on Azura.
Yep.
Spike down.
Not a full buy, but it's still Forest Guardians, Spectres. What do you have to try to combat against this? What is now a 2v5 as range just pushes into your face with a Spectre, guns your Reyna. Cheeto's gonna yeet a blinding light. Bird's not gonna connect with anything whatsoever. Range is gonna start denying more of that space over by a short. Cheeto, classic, wants the gun, full sprints for it, still can't pick it up. Wants it, any sort of information whatsoever. Range is just holding his angle.
Good shot.
Shot will connect, Range is gonna peek. Cheeto down to 2 HP again, has the overgrowth free every single round, but you cannot heal yourself.
A little bit of a ruse here with this smoke. Cheetah Van, kind of scared. Right, I would be too.
30 seconds left.
Does have the heal, folks, but Sky can't heal themselves. So not very good when you have 2 HP. Anything hits you could die. As that camera's going to spot it now. You got to think this round's over, just like that. Flawless. Anime picking up 3 kills in that round, going up 10-4.
But I like that discipline coming out from Audrey Kell. Again, they had all the numbers, but until they could guarantee that they could push right into the Lion's Den, they didn't. So that force coming through off of winning the opening round will garner them what we call a bonus. Boosted is going to hold on to the Outlaw. You can still have the 2 Spectres, a Guardian, plus a Stinger into the hands of Victor. But now we're into the full AR buy for Garinger. Again, where this becomes really terrifying, again, Bind is a defensive-heavy map. This is where Garinger really had to claw their way back into it, considering that they were down to the half, now trailing by 6.
What a beautiful gun skin. The little Reaver Vandal there. Prowler going out. Didn't quite find anybody.
Ay, ay, ay. Pop flash out of Hookah, that's never fun for anybody involved. You might have wanted for that ruse to fully dissipate, but now you find yourself down horrendously for numbers. This was your full buy. This is your one chance, opportunity. Other things. Still have the spike, though, so this rotation over towards A at least could be an option, potentially, for Garinger, but Prowler also going to get invested. Azura's going to get tagged up. Hilariously low now is Carlito, who would have loved to be able to find that peak. Does have a Leer, and at least one dismiss or a Devour. Shoulder peek's going to come through. Anime with the Spectre will take them down. Nova going to go for the Vandal swap. Is going to be able to at least find one, but that's okay because they're filthy rich as it is. 2 rounds away for Audrikel to call a game.
Yeah, and you could see it, folks. You know, if you were looking at that Yoru through the wall, they didn't actually know where Nova was. But that audio cue, he picked up the gun, then, you know, in part drops his, right, that audio cue. You saw the Yoru, saw range snap to his right, ready at that moment. He knew exactly what corner to swing, but until that moment, he had the mystery, so you got to think maybe that was a small, like, micro mishap. You could have maybe picked up an extra kill or two, possibly. Not that it changes the round, but, you know, when you are looking for areas to improve, every single one of those moments could change the outcome of that round, which slowly builds up to winning the whole game.
You got to have something here if you are the Wildcats at a Garinger.
Dude, man, you got a dog.
But they lost first blood again. Again, I mean, they off the bonus. A handful of them just bought ARs because they can. Anime is going to be able to find two. This Clove has been so good for Anime. Zura's going to be there to at least mitigate the damage. Finds one on the illness, so Raze is dead. But you picked one head off the Hydra's head. 10 more pop up in its place. Last alive is Nova trying to go for a free fire play. Not going to work out. Anime will find 3 in the round. Now one more round, and Audrikel will take this game.
Yep, and I'm waiting to see the economy here. Oh, man, dark times for the Wildcats. They have to spend every dollar they've got, but their kits are just not that good. They've got Lena, your #1 player, 10 and 16. No armor, just a Vandal. 0 credits. He got everything he could. That's my favorite skin, Sheriff skin of the game right there. That's what audio cue for. You got to think this is over, Andy. I mean, I said it last game.
GG's for sure.
I said it last game, and I was surprised by the Cardinals and the Wildcats show up and bring down the Knights. Anime 2 kills, and now he's rezzed.
Half res though. Neither the elimination, found the elimination. Not dead yet, but who are? It's looking like the Wildcats are gonna get put in the dirt. Azura last alive, almost had themselves a lineup, but Anime will find 4 in the round to call GG's. 14-3 is the, or 4-13 is the final score here. The Knights getting the job done once again.
Yep, Audrikel just showing how it should be done. Dominant game from them again, right? I mean, these guys are showing up in every single game that we're casting. Valorant, they're showing up in Rocket League, they're showing up in Smash. Audrikel's on the map, folks. You're always going to be scared if you're looking across the island seeing you're going against these Knights.
Yeah, I mean, really just insane scenes, truly spoken. I will say this much. I mean, as much as we were gassing up Illness for what they were able to do last week in a very fun and enthusiastic series, finished 13-6 at the half. You also saw the Yoru play coming out. Could be a little bit of a difference as far as agent selection is concerned, much like how we do see the pros in for Valorant being played, depending on the map. But I was really surprised coming through with the Clove. Anime looked very, very good on that agent.
Yeah, absolutely. We saw Anime last week on the Cypher, right? Not as impressive in performance, 18-9, but here, switching roles, still supporty, right? Still able to lock down sites. With Cypher, they're using tripwires. They're using these little cages. They're being a nuisance. Clove, putting some smokes. You can always have impact while you're alive or when you're dead. Just really felt the presence of that Clove, and it definitely felt like a mirror mismatch, right? One Clove was a lot more versed and well-trained than the other.
Absolutely the case. Will we see more Clove today? I feel like it's all going to be map dependent, or if somebody is just that comfortable on Clove already. News Agent looking very, very fun to play. Very annoying to play up against, considering how those ruses are utilized when you are dead. So that is 2 out of the multitude of matches that we do have on our docket for this evening. We're going to step away for a very short break. When we come back, the Eagles from East Mecklenburg taking on the Bulldogs from Butler. We'll be right back.
More Bulldogs. I love it.
What's going on, everybody? Hope you're having a fantastic evening out there. We are back live with some more VESL action. CMS Valorant, week number 2 on the docket for you. My name is Proper. Join with me is Tumbleweed, as always. And we've had ourselves some pretty good matches so far. At least 2 have been done and dusted. As far as the schedule is concerned, we'll end up being able to show you here momentarily what those matches were and where we are headed. But, yeah, going to have a double dose as far as the Bulldogs are concerned. Look, I think that the Bulldogs are kind of bouncing back off of what we saw from them last week, that we got to see the team that actually beat them in Audrey Kell Knights, being able to make swift work of the Wildcats. Don't believe that we'll have them back on the schedule tonight. But semantics, I think that Butler beating the Cardinals earlier is a nice pep in their step ahead of their upcoming series as they're about to take on the EastMech Eagles.
Yep, they've already clipped the wings of one bird. Eagles, though, much bigger, much more fierce than a Cardinal.
They got bigger talons, too.
Yeah, Cardinal, our state bird here. But the eagle is the symbol of freedom, and could it be the symbol of a victory? I don't know, but the Bulldogs, it's very hard to ever want to go against Taunt. I mean, that guy, the raid boss, Reyna, will he pick Reyna again? Will he three-peat? Will he clutch in here? And I don't know what map we're getting into, Andy. I forgot. They told me, but give us a little bit of this matchup. What are you thinking is going to go down from this Bulldog roster?
Well, it's actually really funny the way that everything's kind of been tour guide as far as our series are concerned. The EastMech Eagles were actually the one that that 13 forward. The Wildcats last week, they were playing that on Bind, where they had Loy drop 25 and 10 was on Omen. And then they also had Laptop Demon 1. I don't know if the guy's actually playing on a laptop, which would actually be pretty insane. If you can get that job done with the trackpad, then by all means, up to you. What's playing on Phoenix? We're headed into Icebox is actually the map pick between the Butler Bulldogs versus the EastMech Eagles. So I think we're going to have a little bit of a dual showdown when it comes down to what we saw from Taunt earlier versus on the other side potentially for a Phoenix. So we'll have to see. No agent selection whatsoever, just straight into the thick of it.
Ooh, I love it, and I'm going down the list. All the same players that we saw just earlier today. And now what I'm doing, Andy, is I'm doing that caster thing. I'm looking here at EastMech. We got Laptop Demon. We got Cat. We got Griftic. We got Loy, and we got Ooga Booga. I am looking here to see if we got any repeat players, and it looks like Ooga is a new player for this series. We did not see him last week. Griftic, Cat, Laptop Demon, and Loy returning. Another new player, Ooga. Welcome to the stage and your first week. I'm hoping to see some good gameplay here with KO.
As far as similarities are concerned, Mupkipo is still looking to at least play that Sentinel, is playing the ever so ceremonious Killjoy. That is very, very good on Icebox. Taunt still on that Reyna. And Gregorius now moving over towards playing the Omen. But, yeah, we've already lost their 2 picks, but it's a 3v3 on the map. The difference is that you still have some semblance of some controller-esque abilities. You do have the Viper available for Butler, mostly at least coming through from the toxic screen. You can see where that wall is going to be coming through. Nice knife actually coming through here from Ooga. Going to at least reveal that one player still lurking around A main. Here comes the Toxic Orb. Here comes the Execute soon after. Loy's going to throw it up dark cover through Maze. Not here alone, by the way. Trailblazer's going to start coming through Ooga. Going to go for the Pop Flash all the way through the Poison Cloud. Just going to leave a spray of a cat there on the wall as all Butler Bulldogs have conceded the space. They're trying to wrap out.
Yep, that cat is a little bit too fierce. Bulldogs know it's going down 3v3.
30 seconds left.
And we haven't, a lot of these rounds, especially Butler Bulldogs, to start off has been really dominant. But look, if you're looking last game, we saw Running Riot, Reyna, 15-0 start, right? Now we're off 0-1 start. 3 silence there. Sight gets taken.
Last player
one
standing.
headshot.
Spike down
Nancy's,
A.
though, answers up with 2 kills. As Griptic's going to come in here and see, can
Spike
this
planted.
Cypher get some kills? He sees the hill going down. He knows now that he's not dealing with any injured folks. He's going against these full health players. Can he make this happen over here on the safe side?
Hey, you can just see just how good a 0 point is from a KO. Get that cooldown off just around 40 seconds. And how quickly it could just suppress all of your abilities. But it was looking so good for the shutdown here for EastMech. Griptic has a lot to clear. And you can hear that beeping. Time is not on their side. Giving up a lot of information just on the full sprint. Not going to expect that one is all the way up inside a nest. Not going to expect that one is right above them. Here comes the snake bite. The lineups are pristine. Can't teach you going to find 3 in the round as Butler Bulldogs were able to escape with the pistol round.
Poison is not just
Yeah, narrowly too. A bit of a different narrative compared to earlier. Bulldogs not looking as dominant here on Icebox. It is the first time we see both these teams on Icebox. Can't teach, though, off to a 3-0 start. Taunt, who we normally expect to be the superstar, he is. Well, he teased with a full buy there. He did refund his Phantom 0-1 to start the day. We haven't seen this out of Taunt yet, so maybe this is a time where Taunt has to take, sit on the back foot, right? The rest of his team has to step up. We saw last series, I believe it was Mup Kippo and Taunt leading their team. Now on the bottom, towards the bottom of their team. 0-1 starts for each of these players. Laptop Demon 1-0. Kids these days, man, they don't use laptops. They're on touch screens. This guy's doing all kinds of stuff. He's probably on like an iPad or something.
Could you imagine Valorant Mobile? This guy's just like putting up like montage level performances. Nice little flash paranoia coming from Gregorius, just completely eviscerates Uga. Cat was also there momentarily. Spectre putting in the business, runs out of bullets to the classic. The right click will get the job done. Gregorius found 3 in the round as Butler will win the force.
He's just in your face. He's just running through. Surprise. Pop, 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 pop. Headshot, kills. Just no one could stop him. He's catching everybody off guard. What an interesting play. Just really picking up the pace there as he moves from, you know, I think it was like sharing the bottom all the way up to the top. 3-1 scoreline. I feel like Canty should be above him. He's 3-0. Come on now, game. What is this math? Econ scores, combat scores, they're all in the background. We always see them in the post-game lobby. Great little first 2 rounds, though. If that sets the tone for this match, we're going to see a lot of action and back and forth between these two teams.
This is a round that you feel like Eastmac Eagles should be able to win. Have the AR advantage. Trailblazer out from Cantiche. Going to start clearing away all of yellow. All Gregorius knows. Paranoia. Oh, the cage is actually going to connect. And then the tripwire as well is going to completely turn Gregorius around. The trade was not immediate. Uga's going to yeet himself a flashpoint. The dagger lands, I believe, short. Nope, just landed. Wow, what a lineup. Going to start suppressing a handful of individuals, and then Walton's going to get cut down on the way out. So 3v5. Don't really have numbers. Don't really have a whole lot of HP either. What can you potentially do? The answer for Laptop Demon, not really a whole lot. 4v3. Becomes the immediate issue is that your spike planner is a cool breeze away from death. So you can see the KJ from the Butler Bulldogs just sitting at a sliver of HP. They're going to start maneuvering their way over towards this A site. Believe another 0 point was just kind of thrown over there.
30 seconds left.
With some information. You can see the repositioning at least coming through all of the B site given up. You don't really have a whole lot of abilities available if you are Butler Bulldogs trying to retake that. Here comes that dagger that was thrown from the KO. Going to be smacked. Dark cover. Crowding over by Maze. Nice angle from Loy. Gonna find themselves two. Last player alive will end up being Wu. Does have their ultimate ability available, but I'm sure as heck certain that you are not going to investigate any sort of ultimate abilities. Not when Loy is doing things like that. Nice line up through Maze. Found themselves 3 there at the end.
Beautiful swarm there by the Eagles, just all converging together. Really breaking down the Bulldogs. A little bit of uncharacteristic nature there that we've seen. You know, it's not every day that we see Taunt not be able to clutch up 1 and 2, right? I mean, I'm talking like we see this guy all the time. You guys have seen this guy all the time. He's a superstar. Why is he at the bottom of the team? That just speaks to what Loy's doing over there. Loy and Cat, 4 and 2. Cat, 2 and 2. Cat, really, again, we keep getting the lore, guys. Cats versus dogs. Somehow it always comes into the narrative. Cat, the player, stepping up here. I think this one could go the distance, Andy. I'm calling this one, I'm just saying it up front, I'm calling it, you know, a little 13-11 action, something like that, close game. I don't know if that works. I think it does, 13-11. I think you went with that.
I just think the entire discrepancy starts and stops with how much value Uga is actually finding with the flashpoint. KO suppress is just so good, but again, that was a round that you felt like that Eastmac should win, given that they had the ARs. Butler now up on their first full buy. Able to at least find those first 2 picks. They do have the Viper's Pit available should they want to completely surround and guarantee this B site, but I don't think it's necessary. Taunt just sprang through the smoke. Are you kidding me? Grip the Glass Alive only has a classic, and I'm sure at least has a dream, but you're in a 1v5 here, bud. Good luck, have fun.
Just wait and see. Can he do anything? I mean, surely no. Now they know where he's at.
Flawless.
Just shooting through the cage there. He was just trying to get in, get a gun, and get out for economy. Gregorius, nope, you gotta pay for that, buddy. You can't steal from this shop. As we go up 3-1, Butler Bulldogs starting to pull ahead, but this feels very similar to what we saw Butler Bulldogs first game with Audrey Kell. These teams feel very close.
Spikes here.
Nice little Z animated sticker there. That was a good collab.
Still one of the best finishers in the entire game.
Oh yeah.
Songs of Anger.
Whoa. I've not even seen that knife. That was cool.
The Celestial knife, that's actually the one that I use. I mean, funnily enough, yeah. I like it. Color variations are very, very pretty. And yeah, the pull-out animation is also very, very nice. But 4 ultimates available, 2 on each side. Viper's Pit and the From the Shadows for Butler, From the Shadows, and then Neural Theft for EastMech. So a lot more reactionary defensive ultimates, I will say this much, comparatively to controlling and abrasive ultimates is what you're going to see the difference from the Shadows. Seems that one of them is going to try to go for it. That's actually EastMech trying to at least initiate on top of this, knowing damn well where he's going to be at least teleport towards, but doesn't stop Loy from taking down Gregorius, so at least half of your smokes are out of the consideration for both of these two teams as they lost their omens.
Welcome to
my world. Viper taking over the site. Going down over here at A. I've got a little bit of, I guess, PTSD, right? We saw Capri Sun just really do mean things with this last week. That was the only Viper we saw. The only Icebox game we got to pass.
Here.
Getting another here. Laptop Demon. You know, his touchback couldn't quite keep up with the movement of Taunt there. Everyone's flooding into the Viper's Pit for safety. Cat.
Oh, golly.
Got that early pick on Kippo as they push in.
I mean, you got to be able to find the information
One
where these
enemy
players are
remaining.
located at. Just kind of drive by,
Last
tap the
player
spike.
standing.
You took down Woo, so the Viper's Pit is now gone. But it's Taunt versus Laptop Demon. Do you have enough time to get the defuse off of a Herculean shot? Oh, it's going to be real close. Just able to get there in the nick of time. That's a little bait play coming through from Laptop Demon. Stop Butler Bulldogs from building up a head of steam.
Little GG sticker there. Good sportsmanship. You know, Laptop Demon playing Jet. Got the Jet kunai knife. You know, just wearing your character all around. I think this guy plays Jet a time or two. Just a prediction, folks.
It's really a handful, yeah.
2 and 4 on Laptop Demon. Cut him some slack. He's playing on a laptop. Touchpad gaming is hard.
Here.
One day April Fools won't be fake and we'll get mobile Valorant. We'll see him on a phone of some sort. Woo starts off the round. Quick kill onto Loy. If you're Butler Bulldogs, you're up 3-2 in this round. It feels good to get that early pick in this close series.
Viper's Pit also invested from EastMech defensively, so that completely shuts down the A push. You can see there on the mini-map just how much space that covers all the way through Maze, just damn near
I've got
over
your
towards
trail.
the nest. Seekers in response, coming through offensively, trying to take this side very quickly. A Lear will also completely shroud the push, but the cage is going to keep them guarded from that Lear itself. Very, very weak. Is Mapipo going to be gone? Laptop Demon showing up when it matters most. Going to be able to find 2. Poison Cloud
Plant the spike.
going to Shroud Taunt. The spike to get planted. Hero Theft also coming through, but nobody was expecting Taunt to be in the position that they were. Dismiss. Will put themselves back over towards the yellow box. Also able to read where another player is going to be located at 3v3. Poison Cloud re-emitting. Put the orb in the dark. Going to at least confirm where a lot of these players are located at. The spike's going to get planted. They narrowly get away with their life. The biggest issue is that now EastMech have control of the site. You got to spam the spike because you heard that they are for sure at least tapping it. And it's a bait play to completely take back over by the yellow crate. Wonderfully planned out. Mischievous as ever are EastMech as we're going to have ourselves tied up 3 apiece.
Yeah, what an interesting back and forth, right? I mean, this game is on a razor's edge. This is a very evenly skilled team. And I just can't help it. Andy, I just can't help but look at the scoreboards. We're going to load into this next game. And I just wonder, your staple, right, Taunt, he's got a slow start, 7-4. Mup Kippo, 2-4, right? Mup Kippo's been a star these past couple games. Where is Mup Kippo when you need him? Cat stepping up, 5-5. Loy stepping up, 5-5. If you are the Eagles, 4-5 for Laptop Demon. Oga and Griptic also having their share of plays. Griptic with a few more assists up at 4. Kit-wise, we got a lot bigger guns on the side of the East Met Eagles. Butler Bulldogs, I can't even think of a round I've seen them behind on the bye in the games we've got to cast for them. Oga looking for some early picks. Wish he would have got that headshot. Unfortunate. Doesn't look like he got any damage in either. Now they know where he's at as they swing him. Oga clutches up against Taunt. Taunt's having an off game.
Shot. That is such not an easy shot to reposition to be able to get that headshot immediately. Uga only fine with the abilities, also able to get the shots when they matter most. This is a swing round if I've ever seen one. Being tied up 3 apiece, that window new to Icebox through 2. Uga down to 76 HP, only has 2 armor, so really do feel like those 2 body shots might just come through and could spell disaster for Uga if it's via a Vandal or within a certain amount of range. Now with 2v4, numbers not looking good here for the Butler Bulldogs.
One enemy
Quite
remaining.
literally playing on their back paw in Laptop Demon. Gonna have themselves an operator to play with, a headshot to boot. Egregious, not even necessary, but East Mac are now starting to roll.
Yeah, and they take the lead in this series for the first time. I know we're only 7 rounds in, folks, but Butler Bulldogs have been leading. They've been holding strong. East Mac pulling back. Andy, you're a lot better at this than I am, this game, Valorant. I believe, if I recall correctly, you said Icebox really defensive-sided map, right? So what type of lead are most teams going to need to have that good cushion to be able to close out?
I mean, realistically, when it comes down to Butler Bulldogs, it just feels like that they haven't had a first blood. And being able to find that first blood and being able to convert it into map space. This is where I start talking about the discrepancy as far as agents are concerned, where you do have that KO. Like, that flashpoint has just been poisoning for Butler's offense, just being suppressed that they can't utilize their abilities once they end up getting full coverage, if not up through the middle of the map. There it is right there. Uga, again, being able to at least confirm that 2 players are here. You should at least know that the majority of numbers will be right behind it. You're not going to be splitting things like that. Fragment also coming through the top side of Maze. That does connect on the opposite side of that little bit of a head glitch peak, so that's going to completely shrug away the Butler Bulldogs for now as they're completely trying to reposition and get themselves over towards B.
Yep, I was looking at that mini-map the whole time, and they were just steaming through that. Back through spawn to get over to B site quick to try to beat them on the rotation. Every moment has counted on these sites. Position has mattered. We're starting to see some kills come out. Taunt stepping up, gets the headshot on Laptop Demon. That's an off down. Ugo trades out Taunt. Nice little headshot trade. The raid boss is down. Gregorius kill. Loy kill. Can't teach with a kill. Loy trades back. There's action everywhere, Andy.
Spike not playing at 2v2. Uga's also going to invest their ultimate, trying to keep themselves at bay. Talk about the suppression. Well, you're within that radius. You are going to be suppressed for
30
sure.
seconds
Woo
left.
and Can't Teach. Trying to wrap this back over towards A now. Knowing that the KO was here previously, but from the shadows defensively will be coming through. And I like this investment coming through from Can't Teach off of the Seekers, trying to find that a player is for sure here. Knows that a player is up top. But the paranoia is going to keep Can't Teach at bay from trying to plant the spike. Good coverage from Woo. Gonna take down Loy. 1v2 now, coming out from Uga. And the spike is gonna be planted. Where do you reposition yourself? If you are the Viper, surely for the lineups. Spike's gonna be tagged up, pinged. Here comes Uga, rounding the corner at Maze. Ultimate has completely been utilized and now diffused. Oh, the pixel peek gonna come through. Can't Teach up top of the box. Will get the final blow. And again, much like how we saw rounds previously for Butler Bulldogs, albeit in a numbers disadvantage, they still get the job done.
Absolutely, and we're all tied up, folks. 4-4. It's like we started a fresh game, but everyone's got money. They can buy more guns. Butler Bulldogs, full kits, full armor. I like what I've seen. Listen, Taunt, I'm disappointed. We had 4 Phantoms. I was just about to talk about it. You throw it away for a Vandal. Phantom will reign spree. He's teasing me there. He's cycling back and forth. Maybe doing a little gun shuffling. On the side of EastMac Eagles, though, you're down. You got yourself a Sheriff. You got you one Vandal. Can you hold this Butler Bulldog rush?
We'll have to see. All tied up. 4 apiece. Round number 9. Going to be just about a full buy on both sides. Here comes the Trailblazer. Actually going to just eat up that tripwire. Good use out of that. That actually connect onto the Cypher. Snake fight. Want to keep them at bay. Spike not going to be planted, but numbers are starting to manifest here for Butler Bulldogs. It's a 5v3. Canteech's going to start planting the spike. There's another snake bite as well.
One enemy remaining.
He's going to get gunned. Taunt also there to be able to find the second onto Uga. 1v4 out of a jet. Seen it plenty of times. Has the Blade Barrage. Would be a good time to do it. Also has a Vandal to be utilized as well. But Taunt will be there to find the third in the round. You say their name, Michael, and they absolutely show up. Finding 3 is huge as Butler swing the lead again, albeit by 1.
Absolutely. I don't think there's any mystery anymore, Andy. Taunt did, in fact, let the dogs out, and he unleashed them onto that B site there as we have a timeout, right? We're at round 9 in that 5-4, very close game. This, earlier we saw some timeouts. I was like, what's going on? This is a good timeout, right? Because we've got these teams are very close. Butler Bulldogs probably thinking like, man, we just ran over the Cardinals earlier. Taunt's going, he's popping off. He's 15-0. He's got all this momentum. East Mech, though, these guys are good, right? We saw last week, you alluded to that score. Not as great of a game, if I recall correctly. I'm just pulling it up now. But even with the Butler Bulldogs, that puts you in contention, right? You start looking down the line for the schedule, right? I don't know when we're going to see them make up, but this makes me really look forward to an EastMac Eagles versus like an Audrey Kale. Put them in that discussion.
I think that is one of those things specifically for EastMac and even the Butler Bulldogs as well. It's like, they're very, very competitive with what we would consider to be one of the top teams, at least so far. Again, very small sample size. We're still learning as we're going along. Again, this is only week 2 out of 4, but we'll have to see what it'll all entail. I just think that EastMac, as far as an agent selection is concerned, have completely shut down Butler in what they have found a lot of use for, especially what we saw earlier on versus the Cardinals, and that's that Reyna play out of Taunt.
Yep, and I'm looking at ultimates right now, Andy. Butler Bulldogs, they got 3 available to them. They got Killjoy, they got Omen, they got the Empress with Reyna. They can make a lot of stuff happen here, but not in Uga's house as he gets 3 headshots. Anyone else want to challenge this guy? Because he's popping off. Oh.
Wouldn't be the first 2v4.
Muff Kippo shut him down. I missed that.
It wouldn't be the first 2v4, not on this side. You have the lockdown available, by the way, out of Muff Kippo. Should you want to be using that. Very easy to try to force that over towards B. But you look at the mini-map, you look at how the setup is here. Did they see him on the other side of yellow, or was that just a little bit of a premature fire out from Wu? Kipo wants to leave off of getting that ult orb there for Wu, getting themselves closer towards that Viper's Pit. Bouncing in and out of the turret range is Muff Kipo.
30 seconds
that
left.
Flank is secured, but you can just see on the mini-map here in this 2v3 that the Eagles have little to no idea what is actually happening on the map. They haven't seen jack all happening over by A. So they flip this back over towards B. All 3 players are here defensively. Here comes the Poison Orb. Kipo trying to go for the plant. The spray through the Poison Cloud is going to be the benefactor towards East Mecklenburg, just shutting down what potentially could have been another 2v4, tied up once again in round 11.
Yeah, and read them like a book, Andy. I mean, you had, I think it was some tripwires. I was trying to look at the minimap, some tripwires, maybe some Cypher cameras. So you had a little bit of info over on the A site. You felt confident they weren't there. 3 stack on to B. They know they've got to push, and we've seen the bomb go down in pretty much the same spot every time that B site has been taken. So not surprising that they would know angles to be able to pre-fire, shoot into that to try to prevent a bomb plant and extending that round. But overall, I mean, just great adaptation and round management from the Eagles.
My camera is destroyed.
Viper's Pit called in immediately, defensively from the Eagles. The offensive one not too far away from being online, but you do have a lockdown if you want to try to get the Viper out of that pit. And that might just be the call. Snakebite also invested offensively. Uga's going to take down Taunt, who again just finds himself over towards top nest, just by themselves, not in a tradable position by any stretch of the imagination. So now the spike. Forced to go over towards B. Again, this lockdown needs to be used. You'd feel sooner rather than later. Would have loved to be the force play over towards the Viper's pit. Maybe try to get Taunt in towards the pit itself, but now it's down to another 2v5 as Loy shuts down, can't teach. Woo's there to at least take down one in return, but good luck, have fun. Like, you have both abilities, sure, both the Viper's pit plus a lockdown, but they essentially do the same thing. Spike's gonna get tapped. Maybe to try to get the plant. Paranoia will come through. Woo's there to at least find a second. 3v2 now. Wide peek coming out from Afifa. Loy guns up where they previously stand, but now it's Woo on the site versus Loy, but he was nearsighted, and Loy's gonna find themselves a 4-piece inside of that round. Eastmac now lead by 1.
Such beautiful, patient play from Loy. I mean, this guy is stepping up when it matters most. And there's another timeout. Butler Bulldogs, I mean, they are starting to feel some pressure here. Taunt just can't quite get it in. They have 4 ultimates, but now, you know, we go back just a little bit, Andy, a couple rounds. They had 3 ults to 0. Now they got 4, but East Mech Eagles, they're sitting on 3. They're sitting on KO suppression. They're sitting on the Omen ult so they can match that map rotation. They're sitting on the Cypher of ultimate so that way if they do get a pick and you're inside that Viper's nest, right? Boom, you get a ping, you can flash, they can try to shoot you through it, right? You're not going to be nearly as elusive. You can just see where a lot of good counterplay can come. Hats off to the East Mech Eagles who, you know, looking at earlier, Butler Bulldogs, they were hot. They didn't look like they could be stopped. Eagles showing, again, lore accurate. Eagles are stronger than Cardinals. They can fight Bulldogs better.
They have such large talents, like gargantuan talents comparatively. Not to mention like the beak size, wingspan, like Cardinals might have numbers because, you know, the Eagles, they like to fly solo YOLO, but like, you put 10 Cardinals up versus 1 Eagle, I'd still take the Eagle any day of the week. And again, I think that this has everything to do with just the way that Taunt likes to play. Still positive, by the way, 11-8, and Woo's 10-7, but it's just shutting down the pop-off potential through a multitude of these rounds. And on a map like Icebox, shutting that down just about everything. Last round before the switch. You have 4 ultimates if you're Butler Bulldogs. Let's start dipping in towards some of this. Bang. Empress immediately popped by Taunt. Lloyd dropped down to 30 HP from the shadows now offensively. Lockdown also invested here offensively for Butler Bulldogs. Flip-up Kibo gets shut down. Now you also have the Viper's Pit being invested for Butler. Surely this should be a round win.
Such an expensive round, but this is round 12. Should be last round of the half, if I can do math. I think 6 plus 6 equals 12. If Butler can get this win, 2-4 KO with the suppression ult, you're not going to be able to maneuver out of the way. He could clutch this up, but one before, you got to think the Bulldogs aren't going to drop this in. Taunt, the raid boss, he's angry. Look at that. I can do math. 6-6 as we move
Switching
in.
sides.
Switching sides. That was halftime. I know a little bit of math, Andy. I'm proud of me.
Didn't have to take your socks off either to count that high.
Going down the scoreboard. Loy 13-10. Oga 10-9. Beautiful half. Taunt starting to come online. 13-8. Woo 11-7. Gregorius 11-9. Everyone else in the game, while making their impacts and doing good, they do have negative stat lines. And most importantly for me, I've been looking at Mup Kippo. I've casted a lot of him now. I've casted him in Valorant twice. Well, earlier we casted him, right? I casted him in Rocket League. Mup Kippo, maybe a little tired, right? This guy's pulling all kinds of duties. He's playing a lot of matches today. Can he come online and really extend this lead for the Bulldogs? That's who I'm keeping an eye on.
1 goes, 2 sets of light armor defensively. Dead even half. This is the dance of Icebox. And it's going to be an A setup for the Killjoy. But East Mechs don't want this. I mean, this is an egregious push, if I do say so myself. Tailwind primed up here for Laptop Demon 1. How do you just try to finesse to be able to find where some of these players are located at defensively? They're all surrounded on the backside of the site, but it seems that patience might just be the virtue here for esports might be able to fish out of timing. Here comes a deep flash for Uga. Poison Cloud also will be invested in Uga. He was just so low, it didn't even matter. Wu was just going to tap his forehead. 2v3 though. Numbers here for the EastMech Eagles. Not stuck over by screens. Trailblazer will come through. Does end up stunning Cryptic, but Spike's now planted. Gotta land these shots. Todd's gonna be able to find it. The Devour comes through. The Tripwire. Where did the Cypher go? Gonna have one player inside of Maze that was weak. 1v1. 3 kills in the round. Can you make it? 4 cannot get the centering in time. Cryptic will take down the raid boss. 7-6 now. EastMech win the pistol round offensively. They'll have a 1-round lead.
Cryptic coming online, folks. There's a quote. I'm going to give it to you now. It doesn't matter how many kills you get. It's when you get them. Cryptic may be 5-10 on the scoreboard, but that kill to get number 5, that just clutched up the EastMech Eagles on that pistol round to give them the advantage as we move into the second half. Starting to see some guns get bought here. Nice looking Guardian. I like that skin.
Casual.
3 Guardians, 2 Bulldogs. Who thought you would ever say that in a Valorant game?
A lot of
back
range.
in the day. Yeah.
Lots of range available, especially off of this force. And this is what you want to do offensively, especially on Icebox. You won the round. You get the force to be able to get some ARs, you'd be able to get the SMGs, 2 Bulldogs as well. Range should be your virtue. This should be a guaranteed round win from the Eagles to be able to take what is their first 2-round lead in this Icebox best of 1 versus the Butler Bulldogs, but it's a 3v3. Any way that you could potentially pick up these weapons if you are the Butler Bulldogs, not really looking too likely. Cryptic's actually going to swap out for a different Guardian on the floor. She's going to shut down the rest of the flank with nobody's over here at all. Cryptic going to check the camera. Uga with their own Guardian. Was that a collat? It was! It was! Yeah!
Wow.
Got the headshot through the wall bang, and they both disappeared at the same time. Wow. Guardian things when you have no armor.
Yeah, and I'm loving what I'm seeing right now. I mean, Lloyd just continues to step up and shine. 16-11, 8-6. I mean, this is going the distance, Andy. 16-10 for Taunt. It's good to see, you know, Taunt get contested. I'm glad that Taunt just isn't able to come in here and run away with another game. Right, it just makes everything feel good. We're starting to see some more positive stat lines get closer and open up. Can't teach, right? He's 9-9 now. He was negative earlier. Laptop Demon moving up in the scoreboard. Every player in this game stepping up, including Taunt, who gets an early round pick onto Uga over on the A side, I think it was.
Gotta let that boy cook. That's what you need going forward if you are Butler Bulldogs. You find yourself down 2, but this is your full buy on this side of the Icebox map. Best of 1. Again, the only room for error that you have is just whether or not you're able to have enough credits to be able to get that full buy for Taunt, who again is an absolute phenom. With the Vandal, we've seen that not only earlier today versus the Cardinals, but also last week in a very close series versus Audrey Kell that went into overtime. Can you do it here again? Cat with the Sheriff going to take down Taunt. That's the Vandal now on the ground. Potentially for an EastMech Eagle to try to swoop on in and pick up with one of their very large talons. Grifting. Going to try to utilize these cages to just try to get a little bit further forward. It's a dance over by the yellow cargo container. And Kanti's just going to take down Laptop Demon. Gregorius there for 2. Via the Phantom going to take down Cat. Last alive is going to be Grifting down to 19 HP. How many dreams do you possibly have? The Trailblazer's also going to get popped. Grifting surely going to get stunned. Also potentially able to find 1 pick, but not going to be as expensive as EastMech were once hoping. They only took down Taunt, which I'm sure would have enough to be able to get another Vandal.
Yep, and Wu, you know, really coming there, having his buddies back, right? Holding it down for Can Teach, making sure that he can't get that free kill, Cryptic. Cryptic 5-11, I mean, really a mixed impact in this game. It's kind of interesting, right? You can't always look at the stats. If you do include the assist, he is positive. He's been in more kills than he has died, so a lot of good impact from Cryptic as he continues to evolve over this series. We've seen him slowly come online, right? Definitely looking a little bit like a, you know, like a stealthy agent in a way, right? Learning, building that information, continuing to evolve his strategies, where he's putting his cursor. The game slows down here. Just everyone taking a moment. Can't Teach, hanging out with his fishies. I love this skin, this aquarium skin.
I love the sound it makes.
They should make like the reload animation, pop open the top and you like trickle in little fish food, right? So you're feeding your fish to like fuel your shots.
You think fish flakes at such a high velocity would be able to kill?
I mean,
I think it would.
I don't think fish could live in a gun, but hey, it's making it work. How did they not get so hot in there? Why is the water not boiling? You know, you start holding down the trigger, that gun's
Water
gonna get
cooling,
pretty
brother. Same way our PCs do it.
toasty. You think they got water cooling pack in there? That'd be a sick PC.
Who knows, man? It's future. It's the future.
I'd love to see like a aquarium Vandal PC build. That would be sick. You think about it? I don't know how it would work. Like the graphics
I'm
card
sure
is
it
kind of
would
like
exist, like the
Mac
magazine.
clip.
Yeah,
Yeah.
that'd be dope. I'm sure it exists somewhere out there. Some freak, some tech freak has definitely made that. Only ultimate that's online on the board right now will be
30
the Empress.
seconds
We're down to 30 seconds here in this round. Could be the difference in between Butler being able to tie things up 8 apiece into round 17 or not. We'll have to see. Luca's able to work their way all the way over towards the yellow crate, unable to turn around in time. So full blinded though, able to get the recentering. Found 2 picks very
10
quickly.
seconds
Numbers
left.
have now flipped. 8 seconds remaining. Mupkipo's going to take down Laptop Demon. 3v3. Uga down to 13 HP. A snake fight would have taken him down, or maybe even a molly, but I highly doubt that Mupkipo has one of those available. Another blinding light coming through. Nice little one tap on a can't teach. Has a flashpoint available. Last player alive is going to be Mupkipo, who gets caught. Flash saw the sunlight, and it's going to be Uga. 13 HP, and the dream was 3 in the round.
That guy, Uga, man, let him cook. He's moving up the leaderboard, 15 and 12. We're going to have us a new stat leader over here if you're the East Mag Eagles. Man, that shot was nasty. Folks, your flicks are not just important to hit your shots. You saw it there. I mean, lightning speeds to flick away, not to get the full flash effect from those little hawks coming out from the sky of Can't Teach. Just such impressive gameplay. And it's really interesting to see how Loy and this team are stepping up over on the Butler Bulldogs. We got 4 positive players. Taunt! Oh my goodness! Raid Boss back online. 2 quick dingers to start off that round. Jesus, this game is intense.
Numbers again for Butler. We've seen
Spike
how that can go
down,
awry
B.
from time to time. They're on a
One enemy
broken
remaining.
buy, if even you could call it a
4-piece.
buy. Taunt for 4, looking for 5, gonna get shut down with Gryptic. Gotta be feeling yourself at that point. I mean, you're getting a Vandal either way, buddy. Next round for sure. Bring this back within 1. Mupkipo just looking to guard here at A, but the spike is down over by B. And so is the last remaining player here for East Mac. Mupkipo, though, only with the frenzy. Trying to cut down reinforcements. Surely some information was traded that the last player will be over here by the main of B. Mupkipo sprinting here on the other side. Cryptic, though.
Oh my goodness!
Brought an AR to that gunfight. Gonna take down Mupkipo pretty darn easily.
30
Does he
seconds
invest his
left.
ultimate here? He's got it online.
No, surely not.
Taken out.
This is a round where you just save the AR. 69 HP. If you found that without finding any damage, like maybe, but how much more damage could you possibly do? It has the spike now. Was vulnerable from the snake bite. Not going to
10
take much
seconds
damage
left.
from it, though. Could still give this a fair shake. The player potentially put here by the yellow crate is able to get the centering. 1v1. Not enough time to be able to plant the spike, and if you're the last player here, you just run. Don't even throw the gunfight. Gryptic is way too hot right now. Will be a thrifty round, but a weird and yet expensive one on 2 different sides.
Yeah, absolutely. Some would say that his grip is insane. He's got a stranglehold on this game as he climbs the leaderboard. 9 and 11 KD. I mean, this whole East Mag Eagle side is coming online. You can't single in on a single player anymore. It's nice, right? You get some easy moments, you know, when you're casting these games. You can really hold on people. Taunt, right? Great example. This guy, he makes it easy for me. Come into a game, if I see Taunt, that guy's gonna lead his team. He's gonna come up. Taunt, one player though on the team performing. The consistency and reliability of every East Mag Eagle, keeping them in this game and keeping them ahead 9-8 as we move into this round that's starting to open up with these ultimates getting popped.
Null command being invested for East Mac. They're looking to take this
Cage triggers.
site very, very quickly. Blade Rod is also being invested as well, but the numbers starting to subside. 4v3, but the spike is planted. No command will be shut down. You still have a Viper's Pit and that Neuro Theft that we were talking about in that previous round. Should you want to invest it if you are Gryptic. Tripwire's also going to get caught. Laptop Demon will find that trade on him up. Keep Bow via the blades.
Player standing.
Now it's just down to Gryptic. Going for the full-on repeat. A little bit too premature on the shots. Has to hold the angle.
Trying to kneecap him.
Trying to get the kneecap, but numbers again just not going to be good at all Taunt's going to find that final blow. We're tied up once again.
Beautiful 9-9. What a game. I mean, this is such a beautiful series unfolding right before our eyes. And we get another timeout, Andy. Another one, this time on the side of the East Mech Eagles. Beautiful action coming down here. And they really just need a moment to reset, right? Boppo doing that timeout. 50 seconds on the clock. What can they make happen here? We see ultimates, right? If we're going down the scoreboard here, right? We see Cypher, ultimate available. Viper, ultimate available. If you get onto site, they're going to know where you are, and they're going to be able to lock it down and plant that spike. On the other side, Butler Bulldogs, Sky, ultimate available. They can send in those seekers to find you in the Viper's pit. Reyna, Empress, never count out the raid boss. And Omen, he can play a site, be as slow as he needs, because in an instant, he can hop over and help defend with his team.
I just think that we cannot afford, if we are Butler Bulldogs, like you brought this back, we're tied up going in around 19. 9 apiece again.
Yep.
You cannot afford the same amount of hesitancy that we saw in this Icebox for their offense on defense. You hesitate on defense, you're going to get run at, because what was the biggest proponent of you being shut down were a lot of these knives that were being thrown out from Eastmech, specifically from Uga, and then also just the space that was being taken away continuously by the Jet. So
look at the kids, Andy. I mean, Butler, I think, doing what you're saying, right? They're gonna really get their grip on this game. Taunt stepping up. This guy, he's not gonna lose for his team. This is the clutch player. This is who our superstar is. If you're East Mech Eagles, this round matters so much as we get down to the wire here. Now, you do, folks at home, if you aren't as familiar because we haven't seen this scenario unfold as much, you do have to win by 2. So if you can get up to 11 or 12, you're guaranteed to go into overtime. The economy resets. You get more money to play with. Anything is possible here. So with the game this close, who knows how many overtime rounds we could find ourselves going into. As Canty just throws the bird up. Really, I don't think he's looking for a play there, ladies and gentlemen. He is throwing that up, and when you do get a blind with that Sky Bird, you get an audio cue. Sky will say, blinded, right? And so then you know that somewhere visually someone could see the bird that you just threw. I think just seeking information there and not so much kill.
Hey, you saw the 4 sheriffs as well that you pointed out there. That should be a round 1. It
Cat
should be
with a kill, though.
This should be at least a flip of the lead, albeit by 1. But as you called out, the SMG will end up getting the job done, at least to be able to take down Taunt.
30 seconds left.
Kind of coined as the raid boss for the Butler Bulldogs, has minorly been suppressed, but hey, even a French Bulldog is still a Bulldog at the end of the day. We'll have to see if there's any more damage you could potentially find if you are East Mech here on the offense. Just don't want to invest in any of these ultimates at all. Like, this is what's most important. Down to 10 seconds.
Oh, no.
10
Can't
seconds
teach.
left.
Going to get tagged up. One
enemy
sprinting. Tries to go for the rechow, but will lose their life imminently. That should be fine. There should be enough credits on the side for Butler to be able to get both players' ARs going into this round.
Yeah, and I'm trying to look at the economy really fast. We did see Taunt fall. He doesn't care. He was sitting at like 8,200 credits. The other one that died, was it Can't Teach? It looks like either way. The kills, while they did make a dent, right, in the grand scheme for the Butler Bulldogs, they did have to rebuy 2 guns in the economy there. Just not enough damage, right? They have too much saved up. So now you're East Mech Eagles. This round, folks at home, this round has so much importance because you just full boss. One of your players can't even afford full armor. If you lose this round, your economy's in shambles. You're down 2 rounds. Likely you would fall to that next one, right? Unless you get a big econ win. And right there, that's how fast it could turn into like a 12-9 situation. And your back's against the wall. So, how are they? They're pushing onto site. We got the alarm clock. Cat, Oga, Gregorius, Wu trading kills back and forth for these 2 teams as the Seekers go out. Andy, we got a round on our hands.
Very standard setup there from the Killjoy, but could not get the nanoswarms to pop over by Maze. The alarm bot was pristine. Seekers also invested, as you were talking about, the Viper's Pit soon to follow. That's, I mean, this is just your round to lose. You really got to feel like if you are East Mech. Cryptic also able to read that Gregorius is still over by screens. Has the from the shadows. Not really helpful in a situation like this. They're not alone. Big first 2 picks to come through. Last alive is going to be Uga, who is able to get the snap on the Can't Teach. That's 4 in the round. In the round 21 we go. Tied up 10 apiece.
Yeah, it's interesting. I mean, we are just, this is a nail biter, folks. If you, listen, if you wanted something good to do on your Wednesday evening, I can't think of anything better than watching East Mech and the Butler Bulldogs play. At least for right now, right? We got a lot of good games coming up. Last game of the day, Andy. I mean, we're like almost halfway through. I don't know. I'm losing count. We still got JT to look forward to at the end of the day. A few games away from that performance. Oga, quick little knife throw out there. Looking for some flashes, some blinds. Any info he can get. He takes that duel. Mutt Kippo, first kill to start off the round as the Viper's Nest goes out, locking down the site. I'm trying to see where it went down. It looks like it went down on A site. Just checking the mini map up there, folks. You're not going to want to push into that if you're the Butler Bulldogs. I'm sorry, if you're the East Mech Eagles. I'm losing track of where I'm at. Uga creeping up here as the Eagles start to flock.
The problem is that now you have both of your agents that more or less via their kits can shut down a push. Realistically, they were stuck over by that A site. The spike has maneuvered through mid, underneath tube, is now over by B. Taunt though, trying to look for a little bit more. Able to at least get the dismiss, did not want to take that second engagement, but can't just right there to help things out. Mupkeepo also able to cut back through mid. It's a 1v5. Don't really see this happening for Cat. Left. Paranoia will confirm that they are now a scaredy cat up top. And if you can tell by the camera in my voice, I really don't think that you're going to be able to pull this rabbit out of a hat. Or maybe even a Cat taunt will be able to find that elimination, a handful of more ticks away from getting that dismiss. What a really cool play to be able to show you that you were able to get the Devour and then the dismiss. It's two different options. Same cooldown. You chose to get the dismiss so that way you can stay alive and get some assistance from your teammate. Big rain play coming out from that gap.
Absolutely, 10-11. If you're the East Mech Eagles, right, you've been hand in hand with these folks. You are hurt, right? Financially, you guys can see the credits on the screen on that right side there. They do not have as much money to work with. So what they're probably strategizing right now, Andy, if I had to guess, is they just need at least a round, right? That, I think, guarantees them into overtime. Or am I mistaken?
No, you're not wrong. So, like, the thing that you have to play for if you are East Mech, because you can't fall by this round, is you have to play for the OT. You also have to get the 12 rounds. So
3 kills.
Sure. So that's going to put you up on map point. You would feel like if you are Butler, who do have the credits advantage, they have the weapon advantage, they have every single instance of an advantage. Cryptic is going to be last alive here in a 1v4. Are they trying to bait for Gregorius to go to find this? Oh, I love this so much. Yeah, give him the ace. Well done.
Beautiful.
Well done out of Butler, who now put themselves up on map point. Again, this was going back and forth, but this is what you played for. To your point there, is that what you really wanted to be playing for is to get a full buy or some semblance of a full buy going into this round. As well, if you lose this, it's game over. If you win this, you're still going to go into a full buy versus Butler Bulldogs, but a much better chance of trying to force overtime.
G'day.
Absolutely.
G'day. G'day.
Not quite able to hit the share of hip shots there. Maybe call those the grip shots. That'd be a cool name. There you go, Grip. You can take that term. Next time you get a nice little hip fire, call it the grip fire method. KO ultimate coming out. Everyone's powerless, going to suppress the abilities. Taunt stepping up. He says, Cats, they don't have 9 lives. I took him off the map in 1, but KO's got 2 lives as Wu downs him. The plant's going down. And Can't Teach lurking over here to see what type of impact he can make.
Oh, it's so fast. You saw the lockdown to shut this down. You would feel like that if you're Mupkeepo, you should invest this now. Guarantee the round, but it might not matter. You have the numbers. No ultimates for East Mech. Can the Eagles get it done the hard way? Taunt's going to find another one. Loif down for the count, potentially their last life. And here comes the lockdown, trying to retake this A site. It's a 2v5. Now the last player alive will be the Cypher. Defuse is imminent. Lockdown is coming through. Deal with death all you want. It does not matter. Taunt will find the third and final elimination in this best of 1. Butler Bulldogs, they may have felt like that they got pushed into a corner, but they get the job done. They win 13-10.
Once again, ladies and gentlemen, we see that dogs beat birds in combat. We always get the animal logos and references here. The Butler Bulldogs, you got to be feeling good. I'm looking at our schedule. They have a 2-0 record today, right? They come in, they beat the Cardinals, they beat the East Mac Eagles. They did fall last week to the Audrey Kell Knights, but no shame in that. Audrey Kell Knights, look at how good that they look. But you're feeling good if you're the Butler Bulldogs to start off your Wednesday in this week in a positive win-loss record, right? I don't know where I was going with that.
Hey, but it worked out nonetheless. Again, I mean, we're only 3 matches deep into an absolute onslaught of matches. You can see right there, we got CM Virtual going up against the North Mac Vikings in our next series, and soon to follow after that 3 more series. We got another good look at the undefeated Audrey Kell Knights so far, going up against the Sabres from South Mac as well. Is anybody going to be able to hand the Knights their first loss here in Valorant? Only time will tell. And then we'll have the Palisades Pumas going up against the Mavericks out of MC, and that'll be the first time that either of those 2 teams that will end up tasting at least a win. And then JT Williams versus the Providence Panthers will be the last matchup of our evening. Still a lot of Valorant left to be played. Again, you saw that one went the absolute distance. We've seen matches last week go to the absolute distance as well. New agents, abilities being thrown left, right, and center. Heartbeats raising way too high to where I feel like I need to call a doctor, and I'm sure you're on the same boat there with me, brother.
Yeah.
It's been a good night so far.
Absolutely. I've really enjoyed casting it. And the big thing for me this week, we saw last week, JT Williams, huge school. As I get more into the scene, ladies and gentlemen, I'm starting to realize how popular some of these schools are. JT Williams up there on the list. Last week, 13-0 win on Ascent against CEEC. Really excited to see that game. But until that, folks, we got so much good action. Andy, what do we got coming up?
Oh, well, we're going to have ourselves yet another banger. As we just talked about, East Mac Eagles and Butler Bulldogs concluded in an absolute fantastic performance. 13-10 was the final score line there. We're going to step away for a very short break, rehydrate ourselves. Suggest you all do the same, because on the other side of the break, we do have North Mac going up against CM Virtual. You don't want to miss it. We'll be right back with some more CMS action.
I'm excited.
What's going on, everybody? Welcome back to some more CMS Valorant here on a very, very beautiful and, well, realistically, it's a sexy Wednesday because we got Tumbleweed on the desk. My name's Proper. How are we doing tonight? We are through at least 3 of our best of 1 series, but the night is not done yet as we set ourselves up for North Mech versus CM Virtual.
Absolutely, and there's, guys, I just want to emphasize again, it is a beautiful Wednesday here in Charlotte. We are coming to you live, by the way. I was starting to see the sun go down as I look at the window over here to my right. It did look like it was going to be a rainy day, but how could you possibly have a rainy day when the sun is shining so bright as we've seen great performances? 2-0 by the Butler Bulldogs for the week. Audrey Kell Knight, CM Virtual, and North Mech. Got to be another banger coming up for us today. It's like being at a concert, right? The opening act was super strong. Now you're kind of in the middle of the pack, right? Are we going to get just this rock-solid roster tonight?
Really tough to gauge. I mean, we have a lot of different considerations when it comes down to it. North Mech did lose to Providence last week, 13-6, and it was on bind, so.
Yeah, and CM Virtual, unfortunately, against JT Williams, as we talked about before the break. JT Williams won 13-0. That 0, that's Charlotte Virtual, guys. That's CM Virtual. So you're not feeling good on that. But JT Williams is a phenomenal school. I do want to call out, if we do see him again today, Rogue from Charlotte Mech Virtual. He was the top dog on his team. Only a 7-13 scoreline, but not too bad, all things considering, when you lose 13-0 in the game.
Now, I don't like poking fun, but I feel like if your name has the word virtual in it, you should be pretty good at video wavos, no?
I would say so, but I'm going to hit you with another point. Maybe they're CM Virtual because they're going in through virtual machines, right? So they're going into these little hot spots. Their internet connection's not as good. So arbitrarily, maybe their internet's not up to speed. Yeah, that could be it.
We live in a simulation. Who knows here, man? We're all ready to get inside of our next best of 1 in between. CM Virtual going up against the North Mech Vikings, and golly, it's a lot of bind. It's a lot of bind.
I know. I feel like last week was all ascent. This week, all bind. And, listen, chat, people at home, I got to do it. We're talking about lore. Vikings versus Virtual. I'm just going to put reality at the end of that arbitrarily. The Vikings don't know nothing about technology. They just know how to get in and kill stuff. Can the Vikings come and ruin the network, the computer, the drive of CM Virtual?
I mean, like technology for the Vikings was like fire. Whoa!
Absolutely.
They were like, hey, did you know you could take this rock to this piece of metal and make it a stabby stab? Oh my golly. Got a couple discrepancies as far as agent selection is concerned. A Gecko actually being picked out for CM Virtual, which again is very good on bind. We don't get another Yoro pick, which, crying emoji, whatever may have you. But we do have a KJ available, Killjoy, for North Mech Vikings, which I'm a Sentinel main myself. Do love me some Killjoy. So we'll have to see what the discrepancies could be, the difference in between being able to take this defensive side or maybe offense, depending on which way you look at it.
Yep, absolutely. And I'm trying to look and see what's going on here. I think I was getting thrown off. I'm just going off memory. I think the titles were swapped again on that screen. I don't know. Charlotte Virtual, though, I was just trying to look down the player count, see if we got the same ones. We're just going to wait for Scorber to come up right here. Boom, we got it. We got Rogue. Rogue, as we talked about before, he was the leader last week for his team. Jewel on that Killjoy. We got Skibbity. What a beautiful name. On the Jet. Cosmic Toast. God, I love toast, especially buttery toast. On the Brimstone. And then we got Psy 110708. And yes, I'm going to say his name the whole time if I can, and the act's not too much. Coming to us on the Skyplay. North Mech. Got a couple names. We're going to introduce them in a moment as we jump into this first round.
I wonder if those numbers behind Psy is like binary for something.
Maybe. Could be.
Probably not, because at the end they're 7.
How about I take it?
Can't be a birthday, surely, right? 110708. That would be.
No, I was thinking just like straight up binary, and I'd throw our producer into a whole different loop. So here we go. Really missed opportunity. I will say this much out of CLT Virtual. No bibbity, no bobbity, no boop, but we got Skibbity. So it seems that through the early salvo of this round, at least threw some shoulders over towards Hough. Didn't like what they saw defensively. Probably hearing some of the nuances that is Cypher's kit. Very interesting to see mirroring Brimstones, but I feel like you have a lot more entry power, especially with this Brimstone. We'll have to see if it could find any sort of utilization. Here come the Sky Smokes. He executes soon to follow. G333 is around the site. That Sky Smoke's actually going to allow them to get over towards Showers, but it shuts down the angle. Tina was all by them lonesome. Skibbity going to take down at least Fatalities, who was so good for this team this last week. And you potentially find anything else. Soulbound with the Frenzy, putting in the dirty work. 2 kills with the Frenzy. It's now a 1v3. Spike being defused. Jewel can only do so much. It was expensive, but nonetheless, North Mech going to be able to take the defensive round win.
Absolutely. North Mecklenburg High. They're telling me right now, they're saying, listen, Caster, I want my intro, and I'm coming out this first round swinging Soulbound. 3-0 to start this off. He did perform very well last week. G333, we saw him last week, a little bit of a rough game. Fatalities, that was the superstar. Trina, and that's a new name. Trina was not here last week. Welcome to the stage. Tina, I'm sorry, there's no R there. My eyesight's bad. And then Jason She. That's also, we got 2 new players on the side of North Mecklenburg. That's interesting. Last week we had Gamer Girl and Clownfish. They appear to have been subbed out for this week's action.
Winning the opening pistol defensively, which should mean that you would have a weapon advantage. G3 looking to exploit that. Right clicks though out of Skibbity. That's some dirty work right there. Gonna have a Spectre to play with now offensively here in this 4v4. You lost your breach, so at least as far as initiating is concerned, it becomes a little bit more reliant off of what abilities that Sky possibly could have.
Yep, not checking his pulse there, folks. Setting up, put the smokes down for his teammate there. Unfortunately, we don't get to see that UI from the caster view. Nice little bulldog shot there.
Just more thinking about the teleportation that started to come through.
Spike
but
down
Judge is
A.
out.
One
Yeah,
enemy
I was about to
remaining.
say, I mean, the teleporter would have been a good play. Should have everybody took the teleporter, but they should know where that last player is located at. He took the TP.
Yeah, maybe a little bit of communication breakdown there. Cosmic Toast. He's just
30
hit that
seconds
TP
left.
again. Everyone on the map knows where he's at. Surely he can't get out of here alive.
Launching smoke.
Oh gosh.
Oh,
the paint
no.
shells.
Oh no!
Oh, the paint shells and the door stays wide open. Just comes flying at him with the judge. You have been judged, sir.
Charges.
First
Fatality.
round's being taken.
Breaks.
Yep, fatality, judge, jury, and executioner. Start off and close out that second round. 2-0 lead coming up, and you know, you got to think, right? If we just look at it on paper, Charlotte Virtual, they didn't win any rounds last week. They were able to get some kills, so hopefully here this week they can pull out some rounds. But strong start coming out here for our North Meg Vikings. Definitely showing that technology ain't nothing to a Viking ship or axe or whatever they're using. We gotta look at their knives, see what they're doing, start getting some Viking references to them.
Are some battle axes available in the game of Valorant? There's a lot of things that are available. Here comes Sky Smoke's just going to start shrugging away this push over by A short. Camera's also going to reveal that they are for sure just 3 players strong over here, but this is a bonus, so realistically, if you can walk away with this one, you're feeling pretty darn skippy about yourself. You're going to be able to track down the Trailblazer. Just rounds the corner? Surely not. 2 for 1 goes the trade. 3v4, Spike still needs to be planted. Dizzy right over the top will at least connect onto one player. Fatality still has a judge, and somehow people are challenging him inside of the lights, but Fatalities able to find 4 within the round. That's an illegal move.
I'm at a loss of words there, Andy. I don't know what just happened. I saw him with the judge. He scurries over to the left corner, somehow picks up a Vandal and just starts popping domes. Fatality definitely leading his team just like he did last week against the Providence High. Now, they did fall short, right? 6-13 on bind. Fatalities, though, he was on Raze last week. He's on Raze this week, off to a 6-1 start. Same map, right? Same map, 6. You're up 3-0. You got to 6 last time. Can you push through? Can you get that lead? Skibbity on the other side, though, of Charlotte Virtual. He's looking really good, 6-3. Only person on his team, though, to step up.
Get out of my way.
Jewel, only other person on his team with a kill at 1.
It's a round they should have won, man. They should not have won that round. I was a judge, picked up from a vandal off of a corpse, and then converted that into another multi-kill. Oh boy. So it's gonna be another half buy. Can CLT virtual, I mean, any kills at this point would be great. You have the Blade Barrage. I don't even think it connected onto a body shot. No, it didn't. Still full HP.
Fatality has an X, by the way. We do have some Viking
There it
X's.
is.
Blinded.
Pop Flash will allow G33 just to go for a repeak down to 40 HP again. As the Sky, you cannot heal yourself. One of the more balancing aspects of this character, I suppose, but you do at least have a showstopper available should things go awry, but you know that they're on pistols. You just shut down their full AR buy. Molly is also going to be invested, just shut down this push over by a short.
30 seconds
Here
left.
comes a fault line, just trying to get themselves over towards the site. Flashpoint, 1. Flashpoint, 2. Dizzy over the top.
player standing.
Somehow still connects over here. G333. Gonna be good for 3 in the round. Rogue via the Sheriff gonna take down at least Tina. But you're in a 1v4 here, brother. Good launch, F fries. There comes the pinch, at least with the teleporter. It is a good win for North Mac, but one to be expected as they were full ARs versus pistols.
Yeah, the highlight of that round, if you're Charlotte Virtual, is someone else got a kill on the board, right? Rogue getting their first kill of the game. Cosmic Toast, not Toach. I can read, I can do this. And Psy, yet to pick up a kill, but you gotta think, Charlotte Virtual, it all starts with that first step forward. It all starts with that first round. I'd love to see if any of these players can step up and back up Skibidi. Skibidi, the only thing really keeping them feeling somewhat relevant in this game, right? Getting some rounds a little closer. Fatality is looking for it. Oh, man.
Spike
2 players down that
B.
fast. But Skibidi stepping up, taking down team.
This is what you need. Could be the catalyst, something you can rally behind. Fatality's also going to get stunned. Shoulder peek being thrown. The blast pack is going to just basically push the breach away. It allows for the Nero without to be invested. And now you know all 3 players are here at the fountain. Nice little flick to at least make sure it's not a full blind to come through for fatalities, but running low on armor. Cosmic Toast here to try to assist his teammate. 3v3, but you can see the HP right underneath the jet there for CLT Virtual. Not exactly a healthy jet. Now are you? Last alive, G333. Good for another 3 in the round. They say everything comes in 3s.
Yeah,
Names,
that's true.
kills in a round. Well, I guess they won 5 rounds in a row. I was going to try to lean into something, but it all just kind of failed.
It's all right. I do that all the time, and normally you're here to pick up for me, so I'm going to do it for you. Wukong sticker coming down, looking pretty good. Now, I'm going to look at this comp, right? And this is like a weird narrative to paint, but just kind of looking at what I'm seeing here for Charlotte Virtual, Skibidi is the star, right? So maybe what you start looking for in a comp, you've already got Psy. Psy's stepping up in some ways, right? They're getting some heals out. As long as Skibidi can get that first peek, headshot, get out, Skibidi can heal him up. Maybe we lean into this, right? Maybe we start putting a Sage on the field. Maybe we start putting a Clove on the field. Go in to enable Skibidi, isolate these lanes so he can win these gun duels. It does look like Skibidi is the best potential they have to pick up a round win. Rogue with the judge, I love it. Getting a kill on G333. Shut him down last round.
It's just one of those things, again, if you're going to be executing over towards A, the initial player just needs to continue to run and look forward. Cosmic Toast, tucked in the corner. Fatalities, unaware of that situation. Soulbound, though, over by A short. It's going to be good for 2. It's a 1v1.
Oh, dude, this is how you get the round win back.
The Beard versus the Beard. Rogue will get 3 in the round via the ultimate to confirm it. Not a bad investment, though. It's probably one that you're probably going to want later on to maybe try to quickly take one of these sites. You got the round win. It's not really a full dent into the economy for North Mac, but a round win is a round dub.
Who cares? You got your first win of the whole tournament, right? The whole matchup.
Right there.
Every round counts if you're trying to think about having a chance to get towards that $45,000 prize pool. I'm stoked to see Charlotte Virtual get a point on the board. Skibidi stepping up 8-6. Rogue 5-5, really clutched up for his team there. To start getting them back here. Cosmic Toast opening up the sky. Gets a kill on G333, and they're pushing this side aggressive. They got momentum, baby.
Orbital strike to also be invested there from Soulbound defensively. I don't really like that one comparatively to the one that we saw offensively to be able to clear G3 33 out from Lights in the position that they've been playing in continuously. 3v2 on the map. You saw the lockdown should you want it, but that'd be a little bit too expensive. Nice shot out of Fatalities. Didn't need to head down. Still got the job done. Tina also right there to be able to take down a second. Oh, this would be a bad one to lose if you are CLT Virtual. Potentially could have been the ball to be rolling, but now is saying last alive. Here in the 1v2. Does have the teleporter at their disposal should they want to get a quick escape and maybe save the AR. But you know what they're playing for. They want that round win.
Yep, no kills if I'm not mistaken on Psy yet, so could invest the ultimate. Might be worth it to secure the round. Does have a bird to blind.
I've got your trail.
Does do the ult. Oh!
Yikes!
Everybody thank Wingman.
You know,
There's my
in
buddy.
hindsight, maybe don't use the ult, but you know, man, Fatalities is on that. It didn't even feel like those little spirit dudes blocked any bullets. They just died instantly. All lined up.
Wall bangable.
No.
Aye.
Wait.
I don't hate the play. It's just like I'm pretty sure that Psy had a blinding light, the babe, that maybe trying to pop flash around the corner. But that round loss will basically reset everything that we saw previously before the round was won for CLT Virtual. They're now back to a broken bye.
Yep, quick correction on my part. Psy does have 1 kill, 1 and 7 on the scoreboard, so that's good. You know, you don't have any donuts. You got some breadsticks. Both delicious. Can you start building towards that? Rogue with a shutdown. Rogue's starting to look like a key player here, along with Skibbity. We could start seeing a little bit of momentum come back. Just picking up a few rounds. You are going to need your whole team to step up to shut down these North Mech Vikings, though. But, you know, every round is a confidence booster, right? And these players could be young. These could be early year people. This is where you start to really hone in and get that stage fright out of the way, start to build your confidence on stage in front of everyone. So,
Would you say this is where the ice starts to be created? It's like the base level, like the ice tree, essentially? Yeah. All right.
yep, absolutely.
Lockdown is still available to potentially use here offensively. I think that Psy's head was minorly peeking out, so the Sky Smoke will be dropped inside of Hookah. I never understood how that happens. How does that happen indoors? Further investigation required. This eco push so far for CLT
30
Virtual
seconds left.
is working out wonderfully. They've now found themselves 2 picks. Now, Thresh is available here for Team, but in a position where they probably don't want to pop it before just throwing a shoulder towards the corner. Is going to be able to take down Rogue. 4v3 now. About to be 15 seconds, and CLT Virtual as the offensive team need to start getting a schmoove on. And that schmoove is starting to move its way over towards B. Psy stuck inside the animation, trying to plant the spike. You have at least the Cypher on the site, able to find 2. The paint shells will be thrown over towards the top. Last player alive, potentially will end up being Tina. Here with the AR and towards the back, the Vandal putting in the work. Dizzy gonna come through. Trailblazer investigating. They're inside the tube. 8 no way! Get the shot inside of Hookah. The information was gifted from Psy inside a tube. It's 3 in a round for Tina, and a clutch nonetheless. Speaking of ice,
You did good.
right there.
Yep, that's true. Nice little icebreaker. I just want to call out the good, right? I know that you lost the round for Charlotte Virtual. Cosmic Toast and Psy there, that was really good coordination in that last match. Like really lining up with knowing that Joshany, I'm so sorry for your name, I'm butchering it. Knowing that they're going to press in for that bomb press, Cosmic Toast playing his angles well, really able to sneak in some damage and some kills onto Fatalities, onto Joshany, and almost clutched up that round with those 2, and that's huge, right? Psy and Cosmic Toast, they're not the top players, so just that they have the ability to even set up a scenario where they could possibly win, that goes a long way when you're just building that confidence as a squad.
Sky Smoke ceremoniously open up this round number 9. Oh, the 4 ultimates comparatively to 1 is the immediate consideration, isn't it here? The lockdown is available, but realistically, the only site that you can take that with as a KJ would be B, but you can get a nice little cheeky angle over inside of A. Fatalities, showstopper through the portal, finds the first. Nice little shoulder to be thrown, gets flanked through A short, so the damage mitigated. Was mitigated. Overgrowth also being invested potentially here soon. Out from side, and maybe try to get their jet back up to full HP. in this 2v4.
Sana, sana.
And that'll absolutely be the case. So Tina's going to
Right
go ahead and
there.
recollect some of their abilities. And the very cool passive abilities coming through from Gecko. We'll have to see if they could potentially
30 seconds left.
clutch this one up. Nero Theft invested
Last player
defensively
standing.
from North. Mech knows exactly where they are. And Jason just gonna lock them down together over outside of Showers. It is an 8-1 round count so far. North Mech building themselves a huge lead.
Of all the reasons that I love hanging out in casting with you, Andy, his name's Jason. Jason Shi. I think that's what I'm going with. I couldn't figure out how to say it, but you know,
Sanchi.
yeah, we had a story told in that last round, Andy. I don't know if you caught it. Anyone wanting to be an astronaut out there wondering, can you burn Cosmic Toast? Fatality's showing that a rocket launcher burns that to a crisp and makes it
This is a nice.
deletes
Get
it
out
from
of
the
my
wall.
way.
Makes it entirely unedible. Jason setting up some pesky little tripwires here as we hear Skibbity wanting to lead his team, popping the ultimate on that jet. Are they going to go through this smoke? Tina! Still blind fire action. Skibbity taking down Tina, cutting them down to size. Might be tiny Tina now. As they push on and take hold of the safe site. Could we see a second round win come in for Charlotte Virtual?
Comes the lockdown. Needs to be the investment to be able to get the spike planted as well. Should be gonna take down fatalities in
Spike
return for that
planted.
blind peek over by the APC. Lockdown about to be fully initiated, and there it is. No players will be locked in. Seekers as the response. Skibbity gonna be able to take down another via the Bulldog. This is a very good round so far from CLT Virtual. Skibbity is the weakest one. Nanoswarm also invested, just narrowly
Bomb
dodging
grenade out.
the fault line out from the
Placing
breach
alarm bomb.
offensive.
One enemy
Trying to
remaining.
take him down. Last player alive will be the Sky from North Mech. They are just trapped over inside of A-Shore. Yeah, not wanting a piece of that at all is G333. Just gonna back up, save whatever weapon they possibly have for themselves. Maybe look for a couple exits over here. Just blindly firing out from the teleporter is Rogue. Gonna be able to get the kill, making sure they get every last inch of the credits available. CLT Virtual gonna get themselves their second round.
Yeah, 9 health on Rogue there to push through. Really nice that he didn't have to invest the Rolling Thunder for that round win again. Last time he did have to invest an ult just to secure them their first round win. So Rogue pretty much locking it down and able to put them on the scoreboard for their first time this, in these 2 weeks of action. Hopefully we see a little bit more out of them coming forward. Skibbity 11-9, Rogue 9-8, 3-10 for the other two players, 2-8 I believe it was for the bottom of the leaderboard. We got to get everyone stepping up if you're Charlotte Virtual. You got to be rallying. Right, you got some good action.
Spike down, B.
Comes out, gets Rogue. You get a nice trade if you're Cosmic Toast. This is how you start to build that momentum as they look to push on to this B site. I see you, Side.
Side, good for 2. As the open. Take this site. Not gonna be planted. Seekers soon after. Side's feeling themselves, but gonna be feeling some bullets in their arms and potentially some legs. Down to 70 HP, trying to go for the spray. But not gonna be able to get out of here. Comes Thresh. Trying to find the opening. Maybe could find a little bit of a detainment.
Last player standing.
Player stuck up top. You are near side once you are inside that ability. So it all comes down to Tina. No threats available whatsoever and no HP to fight anymore. It's 2 rounds in a row for CLT Virtual.
Last round in the half.
Do we get a comeback story? Man, wouldn't that be beautiful? Sai all the way from the bottom of the leaderboard up 6-10. 6-10-2. I wonder how many games he's ended on the numbers that match his name, 11, 07, 08. I wonder if he ever gets 11 kills, 7 deaths, 8 assists. Wouldn't that be magical? Kind of like predicting your scoreboard. G333, he's already blown his stats out of the water. No 3 kills, no 3 deaths. He's got 10 kills. He's got 7 deaths. He's got 1 assist. Numbers coming into the play here. I just want to know what they all mean. Perhaps a birthday on the side of Sai, but what do the 3s mean? About that number. Quick headshot from Sai on the fatality, taking out top player. Rolling Thunder, Andy.
Oh, but the tripwire again, it's much like the same thing that kind of poisoned them a few rounds ago. Could potentially be the same
Spike
thing.
down A.
Skibbity, Rogue, gonna be able to combine for 2. Oh, this is looking like a different CLT Virtual. They have the potential to be able to go 4 to 8 comparatively what would be a 3 for 9 at the half. No more ultimates available. How many abilities do you realistically have available? Skibidi still has 2 cloud bursts plus 2 up drops, but can't lock down the shots. Sanchi gonna take down another. Now he's on the site. Staying nearby their lonesome. Considering that their secondary help.
1 enemy remaining.
It's just about half HP, and there goes Soulbound. 2v1. Ooh.
1 enemy
Molly.
remaining.
A dying gift coming through
30
from
seconds
Soulbound.
left.
Rogue will be cut down in return. And Jasanchi? Oh yeah, he's got a neural theft. If he finds a body, he'll get the information. He eats out the hat. You should know that where he is. No, he's trapped in a tripwire. Gets the final response. And Cosmic Toast had no idea where he was coming from, where that hat got yeeted from. It was inside a light. Well played out of Jasanchi. So we have a 9-3 half.
Man, that was a good play. I mean, 9-3. I didn't
That made me
realize
feel
it was
some type of way. That was awesome.
Yeah, exactly. I didn't realize it was halftime. I actually wanted to at first be a little critical, right? Like, do you need to use this ultimate? But I kind of lost scope of the game stance right there. That was such a magical moment. That good 1v1, almost something that could have went either way. And if you're Charlotte Virtual, right? Let's talk about the story of them. You're really not upset coming in at a 9-3 half. Now you're on defense. The action has to come to you, so you're just kind of hoping that Skibidi and Rogue, they can hold down the site. You see they're both on separate sites, so just peek up to that mini map. We've got Skibidi over on B trying to push up Hough to look for some early pick there. Couldn't quite get a kill, but I think did get a little damage down on the site.
I will say this much for CLT Virtual. Now their composition is very good for defense. They have a killer.
Spike down A.
It just comes down to being able to be played around those abilities and being able to respond accordingly to what you find. But you just can't allow G333 just to fly over towards the site. Tailwind straight into the wall. Didn't exactly go where you wanted to. They just Skibidi. Spike is still over by short, so the rotation will be coming through. And I think that Cosmic Toast is waiting for the confirmation that the spike will be planted to then try to utilize these last 2 Sky Smokes and maybe try to retake. But the spike's about to be planted here very soon. Roomba also invested. KJ down and incredibly low. And what should have been a very good hold is just going to be an ultimate demise. G333 gonna find 4 in the pistol round.
Yeah, that's a good way to start off this back half. 10-3. Really putting the pressure down on Charlotte Virtual. You don't want them to possibly find a way to come back into this matchup at all. So just gonna keep moving things forward. You're gonna keep trying to close this out. G333, 16-8 on the scoreboard. Just a stellar performance over here for the North Mag Vikings, showing that they can indeed handle technology. Another interesting little thing to call out here, fun fact, and a big, shout out or call out to G333 is he's got, last week when he was on there, he was 6-17 onto the scoreboard, not really doing that hot. Today, though, he's leading his team. He's leading the charge here. Jewel waiting to see if he can catch G333 off, gets blinded. G333 just padding the stats up. Fatalities with the judge. I always love the judge. Really good in a raise his hand, just a satchel on the site. Get a couple kills. Do that move. He's looking for a kill. He gets another one. 3-piece. Can't quite get the 4, but it doesn't matter. Soulbound holding it down.
And the Stinger is going to get the final blow there. Reminiscence of the beta.
Yep.
Go to Vine. I know the map has changed considerably ever since then, but let me tell you. That raise with the judge, double blast pack into your face. That's a full auto shotgun. Very tough to be able to combat it against. So now just 2 rounds away. Our North Mech, the Vikings, looking to march on home here.
17-8, 17 kills, 8 deaths, fatalities, 16-8. Both these players rocking a 2-0 KD. Third player on their team, 13-7, 1 kill off. We could have, 3 2-0 KDs. I don't know. We should get a term for that in casting if we don't have it already. Maybe domination is the term. It's a triple-double.
Triple-double.
Yeah, we get the triple. Right now we're in the double-double. We're building to the triple-double.
Well, the triple-double is something entirely different. We'll talk about it in a bit as it's a pinstripe kill feed, at least to start, but Numbers subsiding ever so slightly. Spike being planted. Extra credits. Hold on a second. This is a very expensive AR buy coming through for CLT Virtual. Got a couple Vandals. Jets down incredibly low. Skibidi almost needs to be the player flash, if you will. Doesn't have a tailwind available. Does have 2 updrafts and 2 cloudbursts. Brimstone's just playing for the lineup here, surely. Tina, Dizzy.
Dizzy's up.
Ready to come out.
There.
Doesn't actually throw a shoulder with it as well. I don't know how many players are over here. Spike looking
One
to get
enemy
the
remaining.
And there comes the final bullet required. G333 goes back through lights. Now just 1 round away from North Met calling game.
Yep. And I mean, didn't blind fire through the spray. I guess if I'm like kind of nitpicking that play, even though it worked out for him, you kind of set yourself up for a situation that you could have lost that duel, right? Maybe just didn't have that confidence to spray in and get that bomb defused. They just wanted to make sure that, you know, he wanted to make sure you go in and see and secure that kill. 12-3 on the half. I mean, I hate to be that guy, Andy, but Charlotte Virtual, they have looked good, right? They've put up a few rounds. They've had some really good key moments here. But it would be a miracle to see Charlotte Virtual be able to crawl back from this deficit. If they lose 1 round, this game's over.
Oh, God. Oh, the showstopper. Oh, no. Normally when finds 1, like, you're happy with that. But finding 2, just blast backing your way out of hookah, nonsense. 2v4.
1 enemy remaining.
1v4. All up to the last is Cosmic Toast, and G333 gets the final blow. Golly, 13-3 is absolute decimation. North Mech looking pretty darn good for themselves going into week number 2.
Yep, and really just a good story for both these teams, right? North Mech, they lost last week. They managed to pull up a win. Charlotte Virtual, you didn't win any rounds last week. You are up against JT. This time you're able to pull up 3 rounds. If you can keep building, stacking up those building blocks to success, right? Eventually you're going to get that 1-game win. And I'm excited to follow along the Charlotte Virtual journey personally. I'm really proud of some of their performance that they did here. A lot of good rounds, especially Skibidi and Rogue, I believe is the name. Right, both those players really impressed me. Hats off to you guys. So looking forward to see you next week.
Yeah, no, honestly, it should be a real fun one to be able to see how much more North Mech are going to be able to do for themselves as we get ourselves set up. We'll take a look at the schedule real quick so that way we can show you where we've been and where we are headed. 4 matches deep, and it feels like I just walked through that front door and dapped you up for the first time today there, brother. Butler Bulldogs going to be able to get that win over the Cardinals. They also were able to win, you see there in the 3rd match, versus the Eagles as dog to bird supremacy, as we're going to coin it for the day. Coming out on top for the Butler Bulldogs, Wildcats did lose 13-3 to the Kel Knights, and as we just saw, the Vikings being able to take down CM Virtual. However, if you are a fan of Audrey Kel Knights, family member, or you're just an enjoyer of some really good fundamental Valorant, look no further. We are ready to look at South Mech as the Sabres are going to take their best attempt to take down Audrey Kel Knights, who I'll go ahead and just say I believe that they are the best team that we have here in CMS. More to that potentially to be developed. Then Palisades Puma is going to be taking on the Mavericks. And then to finish out the night, JT Williams will be taking on the Providence Panthers. Still a lot more Valorant to come through. It's all best of ones here on going forward. But nonetheless, as all good things must come to an end, this series is all done. We'll be right back after a very short break with another best of one. Don't go too far.
Welcome back, everyone, to VESL Valorant Week 2. We've had a lot of good games thus far, 4 games deep. We are going into Game 5, Audrey Kell Knights, South Mech Sabres. We already saw the Knights slay the Cats one time. Can another Cat, can a Sabertooth break a Knight's armor? I'm ready to find out.
Now, are they are they sabers like Sabertooth, or are they like swords, like sabers?
I don't know. That's a beautiful question.
And production's gonna find out. That's what we love about you, Mark. All right. Yeah. Honestly speaking, the way that I kind of coined it, especially for Audrey Kell, is what I personally have noticed. I think fundamentally sound, they're up there as far as the top 3, which so far just being able to see it, I think you'd probably put them, Butler Bulldogs, and honestly, I mean maybe the Eagles? I don't know. It's really, really tough. And they are, in fact, we got the confirmation there. They are Sabertooth Tigers. Stink species, but, hey. Can't tell you we know too many people that are rolling out of Knight's armor these days anyway.
Yeah, I mean, Knights are kind of extinct too,
hey,
Andy.
we out here. Love
Yep.
that.
So beautiful thing with this, right? I'm going to say that Audrey Kell does look like a top 3 team. I'm putting Butler Bulldogs right there behind them. The kind of asterisk that we have, we talked about it before the break. We got at the end of the day. We got JT Williams. Last week they had a 13-0. We didn't get to feature him on stream. JT Williams, they could be that top 3, right?
Yeah.
But we're going to find out later when they go against Panthers. For right now, though, ladies and gentlemen, you don't care about that. Everyone's here for Audrey Kell Knights. Audrey Kell, widely popular, right? We're going to jump right into the game. Audrey Kell Knights, South Mech Sabres. I'm calling them Sabertooths. As we jump in, what do we get? Andy, I don't think we've casted this yet. We got a Lotus map.
Yep, first time casting Lotus here, here on VESL. Oh boy, CMS just continuing to deliver on the goodies. As we have Girl Scare Me, kind of trying to lock in the Phoenix. It's
I'm trying to look. I don't think we've seen South Mech Sabres at all, Andy. I can't.
No, we haven't.
We didn't see them last week in Valorant. I can't recall them in Smash Brothers, and I don't recall them in Rocket League either. So really kind of a breakout debut here for the South Mech Sabres. Let's give these players a little bit of their intro. We've got Moving Ultorb. Okay, that's interesting. We got Ale. We got the Single Mother. Gonna lock in Reyna.
SMS Single Mother.
Yeah, I don't think Reyna would be single in any world.
No.
Girls Scare Me, right? Locking in the Phoenix. SMS South Mech Sabres, what the SMS stands for. We got Rory's Heart. It's could be intense. Locking in that Brimstone. Over on the Audrey Kell Knights. We've seen them before. I really can't remember, Andy. I'm digging in my brain. I don't remember if Baguette Yum Yum was in the name. Maybe I just didn't say their name. But we saw anime. We saw illness. We saw range. Right? We got a solid squad here.
Yeah, I don't know if Baguette Yum Yum actually played in the series that we saw earlier, but they did play last week and played Deadlock, which again is another one of those characters you don't really see too often. Actually very popular on Lotus, but will be the breach that is locked in for Baguette Yum Yum. And then we also get the Clove coming back from anime, which was a very good pick, something I actually put out on my notepad with a couple of asterisks and a couple of exclamation marks. Their Clove was phenomenal.
Led the team, right? Ended at the top of the leaderboard. So definitely took that mantle from Illness, who we're used to. I was wanting to see, if the scoreboard does flash up here. Is Illness back on Raze?
There
again?
is, yeah. Yep.
So maybe a little bit of
TP, for sure.
maybe a one-trick pony.
Yeah.
Yep. But there's a lot of mechanics going to Raze. So once you're good with Raze, you don't really need to do anything else.
Every single map that we've seen Audrey Kell play so far, last week on Ascent, we saw them earlier on Bind, and then here on Lotus. Raze is good on all three of those maps, blast packing your way into Oblivion. You got 3 sites at your disposal. Offense here for Audrey Kell. Nice little jump kick into the top of the bag at Yum Yum. We'll fish out that first blood on the girl scared. Flash out!
Anime, quick kill there. They're just charging down site. No respect for the Sabres as these Knights just, they just gallop on into sight there. On to B. This is a different map than we're a little used to, folks. There are 3 sites here. We got site A, B, and C. Again, Yum Yum loses that duel to the moving Ultorb. Makes sense. Ultorb's really powerful.
Bring them down.
Good resources here.
I'll find you.
One enemy
A little bit of
remaining.
info there. Single mother takes down the Anime. Wow.
I mean, that you were going to be able to get that pick regardless. You feel Illness just had little to no HP left. The Haunt was about to be coming out. The Prowler to open things up there, be heaven. But I will say this much for Audrey Kell, the way that they opened up that entire salvo by being able to get over through A main, they were able to find that first blood, but then you broke the door open if you are South Mecklenburg. That gives Audrey Kell the immediate opportunity that somebody is probably still lurking over inside of B just to run them over, get the spike planted. But it was the return engagements that came through from South Mech, abilities included, that allowed them to be able to play it in the backside of the site, caught Audrey Kell out of position in a post-plant situation. It's going to give them that first round in that early bonus.
Yep, and we were just hyping up Audrey Kell. Maybe a little bit of a character curse, ladies and gentlemen. South Mech Sabres take the first round. We're calling Audrey Kell one of the top teams in the division. We hadn't seen the Sabres. Maybe we disrespected them a little bit. They're here to prove us wrong. They charge through. Single mother, quick kill on Anime. 2 kills down on Illness. That's your 2 top dogs from the previous 2 weeks of game. Single mother with the 3rd. But get Yum Yum. He shuts down the single mother though. Not letting that momentum
Last
build.
player standing.
4v1. You gotta think South Mech. Are they gonna start 2-0? They are, man.
I mean, it's a round that you feel like you should win again. You win the first pistol, and you get the Spectres, which, for sure, all 5 players actually had Spectres. Marshall there for Girls Scare Me, and it seems that, well, Single Mother did die there at the end of the previous round. So looking to just buy a Ghost. Again, you won't see the immediate upgrade going into round number 3. This is considered a bonus for if you win the first 2 off of your previous buy, but it is the first full AR look. 2 Phantoms, 3 Vandals coming through. At least for Audrey Kell, this is where they need to put the line into the sand. They need to plant their foot firmly. And also another beautiful aspect when it comes down to Lotus. You have 3 different sites at your disposal. Dizzy to open up things ceremoniously, but that's a loud audio cue. You got South Mech players playing over inside a waterfall, let alone this is where the KJ is. Set up galore.
Yep, and we always love a good underdog story, even if you're a cat, as a Saber too. Anime, just getting that smoke down on that blind. We learned that earlier, folks, right? That's the animation. That's what we can't see. Just putting down, blocking a little bit of vision as they open this door. Perhaps a bait, right? You have to check it if you're on the side of South Mech. Audrey Kell just really manipulating all the senses here, right? Sound, your vision, right? Maybe not smell. Maybe they are. Maybe they throw a stink bomb over the top.
Nah, there's no
panels.
Viper. We're good. Nice little alert coming through from
that was
Illness
good.
through B main. Again, you propped open the door to your point, like you do have to check it. You're showing that you are pushing over towards C. So the Wingman is going to be invested, just a planet here in the corner. It should be a round win for Audrey Kell, you'd feel, just from weapons alone. But how much damage can you do? If you are the Sabres, play Dizzy, timing, blast pack over the top. This is going to get shut down, so you know the players are definitely over by Waterfall. It's scaring some vision. Wall bangable for sure, but you definitely want the Vandal for a situation like that. 2 kills coming through. It's a 3v2. Now Last is going to be alive here for Rory's Heart. How much can he buy? Not much of anything at all. It's a round win for Audrey Kell, but it was costly, losing 2 players along the way.
Yep, and Baguette, Yum Yum, going for that next sense, right? Giving them the taste of defeat, even though Baguette's our Yum Yum.
Right here.
Just really, the lore comes full circle.
Yeah,
3-2. 3-2 for Baguette, 3-2 for Anime, 3-3 for Illness. Range in theory yet to pick up the kill. But Single Mother on the other hand, carrying all their children. 3-1, 2-2, 5-2 for the Single Mother. This is a close game, right? If you're Audrey Kell, you're the top dog. This is a good first appearance and the way you want to show up if you're the South Mex Sabres.
Now we need to ask ourselves for Audrey Kell. Those players that did lose their lives, so you have enough credits to at least get some buys. The Haun's going to get shut down over here by Mal.
Oh yeah! Monster on
Fresh
the
also
loose.
invested early as well. How many players can be able to catch out? You know that the KJ is set up around here, but it still needs to be relatively nearby so that way all of their abilities can still be activated. So Thresh is going to connect a single thing. So 1-for-1 trade. The raid is out of the base. Nice shots coming through from the Ruse, and then Illness gets up top for the ramp. Going to be able to find themselves 2 eliminations within this round. It's a 2v4. It's going to be a massive one to flip for Audrey Kell.
Spike down, C.
Ale with that kill on Baguette, and I really liked Ale's use of the Nano Swarm there just to slow down the push. Illness, a little bit of a blind ult, doesn't quite get it. Ale, one more kill. They got him pinked. Can they bring down Theory? He's trapped in this elbow. They got to play together. You cannot afford to lose this round if you're South Mech. 2-1. No reason you should lose this. Theory, he's creeping. He's creeping.
One
Knows
enemy
he's there.
remaining.
Gets a dome. You've got a 1v1 situation on our hand.
30
Ale
seconds
and
left.
Theory.
He's gone. Like the wind. He's out of there. Gonna hit the button. Oh, this might be a late play. How hilarious would this be from Theory's POV? The turret's still on the backside of the site here. Oh, the timing might still be lurking through Waterfall. Playing with his food. 10 seconds remaining. He's gonna see the turret.
10 seconds
It's not gonna
left.
get activated. It's on the opposite side. The turret's not gonna see him. Tearing the turret. Failing doesn't turn it full 360. Theory. Repositioning. Knows that Ale went over through Waterfall. It is magical. But honestly speaking, that's a round that Audrey Kell probably shouldn't have won. They overinvested the showstopper to blindly throw through the Ruse. Oh man, that was close.
That was, and I mean, you don't get more of just a straight shoot showdown, right, that you have for Ale and Theory. Ale knew exactly where Theory was, right, because you have that turret set up. He knows turret never went off, never heard a sound. I hear the bomb planning. He's got me on this backside, but Theory just a little quicker on the trigger, man. Pulls out that katana, starts his anime run, going over there with the juke out, and that, ladies and gentlemen, that's why when you hear that door open, you have to attend to it, because you don't know. It could be a fake, it could not. Killjoy trying to be in 2 places at once. Really one of the only agents that can do that. As we see a quick rush onto this B site.
Oh, yeah, this is going to open things up. The Prowler was there previously, so you know that everything's happening over here. Here comes the last life potential for Anime. Again, just needs a kill or at least a damaging assist. Gonna do it the hard way. Finds a full-on elimination. Last player alive will be Ale, but again, that flawless round, you put an asterisk besides it, being able to win those 2 rounds in a row for Audrey Kell. South Mech had no credits available to get any semblance of a bye.
Audrey Kell has woken up, ladies and gentlemen. They started off a little slow. Ale with an Odin buy. I'm seeing that. I like this. Come on, man. Why you gotta do that to me, Ale? Thought we were cool. Selling the Odin. I guess it's not really a good buy on this map. You don't really ever see that on like Sense or something like that. Regardless, even buys for the teams. 3-2 coming into this round 6. This is on a razor's edge, but the Audrey Kell Knights are starting to rally. They're starting to group up. This joust that we're gonna have in the middle here keeps going Audrey Kell's way. I think we're gonna see another collision here as they just flood onto site.
Wow, double blast pack from Illness. Gonna be good for that first. We also heard the run and back animation also be invested as well. Gonna be good to at least be sent back, but some damage should be spoken of. A new lease on life. 2v3. Back at Yum Yum, down to 70 HP. Has to give up the angle for now. Molly also invested. Oh, just trailing behind. Rory's Heart gonna be able to take down Beckett Yum Yum. Illness, still full HP. Has some pain shells. Does have a Roomba left to be played with here. Not out of the realm of possibility to try to clutch this up, especially given that the Reyna is weak. Sky Smoke invested. Cloveroo's also being utilized as well. Allows Illness to be able to get the spike. Causes a lot of noise being able to get in and out, not only from the Ruse, but also from the Sky Smoke. Running out of time now. Has to try to reposition all the way back through defender spawn. All this timing. it's going to be so awkward. Given that both South Mech gave up the entirety of the B site, might just be out of range for some audio cues, going to be able to get the spike planted.
Yep, they're pinching in on a site here. I mean, this is PTSD moment if you're
One
the South
enemy
Mech
remaining.
Sabres, and it's off to another bad start. You had a 2v1 last round, 2v1 this time. Illness with the 4 to clutch it up. Horrible scenario. 2 rounds back to back. You're up 2-1, and you lose the round if you're South Mech Sabres. Good job to Audrey Kell Knights, but especially Illness 9-4 on the scoreboard.
You could just tell there was a difference when that sky smoke came down. That he started smelling some certain more pixels off his mark. He leaned in that chair for sure. And then not to mention how like the Clove ruse out of anime was also invested there at the same point in time. Again, another really cool aspect for Clove, just as an agent, being able to utilize those smokes, those ruses, if you will, while you are dead. So allow the spike to get planted. Now you have a 2-round advantage if you are Audrey Kell. You saw right there from the scoreboard, not exactly a healthy buy from South Mech. They do have something to work with. They know that the Killjoy is over here. Killjoy has not moved defensively. Turret's still in the same exact spot. The Amos Swarm set up in a terrible position as well. Sky Smokes might be a little bit late. Here comes the XU towards the C site. Not going to be looking for the plant, almost immediately looking for these players over by Waterfall.
Anime looking to move up. Just gets taken out by the single mother. Single mother. Beautiful performance with the Bucky kill. Does get taken out by Illness, though.
Oh, dearie me.
Last player
Nice
standing.
headshot. Illness with the 3-piece. Illness, girls scare me. If anyone should scare you, it's Raze, but it doesn't matter. Because Gecko should also scare you. Kills you through that smoke there. Nice little 5-2 lead now on the side of the Audrey Kell Knights.
Yeah, I think fixtures should honestly just scare you at that point in time. The curveball didn't make it around the wall. Was about to flash themselves. So in a 1v0 situation with a weapon disadvantage, you kind of set that up on a pedestal that that's not necessarily a winnable round for South Mech. So again, as we talked about, it's now 5 rounds in a row for Audrey Kell.
Yep. And, you know, telling kind of the story of the day, right? Illness, first game of the day, he didn't do bad by any means, but he wasn't the leader on the team. Illness right now, 3-0 KD, 12 kills, 4 deaths. This guy is feeling it on this Lotus map. Perhaps a comfort pick on him, right? He's always on this Raze. A lot of good points. And again, they're going to C-site. I think they've learned they can kind of bully the Killjoy.
Nano Swarm will be invested. Also going to be throwing in the Nightfall as well. They really don't want them on this site, but that was all soon after a well-placed and well-executed Breach Ultimate was also invested. The only person that actually made it through was the Raze.
Oh,
and then they also invested in towards the lockdown. So that's now, what was it, 2 ultimates?
I believe so, yes.
2 ultimates to the 1, I believe, invested. So you take that win if you are Audrey Kell. The only real ultimate that you got to be worried about now is going to be you're able to strike. Bad guy Yum Yum. You're going to be able to get that ult tick that was previously used from that ultimate used at the beginning of this round. For the 2v4, if you are South Mech, you really got to start toying with the idea. You might just need to save this because your econ is in shambles.
Yeah, it looks like they are going to creep up here. I don't know that I agree with this. I mean, you have Brimstone Ultimate, but this is not a situation where Brimstone Ultimate is super useful.
No.
They are huddled up in this tree room, though, so if you can get that kind of hunch going, that could be a little quick 2-kill.
But he's going to call it.
Yeah,
gonna
he
call
calls
it.
it in on the
Where
tree
you supposed to
room.
go? You got to land the shot. So if you are L and they are deep fried inside a tree, 2v2.
Last
Gonna tap the
player
spike.
Oh,
Running out of
they
time.
line up.
Oh, they line up. Both kills won't go towards a single player, but looks so good for such a short amount of time until, well, it just didn't anymore.
Yeah, the right steps were there. I mean, good showing on them. It's really trying to make the best of it. You are down, so you are kind of feeling the pressure of the situation. I can see why they would push on site, but again, I'm looking at their credits, right, Andy, like you talked about. Their economy's in shambles. They're not going to be able to buy. Rory's heart, you know, he got a Vandal back. Single Mother's got a Vandal. I guess they're making some Bulldog, but you don't see armor on 2 of their players. Meanwhile, Audrey Kell Knights, again, these guys are living a life of royalty. They're definitely getting treated like kings over here. They've defended the honor of their school very well. As we push up here again, it just feels like they found a crack in the Sabres, and they are just exposing it on this C site.
Oh, here. Fresh, invested, detained, on the movement. Also had the showstopper, the neural theft after Theory got blood. Them boys are shooting! Bang it, Yum Yum, be able to take down L. Anime also there to take down the next last player alive is Rory's Heart. The flashpoint will come through and they're just running at him! Golly, it's terrifying. It's like playing zombies. The horde just comes chasing you down. 7 rounds in a row for Audrey Kell.
What do you do in that case? You just fall over. You just lose. Audrey Kell, they have the momentum. And I mean, South Mex Sabres, my hat's off to you. You started off very hot, but now Illness is online. Anime is online. Look at Yum Yum online. Illness has dropped from the 3-0 KD. It is only like 2 and some change, right? So, I mean, really a bad day there.
Yeah, terrible.
Range, the only player, right? He's 1-5, but he's doing his role. You know? So like he's got his little buddy going in and doing stuff. So can't really harp on that stat line too much. Oh my goodness!
Slug shot him, but he's there.
Some critical damage right there. He tries to repause over by the stairs. Maybe play it as a head glitch. Not gonna happen at all. But the bucket's gonna be good to go 1 for 1. Oh, that's dirty. Out of range. Good centering around the corner off the utility. Not gonna be planted here at B. Josh also invested. Centering on towards the L. The back, the reposition over by Door. You talked about him. He shows up. Curveball comes through. He's gonna be able to find the first, but range is good for 4. 2 more rounds and a half, and Audrey Kell have not lost anything in the past 8.
Hey, Range, my bad. All right, I didn't mean to disrespect you like that. As you just come back from 1-5 to 5-5, just to even up. No one on the Audrey Kell Knight side.
He took it personally.
Yeah, is negative, right? They're all even. They're all performing exceptionally. You look on the flip side, though. South Mex Sabres, one person, the single mother, leading the team, trying to rally these kids forward. Everyone else 5-8, 5-9, 5-9, 4-9. That's kind of the storyline here, right? Just all around the board. The Audrey Kell Knights, they're a little bit more consistent, a little bit better skill, it looks like, on each of these players. 8-2 has moved forward, and they just keep marching down C, and it doesn't seem like they can do anything to stop it as the South Mex Sabres.
Pushing in, blinded on both sides. A little shaky shots coming in. Girls scare me, but gonna be good for first one. Ale also to be able to find a second. Is this finally the 3rd round that South Mex have been missing for quite some time? Trades to speak of. Just alive is gonna be Anime.
I got this.
If the spike doesn't see the silhouette inside of the smoke, so finally, mold has been broken. And Ale,
Last round before the switch.
you're still down by 5 rounds. Taking a little bit of the body swipe there.
Nah, it's all about getting the mind games in. Definitely go in. Start swiping the bodies. Start shooting some bodies. Let them know you're not giving up. They can't beat you. Girls don't scare you anymore. You've evolved. You're 8-9. 2-6. 1 ultimate on the side. Single mother Reyna sitting pretty with the Empress. Anime, just a little revivals, but not a big impact there. But Range does have the Thrash available. Could easily find and pick someone off on the site. As we see this flood now, they've changed it up. They've been flooding C. Now they're going to push this A side aggressive.
Haven't seen this A side push since the early rounds. Realistically, just the first, and they immediately transitioned over towards B. So now a rack full of abilities. You have the second life coming through from Anime. Nice read from Baghead Yum Yum. Here comes the Thresh. I believe this would now be the second one, if maybe potentially the 3rd. Baghead Yum Yum gonna take down Ale. The second in the round. Ale is good for 2 themselves. Last player alive is Rory's Heart. Not long for this world at all. It's a 9-3 half here on Lotus.
I mean, what a statement. Yeah. I mean, you get the round, they're like, yeah, we're going to get a momentum swing back. Audrey Kell, not here. Right? You will not march down this lane anymore. 9-3. We have the round swap. I missed that halftime swap. Does make sense mathematically. So we're getting a little bit of a reset here. Range, I'm calling you out again, buddy. You're the only one on your team that's -5 and 6. Everyone else with that positive KD. Then on the other side of South Mech, I'm calling all of you out. You're all negative now. Even single mom for the first time in the game, as far as I know, with a negative stat line. Definitely kind of showing, you know, I don't like to use this term, right, because it sounds a little worse than it is, but it does feel like a skill diff between these two teams, player to player.
Towards the save push ceremoniously as it may be off the stun in the triple kill paint shells. Yay! You got to be ready for that on Lotus. There's like a backboard over there by the A opening. Last player alive, a single mother, and well, yeah.
That's a momentum kill.
My momentum's killing. I'm not even playing the game.
Yeah, I thought, I keep hearing, right, anytime I play this game, people tell me, paint shells, they got nerfed. They don't do any damage. Everybody, submit your letters to Illness so he can show you that clip, and why you're wrong. You just got to throw him a little better. 18-7 on the score line. Still, not a 3-0 KD, but not a bad thing to have a caster criticize you for, right? You're only 2-0. God bless your soul. But get Yum 13-7. He's inching closer to the 2-0 KD. We could have, as we coined it last game, the double-double on our hands.
Just might.
Nice little music jam from Zed.
God, I just love that kit.
Spike down A.
You can stop that animation by doing a lot of things. But just Alexa. Oh, no way. Baguette yum. No. How many marshals were on their side? Okay, just the 2. It felt like it was like 3. It is 100% accurate as long as you're not moving.
We got the 2-0 from Baguette Yum Yum. We got the double-double. Now Anime, 14-8. Anime, I need you to get 2 kills here. We're trying to move towards the triple-double. I'm just making up terms up here today, ladies and gentlemen. 11-3 on the scoreboard. You got to think this is getting closer to being done. I mean, South Mex Sabres, they started really strong. As soon as Audrey Kell got a little momentum, kind of figured out some weak points they could expose, Audrey Kell had taken over this game, and they're just continuing to show that if you're in Knight's armor, you are a Knight. No animal can stop you. It doesn't matter if it's a Bulldog. It doesn't matter if you're a Wildcat. It doesn't matter if you're a Sabertooth. You can't get through their defenses. Not Illness.
Yeah, he's pretty good. And we go back over towards Zane's push, of which the paint shells, I mean, it opens up with some nominal damage, but then he just finds the 4th last known position.
They know where he's at. Give him the ace, baby.
Chase him down.
Don't do it.
Come on.
Cypher,
Come
stop.
on, Theory.
Anime, what are you doing?
Yo, nice shot. Here it is. Curveball, gonna catch him. Oh, here comes the play ball. They're just running out of Illness. We'll find the ace, albeit a little bit of trickery involved.
Out of charges.
That is
Match
a
point.
terrifying round loss because now we go into a 3-12
no.
and a must-win round from South Mech, and I think the scoreboard here kind of speaks for itself.
I mean, the money speaks for itself, too. You're not going to be able to buy anything.
Nope.
Rory's Heart, you're 5-14. I mean it in the kindest way, but I'm not feeling a scout in your hand. Good thing you swapped it over to that Spectre. You got Ale, 6-13, moving Ultorb, 5-12. Just does squeak out a Guardian with full armor there. So you got a couple of things you could potentially get down range. No pun intended as we get it. Oh, my God. Range just shuts down the star player. Single mother. You got to think this is over now.
Spike down A.
Dizzy, running at him. Showstopper. Bang!
Defenders
3
win.
in the final round. South Mech put in the dirt.
Oh my goodness. Literally living up right to the name. You stopped the whole show with that ultimate. Boom, right down 2 kills just to end it all. Shut them out. South Mex Sabres, you had a good showing. You started out strong 2 rounds, but you are no match to the Audrey Kell Knights. No surprise, though. We kind of picked them as a top 3 team. Seeing the first showing of South Mex Sabres, though, they did show us there's potential. So we can't count them out. Maybe next week when we see them again, we'll see a win in their column.
I sure hope so, because, again, like, those first few rounds were really good. Like, they were shutting down any sort of, like, nuances out of Audrey Kell Knights. Like, maybe Audrey Kell were also, like, taking their opponents for granted, given how, like, a lot of, like, their first 2 series did go. But, I mean, nonetheless, Audrey Kell just really solidifying themselves as the #1 team. That will be quite indicative when we go back over our schedule and start talking about all of these different stats that we have for ourselves. Here is the entire roadmap of where we started and where we are headed. Again, Butler Bulldogs to start off the day, 13-4 over the Cardinals. We saw them again later on that they then beat the Eagles, 13-10. 13-3 for the Kell Knights, of which we just saw quickly dispose of South Mex Sabres, not the only cardinal direction for a Mecklenburg school, as the Vikings also were able to take down CM Virtual 13-3. And then finally, as we just saw, the Audrey Kell Knights taking down the South Mex Sabres. Again, clearly the #1 team. I mean, they're still undefeated here. We still have 2 more matches with on the docket, though. Palisades Puma versus the Mavericks. Going to be looking for their first win. And then JT Williams, as very expected as far as a lot of people are asking in our chat, going to be going up against the Providence Panthers. Both those two teams are undefeated so far. But again, much like as we have been doing, with that best of one being concluded, congratulations to Audrey Kell Knights winning 2 matches on the evening. We're going to be stepping away for a very short break, but when we come back, we got ourselves the Palisades Pumas going up against the Mallard Creek Mavericks. It's some CMS Valorant week number 2. We'll be right back.
Woo! welcome back, everyone. CMS VESL League Week 2. We've had a banger of a day. I'm joined now. Before we talk about the matchup, there's a lot of important games coming up. Guys, if you've been watching the other channel, you've been watching Foothills Casting, you're going to recognize this guy. I'm joined now by Chamaco. Chamaco, let CMS know who you are.
Hey man, I'm here. I'm mostly a Rocket League guy, but I'm here doing Valorant and Smash as all of you guys. So super excited to be with you. I think this is the first time that we shared table.
Yeah, first time ever. So I'm winging it. My superstar Andy, the guy that guides me, he's taking off. He's getting a break, getting a little fuel in his belly. But we've got good action. You've seen a whole good division, right, of matches that you've made. We're just going to show you the stat breakdown, guys. We started the day off hot. Butler Bulldogs. The Cardinals, right? 13-4 on the stat line. It wasn't that close, right? Like, it looks like it's a blowout, but there were some really close rounds and matches there. Audrey Kell Knights slaying the Wildcats. Butler Bulldogs came back, ran it 2-0 for the day against the East Mess Eagles. And we had the North Mech Vikings showing, hey, Vikings don't need technology as they beat down CM Virtual. And then you guys were just here, right? Everyone saw it. Audrey Kell Knights, they defeated another cat, the Sabertooths, 13-3, and now we get ready for another cat breed, the Palisades Pumas versus the MC Mavericks. Cats and birds. One thing we like to do over here on the CMS League is we like to get the lore in the logo. In my opinion, cat's always going to beat a bird, so my prediction this series is going to be Palisades Puma.
I don't know, but it's been Knights winning, Vikings winning, Mavericks. I don't know. I don't want to say anything, but the Pumas, the Cats, it's not their night. It hasn't been.
Not at all.
Hasn't been.
Definitely a dog's day,
Maybe.
you would say,
Yeah,
right?
yeah.
So in the war of cats versus dogs. But, guys, you're tired of us, right? You've seen enough of me. We got Chamaco here to bring us some new excitement. We're going to jump right into game, not waste any more time. Palisades Pumas, Mallard Creek Mavericks. We jump in. We get an Ascent game. I think it's my first Ascent game of the day. What did you see over there on
all
on your
Ascent?
stream?
Everything is no. We had another one. I don't remember. Bind was it? I think.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
we've had Bind, we've had Lotus, we've had Icebox, we've had a good variety today.
For a moment,
Ascent.
For a moment, I thought it was the only map. Ascent wasn't the only map because that's how freaking we were getting Ascent. So I'm surprised that you don't have the same fate right here.
Yeah, absolutely. And, let's talk through, right? You're new to the CMS League. So Palisades, Pumas, Mount Creek Mavericks, both of them coming off really close matches last week with a loss, unfortunately. Palisades Pumas did drop their game 10-13 to Myers Park. And then on the other side, we had Mallard Creek versus West Charlotte High School. That went to overtime. They ended up losing 15-13. That was a match where it was really defense-sided. Right, so finally a team won the offense, and that swung the game, if I remember right. And we got some familiar names over here. So just looking at these Palisade Pumas, we got ZZZ. We got Viet. Viet was a superstar last week. We've got Chromatic. We've got Hani, and we've got Zi-Fi. All good names. Now, the Mount Creek Mavericks, I was looking at my stats, Chamaco, and I'm not seeing really any of these players. So it could be, right, an expansive squad. Maybe last week they didn't have a good show out. So now here, getting some new players on the board.
I think I casted that one. I think you guys took a break, and I was the one casting Mallard Creek. So I remember Anxiety had a couple of good moments. It wasn't like all the way great. Ups and downs definitely. And Brett the same thing. Those are the two names I remember. I think Gentech I remember as well. I can't tell if it was a good thing that I remember or a bad thing. So you gotta prove me that you're worth my memory. Okay, Gentech, this time around, you gotta prove my memory is worth it. So those are the three players I remember. Power and Jayla. Power glances, so that's a bad thing. If I don't remember you correctly, that might be that you were not a big factor on that match. Hopefully I'm wrong and you can prove me wrong, and I'll be glad that you do so. Okay, Power, if you shut my mouth right now, I'll forever remember you, and that's a good thing.
Yeah, absolutely. And one thing that we're going to note right off the bat, guys, so you saw we're noticing a little bit of a graphical bug. Just bear with us. So we got Mallard Creek on your right side of the screen. We got Palisades on the left, waiting for the scoreboard to come up. I did hear, right, that these may have accidentally got reversed in the gameplay here. So just a little bit of a typo. It happens when you're production. But, big shout out to our production folks, by the way. So we've been getting guided along. I just, I got that little buzz in my ear. You're right. You're remembering DRX spread. You're remembering MXC. You're remembering Gentech, all for good reasons. 26-21 last week. Okay. 23-21, 21-19. So Mallard Creek looking really strong. Both these teams looking really strong.
So all the ones I mentioned were kind of good.
Yeah, all the ones, and even
Okay.
even the one that you couldn't remember fully powered, 22-22.
Okay, that's decent.
Yeah.
Okay, that's good. That's good. That's
Yeah,
good.
Jayla, the only one who had a little bit of a rough game, 11 and
All right,
21.
all right. So I do remember the ones that were doing something. Okay, that's. I mean, I'm not. That sounds so bad, Jayla. Next time, do more. So, but but it's sort of thing, right? So let's watch it here. If I'm not wrong, you know, this is a map where you want the Sova to get a lot of information with those arrows and maybe get an Odin eventually. So try to keep Sova as poor as possible. They can't go that way.
I thought you were a Rocket League guy. That's the exact strat you want on this map. That's the strength of Sova. Really just position on this B side to get some vision and start wall banging. Now we did see, right, a quick little kill come in from Palisades, knocking off one of the Mallard Creek. Power working here for Viet. He hears him, just goes in, right, that Sova dart tags him. Hani taking out Power. Nice trades all around Bahani coming out
One
on top.
enemy
He got a
remaining.
dome, pushing in. DRX Bread trades him back. 1v3, not much you can do there, unfortunately. Hani with a hot start, 3Ps, 2 headshots, I think, to his name. Gonna secure that first round with a bomb defuse. He's already halfway to his little fan of knives, I think. And Andy knows all the ability names. I just make names up as
Their
I go,
jet
to
has
be honest
nothing
with you,
on
Chimako.
I
I
got
don't know how you guys do it over the foothills, but we wing it over here at CMS.
What are names? Do they have names? No, it's knifey things, it's blades, it's smokes, and that's it. That's all I know. Now, but by the way, I mean, honey starts strong. I mean, that's still spicy honey. I haven't seen, you know, something like that. I'm gonna call it honey, not honey, because that was money what was doing over there on that round. So really good round for Palisades, and I wasn't expecting that, you know, especially with the way I was seeing Mallard Creek last week. I was expecting them to come out strong on that round number 1, but you know, it's pistol round, so you can't blame them too much.
Yeah, nice little sage wall here just to block it off. Now, these walls are a lot more vulnerable than they used to be on release, and they're just going to put the pressure on, try to shoot through it, get a couple of extra abilities thrown out here by the Palisades. And it's looking, folks, just so you don't have to worry about any confusion. It does look like the names are aligned correctly on the screen, so that's helpful for us. That's helpful for you. Just simplifies everything. It's chromatic. Just doing a little bit of peekaboo action just to relay some info over here for these or Pumas. I said Panthers.
Pumas. Okay. Gotta watch out there. Oh, you gotta watch out.
Nice shot there. Remember, folks, we can see through the walls. The people in the game, they cannot be yet. He just hears him charging up. Nice little dome there,
Spike
backing
down
up,
B.
slow walking. They know he's there, but they don't know if he's repositioned. That's the advantage of walking away instead of running and panicking.
I do think that Honey
30
can
seconds
actually,
left.
you know, see it through the walls, because it was waiting for the right moment to actually click it and get that kill on the sniper. And I gotta say, I mean, I love every single time that a sniper can actually hit a shot, right? A lot of times people just pick the sniper and it's not worth it. It doesn't work out. But whenever you see one of those hit, it's magic.
I think you're talking about my
10
gameplay.
seconds left.
Yeah, that's more accurate for me. I pull out the sniper. I miss a shot. Bahani showed me how it's done
One
when you have the
enemy
power. Tries to get his dash up, couldn't quite get out, but he's got Zi-Fi there. No problem. Watching his back. Doing a quick little trade up there, clean up.
They should
2-0,
probably
only losing one
reevaluate their
player
approach.
on the side of the Palisade Pumas.
And the cool thing is that Hani, yes, missed the first one, but then, you know, got the second shot. He was able to take one down. 2 people went for Hani, and, you know, at that point, you're just giving away your position. Everyone else knows where you're at, and that was exactly what Sci-Fi was able to use to the advantage and get that double kill. So, great round number 2 for Palisades. You can see that the communication is on point so far.
Absolutely no mishaps here. We're going to see they kind of got to slow. They're playing back, right? It's not uncommon that we see on this A site, right? A lot of abilities get invested here. Trying to find some info as we see ZZZ just creep walking up here, but Power, he's not going to be caught napping. This little smoke is set up in a one-way, right? So if he were to peek, he would be able to see that they could see him. Nice trade for Viet. Gets the kill while he's trying to sneak out of there. We jump away from the action. It looks like Kill Steve going down. We got a little 2-2 trade. 3-3 left on the map. We got 2 players positioned on B. We've got a one-on-one kind of sort of position on A. Cypher creeping back, maybe looking to rejoin his teammate over on B. Good news with Killjoy turret, right? Just free info. You can put it there. they're not going to expect, I can't imagine, Killjoy right under the turret. They are going to try to send this over drone.
Spike down
Does
B.
get taken out. Killjoy has the opportunity, Zi-Fi, to get a quick peek. I think Bread saw him. Yep, he's going to try to poke a little bit of damage there. Hani with the scout. He's been deadly. He's been impressive. Shimako, as he
30
missed a couple
seconds.
shots.
One enemy remaining.
And he gets the nice dash in. A little too flashy. Does get some damage down on Bread. Bread. That's the food, guys. Brad, we got Zi-Fi with the cleanup.
He got baked. The thing is with the play from Hani is that missing the snipes that's fine. You know it happens. But then going in with the blades with the ult. And getting one kill, then doesn't get the second one. But again, the communication, it's already known. It's a fact for everyone that the player is hiding on the corner. So you're gonna get someone shoot you from the front or behind. You gotta move. You gotta get out of the way because you've been spotted. So you gotta be a little bit more hasty on getting out of those positions once you're being covered. Discovered.
Waiting to see what's going to happen here, folks. ZZZ going to get blinded. Should see a Sage Wall. Yeah, he's just going to try to slow the push, give his team some time to react. Slow orbs come down. Kind of just a nuisance, right, is what Sage does. Really good ability usage. We've seen some Sages throughout the day. The ability's not as strong as ZZZ. He is at full health. Chromatic, again, just they're hurling abilities back and forth. This is a big investment from both teams. Sova drone peeks through, trying to get a little information, does get taken out. Now, if you're Mallard Creek, you gotta decide, do we commit to this push? We spent so many resources. Do we try to rotate out? You've got two players. Jayla just gets taken out through the Cypher cage, I think it was. You're kind of slowing down your push. You're getting a little indecisive. Palisade Puma seem to be making the best of this chaotic situation. Cypher's trapped. He can't get out because they're just spraying through the smoke. He would take some damage. So he's going to lurk back, see if he can get some picks. Meanwhile, the rest of his team looks like they're going to rotate over here to B.
They are. It's a good thing that Cypher is there because maybe you force Palisade to checking that spot out. But that wasn't the case. Now Cypher might have an opportunity to flank a few people, but it might be a little bit too late for... Actually, not too late. It's still a 4v4 situation here. Actually, Brett is getting some action, so I like the opportunities now for Mallard Creek. This might be the best opportunity for them in this round.
Yep, nice kill exchange here. I don't think the bomb's going to go down in time. Oh, that was last second, yep. Good. It's about a 5-second plan if I remember right. Pretty clutch from him to be like that. Amexity just going to play side. ZZZ swings
One
in.
enemy remaining.
Sci-Fi does get the trade. Now they know where he's at, right? You're going to get pinged. ZZZ just cleans it up, but he had backup ready for Sci-Fi if he did happen to lose that duel. 4-0 to start for the Palisade Pumas. This is a really good statement, right? You're coming out, you got momentum behind you. Mallard Creek kind of falling apart, it looks like. I will
go for a timeout right now. The thing is, they haven't looked strong at all. Actually, they actually went for the timeout. So
look at you.
So I call it. I will go for the timeout. They are trying to go and get open up the map. It's not working out for them whatsoever. And the thing is, every single duel that they are using, the gunfights are not going their way. So you can't go one-on-one. It's not working out. Trying to find ways to make more situations when you go 2 or 3v1 and try to win those instead of just trading or even losing that one. And you mentioned it, they use a lot of utilities to go and push, and they never push. So whenever you're trying to go through the play, you don't have any utilities afterwards to survive the onslaught, and that was foolish of them to try to do so.
Yeah, and that's one of the skill sets, right? We see the Palisade Pumas with Sage, just being able to shut that down. It really slows down. You also have a Killjoy, right, on Puma. Killjoy is really good at locking down sides, almost like, I would say even better in some cases than like a Cypher that you see. And, right, I'm saying that story because Mallard Creek, even though they are falling behind, you look at their agent selection. They have the Killjoy. They have the Cypher. These two heroes alone could lock down A and B when they get on defense and pick up some extra rounds. So while it does look a little dark for Mallard Creek, they're certainly not out of this, but they do need to start picking up some rounds to kind of lower that deficit as you get into the back half.
Yeah, and I think the Sova has been underutilized as well, not getting that information that they need. I think as an information gathering squad, I think Mallard Creek should be more prepared right now than this. Maybe attacking is not their strong, so maybe they're more suited for defending. But right now, it's not going well.
Spike down mid.
Chromatic does get that pick off mid. So Mallard Creek, they kind of went to try to do what you suggested, right, Shimako, where they're looking for those duels, so they try to push up mid, divide the team. Unfortunately, Chromatic, he's got an op in hand. He just gets 2 easy picks. Now, he did get lit up. He's only got 44 health to his name, but if he can get the Sage can bandage him up, right, and we see that come out on the screen. Spike carrier goes down. Viet drops DRX Bread with 2 kills. We're at 3-2, everybody. Bread is trying to clutch up. He's only got 18 health, no heals to his name.
I got the
Mexity
Lucky
did get the spike, investing in smokes to get in and out, does get tagged. That's going to hurt when every damage number counts. 3 full health players on the side of the Pumas. Mallard Creek,
30
2
seconds
people
left.
really hurt. They left their med kits at home. They do have a Sova ult, so if they can get the bomb down, right, this is the story. If they can get onto site, if they can get the bomb down, with Bread staying off and being safe, they can use the Sova ult to almost secure the round, right? You can't bait it, but they can certainly have the best scenario possible. But ZZZ not going to let that happen. Shuts down Bread, trades over, shuts down Amexity. They got a 5-0. They got a stranglehold on this game, Shimako.
I thought that after using the droid, they were going to rush in plants because they didn't see anyone. So that was kind of a indication that no one was there to at least attack at that moment specifically. But being so the one carrying the spike instead of Jet, I think that damaged the strategy a little bit. Because Jet would have been a little bit faster and could have gone into the planting before that. But anyways, it was a good effort. It was at least they changed the strategy a little bit and they forced something different from Palisades. At the end, it didn't work out. But they got a few kills, a few trades. It's not all lost cost for Mallard Creek so far.
Yeah, you're starting to see those little glimmers of hope, right? We talked about it. We talked about it earlier in some other games, right? Little baby steps to success. Definitely showing that Mallard Creek is not totally outclassed here. They are just, getting the losing into some rounds. Sova Dart gonna call out Chromatic, but they already knew he was there, right, from last round. He's got the comment. He's gonna say Viet lurking in this smoke. Oh, gets out just in time. Timing of these players impeccable. I would have forgot about the timing. I would probably got caught dead to rights right there, but that's why I'm not on the stage. I'm just talking about it as we're gonna see something unfold here in this tree area. Hani, they get that smoke up. They push him back. You can feel the tension. Omen looking for a reposition ult, getting a flank now. Palisade Pumas have to scatter. They got to find him. He gets the flank. Viet 1. Hani with 2. Mexity trades. Viet comes up with the 3-piece. He's lurking. He's pushing. Chromatic trying to hold the angle with the op. But Viet, he doesn't need it. He's got 3 kills as Power runs over ZZZ trying to hold this game. I think they know he's in the corner. He's going to use his abilities to jump from one side to the other. He's on the run, but the Pumas are on the hunt. They can smell the blood.
Stop running for a little bit, for a while. You only have 30 points.
Oh, nice
okay,
trade.
dude. Okay, I see it. I mean, the power is coming back. Maybe. We can't tell just yet. But 4 seconds here, trying to survive and keep a good weapon at it as well. So, it was another win by Palisades. Mallard Creek, man. I mean, it's looking rough so far. And one thing I want to say, I'm just going to ask. I was calling Anxiety. You're calling a Mexity? I don't know which one is it right now,
Hey, I just make up names over here and run with it.
Yeah, but I see your point. It makes sense. But
yeah, I don't know. If you're in the chat, Mexity, maybe let us know. How do you say your name?
I think, I was looking for Anxiety, so Anxiety, I mean, maybe they get anxious with, I don't know. I don't know.
Going out.
Definitely doesn't look anxious. She's got a pretty,
It's
they
1-6
got an okay
right
game
now, so.
So are you really anxious at that point, or are you just defeated? I guess you're really getting into the nitty-gritty there. But regardless, kind of like, look, the Pumas, they've been positioning over here heavy on the base side, floating a little back. Power gets a pick on Viet. That's not good. Viet's one of the star players. Well, it's good if you're Mallard Creek. And Mexity takes down another kill onto the Jet. They've started to get some momentum.
Okay, another 1.
5-2. We could get our first round for the Mallard Creek Mavericks, and this is what you need. This is how you start building that momentum. Get back in the game. Plant coming down from Red. They push through Chromatic with with the flick headshot. No problem.
Spike
Don't push
planted.
me. Just going to do a couple extra sprays in there just to make sure it's safe. Waiting on the smoke to deteriorate. You can't shoot that. They do know one's on site.
Last
Now
player
breaking the
standing.
glass, right? Now the Mallard Creek Mavericks, they know where to look. They hunt him down. Jayla closes it out. Mallard Creek Mavericks on the board. Mavericks. Sorry, shorthanded your name. 6-1. This could be the comeback. This could be what you want.
I think so. I think it could be the comeback. It was a solid round for them. I mean, you gotta do it more than once, right? It was solid. You performed very well. Amex City. Well, I don't know. Had 3 kills on that round, and Power had a few as well. Red was able to use that distraction to get the spike planted. So a lot of things going on right for them on that one. But I talked to you before. I told you that I remember Amexity or Anxiety from before, but it wasn't very consistent. So if they're able to keep that consistency throughout a little bit longer, then it will be a very good round for a possibility for them to come to the comeback. Otherwise, I don't know. I'm not so sure. And you see the results here.
You start talking about consistency. It doesn't go much farther
down mid.
than Hani and Viet. They get shut down by Amexity. You're saying his name. He's showing up. They shut
One
down
enemy
Chromatic. Zi-Fi does shut down Amexity. You got to see some new players shine. Zi-Fi stepping up to deliver another round for the Palisade folks.
That was a fiction, a little bit of fiction right there, written by the Pixel Gods, and Palisades were able to clutch that one. And just say, I mean, maybe round 7, it was just a fluke. You know, it wasn't. We're not gonna duel too much on that one. We're not gonna think about it too much. We're gonna keep doing our thing. So yes, Mallard Creek, you get 1. I mean, that's as much as you're gonna get, at least until we switch sides.
Yeah, absolutely. And I'm looking at the scoreboard, and really, if you're Mallard Creek, you only need 2 players to step up a little bit. You need Jayla and you need Gentech, right? They're the only ones kind of a bit negative on their team. If they start stepping up, you can tell just by how even some of these other kills are that Mallard Creek is certainly in this game, even though it looks 7-1, right? These rounds, they're on a razor's edge, folks. They can swing back and forth either way. You just need those 2 players to step up. We got 5 ultimates available for the Mallard Creek Mavericks. You have to think they're going to invest some to try to get up 2-3 rounds just to lower this deficit as you move into the back half here in round 8. Only 4 to go before we swap sides.
So yeah, it is a time to be using those ultimates. If you only have 4 rounds left, you're not going to be having much more opportunities to do so. So 1 minute left here. A lot of patience, and I'm a fan of patience. That's fine, but right now, they decided that, well, we're not going A. It doesn't seem to be the place to go. So let's try fall back and go to B, and maybe not. I mean, again, a lot of patience here. They haven't killed anyone. They haven't used any, a few utilities, but very slow round, very
30 seconds
weird
left.
compared to everything else that we have seen so far.
Yep. Nice and methodical, just inching up. They understand, right? They're losing some of these gunfights, these one-on-ones. Really want to make sure they're in a position to trade. Right there, Brett gets a kill. We see the Cypher ult come down. Now they're going to get all the info they need. They have vision. ZZZ doesn't. Jintech gets that second kill. They're pressing onto A site. They have swarmed to take over. The Pumas are crumbling. The Mavics are flocking onto A site. If you're Hani, you're looking for a miracle clutch right now to keep your lead extended from 8-1. A couple shots from Chromatic. This guy, he's been sitting with an attacker killjoy. Good play here, right? Just to force the pressure. They have to decide what are they going to do. It's not this killjoy is going to lock them into sight. Power, getting a little bit of free info there. That was a nice little utility ult. Now they know exactly where one player is. Still looking for Zi-Fi. Zi-Fi makes himself known. Hani falls. Jintech handles Zi-Fi on site. We got us a second round. If we're the Mallard Creek Mavericks, we're feeling good. 7-2.
You were talking about, you were actually talking to Jayla and Gentech, them stepping up, and Gentech was the one to get the last kill on that round. So, they're waking up a little bit. And I gotta say, Brett was clutch not once but twice now to plant that spike at the last moment. They're waiting, they're being very patient. I'm thinking to myself, I mean, are they gonna lose because they're not planting? But no, they know how much time they have left and when is the best moment to actually attack and go for that spike. So, maybe we can see something from Mallard Creek. Maybe they're keeping cool and collected, not anxious at all with with this deficit that they have.
Yeah, absolutely. Mallard Creek Mavericks, a little bit of a different look this time, right? We've seen them creeping up to A, doing stuff. Now they're lurking over on B, right? They've listened, right? They heard Hani taking a couple pop shots over there, trying to get some
Placing
info.
alarm
They
bot.
didn't budge. They knew they were safe. They heard him run off, so now they can start thinking, do they want to flood this B site? ZZZ, you can tell, getting a little anxious, getting a little paranoid. Just going to go ahead and wall off that tree room. They want to make sure nothing happens mid. As Hani, he just shuts down that push. Nah, I'm good. I'm holding this site. Maybe go somewhere else. Don't waste my time anymore.
Bomb grenade out.
Five lives to 3. Nice little blind comes out onto Zi-Fi. Looks like on the mini map they are flooding onto the B site, trying to get position power. Takes down Chromatic. That's a good player to kill. You're on site. Zi-Fi gonna maybe invest his Killjoy ult, and I think where if he can place it here,
Spike
he can
planted.
lock the whole site down. So they have to come off site. They have to run to the players. Just trying to get a visual. It looks like the back of that boat room is safe. Sova ult gets invested. He's taken out the Killjoy ultimate. Perfect use of that, right?
No.
Power does take down Zi-Fi. ZZZ, slow orb in there. He knows where one player is. He knows where 2 players are now. He sees the arrow fly out. He's got a clutch. He falls to Bread. Power looking for ZZZ. ZZZ knocks him down. Bread versus ZZZ. Bread, he baked in the oven. He's starting to rise to the top of the leaderboard. Just needed a little bit of time to get that sourdough
If you're not
started.
a good shot today,
Yeah, no
don't
flat
worry.
bread at
There
all.
are
I mean,
other
he's
ways to be useful.
rising, as you said. Getting crispy, getting on the point. You can see that he is not the person. I mean, actually, he is the person tied with Power with the most kills here. But I think it's the most clutch plays, not only kills, but the most clutch plays when the team needed it most. Right there, making the right decisions and taking advantage of the situations. Just being very patient as well with
Placing
doing
alarm
the
bot.
arrows, getting the
Placing
information that it
bomb
needs, and then whenever is the right moment to attack, to get out of the cave, it's ready to do so. MVP so far for me to Brett on Mallard Creek. Oh, I mean, they're losing badly still, but I think it's the player of the most important player of the team.
Yeah, and sometimes that's what you need in a game. You see Brad, right? You see he goes in, gets that initial kill. Looks like he wants to pick up the orb. My man kind of greed for the ultimate here. Hani trying to prevent that. He knows at least one player's there. And Mexley does take that down. They're starting to see the defenses crumble a little bit for these Pumas on the A site. Will they flush? Nope, they're going to rotate back. Zi-Fi, kind of one of those things that we haven't talked about is Killjoy. Killjoy really good at locking down the site, but once you set everything down, a lot of that stuff, Andy would know a little bit better than me. I think you can't pick a lot of it up, like your nano swarms. You can pick up your turret, but a lot of the other utility you can't. So if you can notice that Killjoy's really invested heavily into one site, you can just rotate and completely remove that utility from the game. Yeah. Killjoy rotating over there. Zi-Fi has been good, even in
30
gun
seconds
skills,
left.
so perhaps ability's not invested. And one thing I'm noticing, because I'm looking at the mini-map, Zi-Fi with a little bit of a juke here. Right? All the utilities here on this site. Triggers his alarm box. Triggers his alarm grenades. He does fall to Jalen. That's unfortunate. Chromatic on the flank. I don't think they know he's here. I don't
10
think he's going to be able to get
seconds
this one before. He does get one kill.
Spike
He's going to need to
planted.
get a bigger gun. He's going to hope to do that. Probably not going to invest too much, just looking to hurt the economy of Mallard Creek. He knows one person's close, the others are on the boat site. That's what his knife has told him there. He's just inching his way in. It's going to be hard to get there, get to that jet on site. A lot of utilities still in the hands of your Mallard Creek Mavericks. He's got him a Phantom now, a little bit better range. Beautiful skin, by the way. I'm liking that. Very cute. I don't know what that's called. I need it, though. I like the bear with the sunglasses and the penguin there. Chromatic, looking like he's just going to play the economy. That's good, right? He could save his gun. These players have to leave sight so he can maybe pick up some kills. Are they going to swing him together? Maybe expect him to be farther off. We do get one.
One enemy.
He does get
very
two.
good.
That's huge, and Brett does fall to the bomb, so every player on Mallard Creek does lose their guns.
Last
That's huge
round
if you're
in
Palisade
the half.
Pumas.
I think that was a great play. Actually, the only problem that he had, Chromatic, was that he didn't have anyone else to actually jump with him, because he also had the ult for KO, which I think stuns the opponents, if I'm not mistaken. I may be wrong about that a little bit, but with someone else, could have used it and then try to go inside. And also the ult, this one I'm sure about it, is that if he goes down, he can be respawn. I mean, or you know, come back to life or whatever you want to call it.
Respawn's the right word.
Yeah,
You got it.
Yeah. So I mean, that was the only problem that he had in that play. But other than that, I mean, well played by Mallard Creek, and they were down by a lot before. This game is looking so much better for them now.
Yeah, absolutely. And folks, there's another stat line we got to talk about in this game that you're not going to see on screen. 1-0 Chamaco to Tumbleweed. The name is Amexity. It's more like anxiety than Amexity. So you win 1-0. Flawless victory to Chamaco on the stream. For those keeping track at home, I'll look for revenge another time.
Okay, yeah.
But he wins this time.
I'm sure I'm gonna lose a lot of those. You know?
So definitely doing good work here. See a really slow start. 7-4 stat line. This is not bad. Last round of the half. If you're Mallard Creek Mavericks, you really want to try to make this 7-5. Chromatic fishes with his knife. He suppresses 3 acres. That's good info. He's going to go ahead and pop the ultimate here. You know, you can't cast your abilities over here if you're the Palisade Pumas.
30 seconds
Or
left.
if you're, I'm sorry, if you're the Mallard Creek Mavericks. What are you going to do here? Are you going to commit to this push? You got to expect the rotations coming over from A, from mid. They're going to flood onto this B site. We start seeing some shots fly through these smokes. Honey, just going fishing, but nothing's biting today. But ZZZ with the judge. 1 kill. I wanted it to be 2. We got the Cypher roll come down. Viet clutching up. This guy always shines, but not today, I guess. Jayla puts him in a good place. Gets the bomb down. Chromatic hard pushes there. 1 kill, 2 kills, and he's gonna get the defuse. Palisades leading the half 8-4. You're feeling good if you're the Pumas, but Mallard Creek Mavericks have one heck of a defensive comp. You talked about it at the start of the game. You
Switching
got
sides.
Sova. Sova is huge on this map for B. Throw your recon dart over the wall bang with them LMGs, your Odins, you know, whatever it is, right, that you want to spray through. You got Killjoy to lock down sites. You got Cypher to lock down sites. Jet just super mobile, and Omen can be anywhere at any time with his play. I could see a world, right? Pumas look really good, don't get me wrong, but I could see a world where Mallard Creek could start crawling this back because you're going to have a hard time getting on the site as these Palisade Pumas.
Well, they found a way to get 4 wins after starting, I think it was 4-0. Yeah, the timeout win started when they were 4-0. So, you know, they have been trading wins after the timeout, which is huge, especially if you don't. If you look at the composition of the team, and they are looking more of a defensive team than an offensive team right now. I mean, that's at least how they look for me. So I think this is going to be a better side for them. Not saying they're going to win the whole thing, but I wouldn't be, you know, celebrating too early if I was the Pumas right now.
Absolutely. You heard it here, folks. First, folks, Chamaco not willing to gamble his money on the Mallard Creek Mavericks, but does give him a small and confidence endorsement. Not a bad move. I mean, Viet, you can't ever count this guy out on Pumas. This guy was a rock star last week. He's doing really awesome today as well. Mallard Creek already got that early pick, right? We saw Bread get that early Sova pick. He is playing over here on this B site. You got Killjoy on B. Jet holding down A solo. Cypher looks like a lot of his traps are set up mid, starting to get taken out.
One enemy remaining.
Kills unfold. Brad with 2,
Spike
Power with
down
1.
B.
Zi-Fi Hani trade him back. And Jayla, just with the nanobot swarm, the nanobot swarm, I don't know what it's called. It's one of those two, I know for sure. Just clutching up that final kill. Pesky little things.
Yeah, getting the shots after Brad had already done a little bit of damage and showing where the opponents were seated. So, you know, everyone getting locked together, and now you were asking for Jayla to do more work. She's already, I mean, or he, I mean, I'm not sure. They are already over anxiety here on the scoreboard. So, you know, little by little creeping in and doing the damage that they need. And maybe that's the reason why we're seeing Mallard Creek sneaking here and closing the gap between them and Palisades.
Yep, we see the Marshal here in mid. I feel like I saw an Outlaw. Maybe I'm just wishful thinking, right? Andy's always telling me over here that gun's not good, but I like it. You know, 2 shots, I don't care. Ghost, a little ghost action here. Gentech just creeping on his camera. They can hear that as coming home, so they knew that the camera was nearby as they're going to start to push through this tree line, try to get onto this A site. Early pick from Bread. This guy,
One enemy
Gentech,
remaining.
actually, Brad,
Spike down
Hani
A.
takes care of Brad. Hani's all alone, 1v4. The Maverick flock is coming over. Puma all alone. What's better? 1 Puma, 4 Mavericks.
4 Mavericks.
4 Mavericks every time.
It seems like it. Wow. Look, I said it before, and it seems like they are giving me the reason here. I felt like they were a better defensive team, and so far, I mean, the first 2 rounds, it's been going to them. Now, the first round is pistols only. The second one is, you know, they're supposed to win it because, you know, they got the first round, so that's fine. They got the first 2. Now we are even more or less on the economy. Let's see how they do on this round. If Mallard Creek wins this round, I will be very tempted as Palisades to actually go for a timeout and say, okay, so this is not going well. We got to figure it out.
I know we were watching through Anxiety, but I could hear in the audio in the distance the Odin roar as it tries to spray through that B site and get a wallbang kill. Didn't find anybody, but Sage did pick up that Odin. Gonna use the wall to get a cheeky little angle, try to spray through the site. Odin very good at wall banging. Does take down Jayla from the boathouse. Hani wins that dual mid against Anxiety. We're starting to see the Pumas rally again. Viet trying to challenge Bread. Just let it happen, Hani. Nice little kill there. 5-2. Nova. Cypher. Can they retake this site? Can they dismantle these Pumas? Declaw them. Because right now they are ripping these Mavericks to shreds.
Can they? I mean, it's a 2v5 right now.
Last
5v2.
player standing.
It's almost impossible. It's going to be impossible. This is not going to be one for Brett to win. Maybe Brett, I mean, just save your your money. Don't risk it. If you got an easy kill, get it. But you're not going to have any easy kill. No.
Yep, just collapsing on him. ZZZ with that Odin. Just to come in and get a flawless kill, right? Not expected. Now, if you could have killed ZZZ, that could have been really detrimental to this economy. Odins are not cheap by any means. But now you have to, right? You have to play a little bit more cautiously on this B side. Perhaps why, if we glance up to that mini-map, because we see the team's position, perhaps why Sova's moved over to A site, right? You've got to think that they're expecting Sova to want to try to match this wallbang potential, but they're just going to play back a little bit more. Maybe give the Pumas some breathing room and then try to do the retake, collapse to win these, clutch up these rounds. 9-6, much closer than I thought it would be considering how this game started.
Oh, definitely. It started bad, I mean, really bad for Mallard Creek, for the Mavericks, but ever since they have been little by little crawling in and getting some traction. I like that Palisades was able to win the last round because that tells me that they can actually, play attackers. But we shall see. I mean, still think that Mallard Creek has the upper hand here as the defenders. That's not to, discredit anything from the players on how good they are.
Nice kill from Gentech. He does get blind. He's going to fall back. Hani says, what you going to do with all that power? I'm going to kill it. Gentech just using the camera, right? This is how you get your info. You know one player's there. You see 3 players, right? Now your team can start to rotate. They're committing hard here. Sage on site with the Odin. You definitely want to be careful of all your wall bangable areas there. They close the door on him. Bread committing the Hunter's Arrow, I think it's called, right? The ultimate up. Sova just to spray in there. I didn't think he found anyone. It does take 2 shots to kill someone. So he could have chunked someone. Yet gets a kill on Anxiety. Gentech with 3 total kills in the round. Jayla coming in. Little VCT finisher there. I think it was VCT Masters was the name of the tournament. Gunskin there. Beautiful killing it. Nice little jams.
Pretty good by Gentech and Jayla carrying the team at the end. And I do think, I'm with you that Red wasn't able to kill anyone with that Hunter's Arrow, but at the same time, he didn't allow them to move freely through that room and plant as they wanted to. So they never got the positioning that they needed. It allowed his teammates to go into the hunt and then catch the attackers before they could, set themselves over there. So, it served the purpose, and they actually got the win. So now 2 rounds of difference here between these teams. That's incredible.
Getting the hop in first person, folks. We've all seen this in our ranked games, right? No one wants to fall victim to the Odin wallbang there. Everyone kind of knows how to play around it, especially at this level, but down in my league, the Bronze League, we still fall for it all the time, myself included. Red, beautiful shot onto Hani. CCC finally drops that Odin, and the 4-piece from Bread. Wow, flawless round. 9-8. This game's getting close, Chimako.
Bro, I mean, it was one. Yeah, timeout, dude. Do it. One for power and everything else for Bread. And I mean, I've said it before, and I'm gonna keep saying it. He's the MVP so far. You know, he's the one that goes and actually puts everything into action. And I don't think anyone has any response to Brett's power so far, because even Hani, who has been great by its own merit, hasn't been as, you know, I don't know how to say that, but
not as prevalent, right? Not as dominating on the map that we saw in that first half.
Yeah.
You know, so that's kind of the story here, right? And that's the interesting thing in this game. Every player, you know, we'll see the scoreboard, I believe, at the start of the round, but every single player in this game stepping up and performing. Before, we only had 2 players on the whole map to call out. They've started to step up. Right, so everyone here is playing. Everybody knows that they need to win this game to inch them closer to the grand finals and that $45,000 cash prize here at the Valorant VESL.
yeah, especially if you're able. I mean, even if you don't win this, but you're able to make it close and get a good showing here, it shows a lot from you. And I'm talking right now about Mallard Creek, because they did not start great, but they were able to make the adjustments. And you know, every single great team has that in common. They're able to overcome adversities and make adjustments to do so.
Perfectly said, Chimaka. I couldn't have
Revealing
said it
area.
myself.
Get
Brett,
out of my way.
Shooting a little scouting dart early on.
There
Both
they
these
are.
teams, ladies and gentlemen, as a reminder, searching for the first win of this season. Both great games last week, just losing by 2 rounds, like narrowly losing their matchups. This could go either way and really put you on the map as a contender to be in the conversation with the Butler Bulldogs, with the Audrey Kell Knights, and with JT Williams. Everyone wants to be included in that conversation. Doesn't matter if you're a Maverick or a Puma. ZZZ swinging a kill on Jayla, avenging to up there. Sci-Fi, always check the corner, folks. Got his teammates back. Power does fall. DRX Bread again stepping up. I think they tried to do a little wall boost there for Sci-Fi. Sci-Fi's just a little bit back, barely missed that opportunity. But I see the Odin in the hands of Cypher. He's looking for something cheeky. Might get a little wall bang going on here. See him crouched over there, waiting for his moment to strike. They do have the bomb down. Faking the defuse. We see the Sage Res come in on Hani. Brad shuts down Chromatic with a headshot. Why'd you bring him back just to die? Because you got Gentech ready with the Odin to wallbang. The Odin that ZZZ put on the map. They're just using what you bought for him. It's a tie game, 9-9.
I wasn't sure that Gentech actually had a good position with the Odin, because, you know, well, he actually can wallbang through some of those walls, but it wasn't like through the one that is actually covering the spike. So I was second guessing myself, but in the end, you know, he proved me wrong. He just was able to move, used to the advantage, and then got double killed. And you know, even with ZZZ was getting Hani back into the game, it wasn't enough for Palisade. So we got a tied match.
And I got to jump in here. Sova setting up for the pup play. The Sova dart. He's looking. He wants to hear one footstep. Scan. Odin down, but he gets taken out by the counter. Odin. I didn't see it coming. We all saw it live. He looks down and gets decimated. That's got to feel bad because the play was set up. But we've seen ZZZ prep for that this whole series. He has always been there to challenge Sova. They don't need a vision dart. ZZZ just got the skills. They're trying to move through this market here. Power creeping behind these logs, saying, please, God, don't push through here. And if you do, don't shoot me in the head. They're going to try to divide the map. Chimako pushing in, getting these isolated duels, right? They're playing the number game. You alluded to this early on in the series. You're losing the 1v1s. Mallard Creek's recognized it. They're separating the Pumas because they know if you got a flock of birds, a Puma can only do so much against that. These claws, these talons, they take down Power. The Pumas, Gentech, he's got to get some info. If he's going to 1v3 clutch, he wants to know where they're hiding. I don't understand how you toss a cowboy hat down and you see where people are hiding, but the technology's here, folks. Gentech knows where they're at roughly. They haven't moved much. He doesn't know that, right? Because they could be walking.
Yeah. He needs a grenade or something.
Yep,
which
he's
he doesn't
playing
have.
a little slow. Everybody knows where he's coming. It's just a game sense, I guess, you know. as he swings. Hello, goodbye, Viet with that headshot to close out the round 10-9.
But he doesn't have that many options, right? The wall was closed, so either he does that or he goes all the way around through the map, and that wasn't an option as well. So, yeah, good win by Palisades. They definitely needed that one, and it was clutch getting that kill from ZZZ at the beginning. You know, getting Brett out of the way. Again, Brett 23 and 13. I mean, huge game by Brett. So you take him off the map, and all of a sudden it's a weaker. I mean, definitely a weaker Mallard Creek, and they took advantage of that.
Yeah, only positive player on his team. Definitely worth calling out. He's doing everything he can, trying to get this easy bake win. Sitting here in the middle.
Easy
area.
bake win.
Sitting here in the middle market. Jayla just, trying to listen, right? Trying to get some info. This is a very close game. Anxiety. Got the op. He's been doing very well. You got to think Brett had a little bit of, a little bit of back experience. One shot, but they double swing. They don't let him get out. That's a good trade. You trade a Phantom, I believe it was, or a Vandal for an op. Swings up, looking for it. Red pops the Hunter's arrow. He does tag one. That normally means you're getting a kill. Boom. Zi-Fi goes down with that. 4-3. 4-2. We keep seeing Mallard Creek Mavericks. Hani, good wall communication there. They tried to go up and swing at the same time. Fortunately, the Mallard Creek Mavericks did back up, not allowing that to happen. Jayla looking for some action. What a beautiful shorty, by the way. I'm a shorty fan. I need that shorty in game. We got the Recon Phantom, top 10 skin of all time.
Last player
Easy
standing.
clap. But Jayla, he maybe has a better Phantom, right? He got the kill.
30 seconds left.
You bought an Odin. You got the bomb. Huge investment into this round. You are max health, but it's 1v4. You can't die here, or this is really going to hurt your economy. If you are ZZZ, Power's hunting for him. He's going to find him here in a second, and will Mallard Creek Mavericks swarm on him afterwards?
10 seconds left.
It's close. And
One dead.
the contact. What a flick. Wow. Now they know where he's at. You know he's got an Odin. You're kind of scared. You do want to get this off of him, but you can't risk it. They're trying to swarm him. I don't think they're going to make it in time.
Yeah.
He's going to hold this corner here. Oh, they really wanted it. Man. 10-10. This game is a nail biter. Didn't see this coming. I gotta be honest with you, especially at the start of it.
By the way, I thought that Hani using the cloud burst wasn't the best idea, because then you give your position out. I mean, if the attacker, if the opponent was on the other side of the wall, which that's exactly what happened. So I get the idea, but at the same time, if you're not going into the cloud, then you're gonna be an easy target, and you are letting Sage completely alone, or ZZZ in this situation. So back to tight game here. Good start by ZZZ trying to, well, actually not really good, but trying to get people out of the wall. He got it. I mean, he got good shooting. Yes, finally got that one. Getting Power out of the way. I think is the next best thing after getting Red.
Just wait and see
Spike
how this
planted.
unfolds. You got to think as this gets closer. Kind of an idea creeping in the back of Mallard Creek Mavericks' mind is last week they went to overtime. They had a similar situation to this. They just couldn't pull it out in overtime. They'd really like to get this done early. They don't want to possibly choke up that overtime game again against the Palisade Pumas. Palisade Pumas, same way. Close game. You lost by 2. Both of these teams really want this win. You can see it. Pumas pulling ahead in this round, though. 5-3. Nice heal coming out. Hani takes down Anxiety.
Player standing.
One more falls. Jayla cleaning up. Jayla gets taken down by ZZZ. This Odin really making a big impact. Odin's a great gun. Very expensive. 11-10. 2 rounds away from total victory for the Palisade Pumas.
Well, in comp, if you use the Odin, people will look at you, like you don't deserve to be playing here. And it's for a reason, right? It's for a reason. It's actually a really powerful gun, and that's why it's so expensive. But at the same time, with in the right hands, it can make a lot of difference. And we are seeing right now that ZZC is being able to use it and then gain good access to different parts of the map and just spray it, maybe, yeah, probably spray it and just force people to be careful around it.
Yep, a little spray and pray action. I'm looking at Viet as a player here for the Palisade Pumas. I mean, this guy, he was their leader last week, coming off a fantastic performance. He needs to step up right now. He needs to clutch this out. He was 24-6 last week, Shabako, for his team. Looking at Bonnie. Going on to site. He's going to go ahead and pop this dash early, try to get a swing peek. Notice the Cypher. Can't get the kill. Jintech does get a good trade there. He does fall. We get the Sage res on Hani. Doesn't matter if you kill one player, we can bring it back. The numbers are on our side again. 5-4 from Palisade Pumas. Killjoy on Killjoy action. Everybody's got to get on site. Everybody's got to leave site. There's chaos everywhere. Pumas edging ahead. 3-2.
Last player standing.
3-1. And then ultimately, unfortunately, they fall for the Palisade Pumas. 12-10. 1 round to go
Match
for Palisade Pumas
What do you
to pick
say,
up their
bro?
first win. If you're
Ready to
Malcrete
stretch your
Mavericks,
wings?
you're feeling good about the game, but you're feeling down that you just can't close it out. Brad, 24-15. Only positive member on his team, doing everything that he can for him. But just on the other side of Palisade Pumas, I mean, we just see more consistent score lines across the board.
Yeah, and right now ZZZ has been so good at not only getting kills, but making things happen. As we saw on this one, he was able to get Hani back into the action, and it was very much worth it. Hani was able
out of my
to
way.
get Anxiety out of the way when Anxiety had the Blade Zone active. So that was huge for Palisades to stop Marlar Creek, and now they are one game away from actually getting the victory here in this series.
Viet cooling off with his fan as he gets ready to charge the side. In, feeling hot. Nice spray through, takes down Bread. That's not what you want to see as a Malcrete Maverick fan. Your star player goes down. Anxiety does trade out with Hani, though. We need someone to step up here. Jayla could be the player that steps up with Bread gone. You're out of bread. You can't make peanut butter and jellies. You can't make ham and cheeses. What do you do without your bread? You need your bread and your milk. Make you some milk sandwiches if it starts snowing. Power. Quick kill on the Palisade Pumas. Just going to reposition with the ult. Join up with his team.
One
They're
enemy
united
remaining.
as they push on.
Spike planted.
Jayla with a kill. Jintech with a kill. They know where Sci-Fi is. Jayla wall banging through. Doesn't need it. Anxiety gets the kill. 12-11. This is where my game knowledge gets tested a little bit. I'm not sure if this guarantees an overtime. I don't think it does.
No, it
because
doesn't.
You can win by 2. Yep, so you can get 13-11. So, Mallard Creek, you're in a position you were just in last week. You need this round to go to overtime.
But that was a huge round.
get
mean,
this?
as you said, Red was the first one to fall, and they still managed to get the win. They you called Jayla. Jayla got into action. Power and Gentech and Anxiety. I think every one of those, they got kills on that round. So everyone's pulling their weight and doing something to get the win. So,
Double Odin.
oh, really?
We see Odin on each side.
On each
We saw
side,
this
on each
before.
side. Okay,
Yep.
gotcha. So this is a moment for Brett to, put a lot of information out there and hopefully spray the Odins out through the walls.
Yeah, ZZZ playing away from that. Cypher does have the Odin on the side of Malcrete Maverick, so maybe goes for a late wallbang here. Brad not really wanting to sign up for that after what ZZZ did, but they're playing this A side with the Odin. Odin, really surprisingly accurate from a distance. Just so everyone at home knows, it is a big machine gun, but man, can it slay. Anxiety, he can start to feel the pressure of
Spike down.
We get kills going back and
player
forth. I'm not even going
standing.
to try to keep up with him. Chromatic comes out with 3 of them, though. ZZZ with 1. Gentech, it's all in your hands. You've got the Odin. You've got to beat the other Odin. ZZZ, you've got to beat
Spike planted.
Chromatic on the KO. You've got your ultimate. If you can find a dead body, you can toss it down. You can get some info. A lot of pressure. We see the Odin actually on the ground right there. So ZZZ swapped it out. He doesn't have an Odin anymore. Looks like he's got a Vandal, judging by the silhouette there. You can wallbang through this floor. KO. He doesn't know he's here, but we are suppressed. Gentech can't use his ultimate now, at least for a few more seconds. He's going to try to shoot this wall. He knows roughly where KO is. Now everyone knows where everyone is on the map, right? Go in, you get blinded, you're Gentech. You got to go fast. The bomb's ticking down. Can you clutch this up for the Malcrete Maverick?
One enemy
You
remaining.
get 1, you get 2. I don't think he's got time to defuse, unfortunately. What a good game.
Attackers
Gentech
win.
not able to clutch up. Palisade Pumas, first win of the season over the Malcrete Mavericks. Whoo! I'm out of breath.
At the end, you know, you saw ZCC just jumping in. He wasn't even trying to shoot at Gentek. It was like, yeah, we got this. You know, you try whatever you want, but it's not going to happen. So they knew they had the win on their back, and I mean, rightfully so. It was a very fun match to watch. I think one of the funniest or the better ones that we have seen here so far.
Yep, and shout out to production. Chamaco, you got your score on screen there. Your 1-0 victory over me earlier today with the name call. I got to take it on the chin, right? That is the win for you. Easy dub. This guy, he may not play Valorant. He may not play, or he plays a lot more Rocket League, but he can read infinitely better than me. That's education at its finest. Wherever he went to school, better than when I went to school. Well, let's talk about real fast. Let's talk about our matchups, right, that we've seen throughout the day. A little bit of history, what we've seen earlier, right? We already know our first four. Let's look at this last three, our recent action. Audrey Kell Knights, 13-3 against South Mex Sabretooth Tigers, Sabres. Palisade Pumas, 13-11 MC Matters. We just saw that action. And coming up next, ladies and gentlemen, we've seen people in the chat asking about this. When is JT Williams here? JT Williams is up next against the Providence Panthers.
That's one tough matchup here. I mean, both teams going with a 1-1 so far. You know, so undefeated. JT Williams is a school that has a lot of good trajectory here in esports, just as much as Ardrikel. So I'm excited to see that one. But we're gonna be taking a little bit of a break, and then come back here with more action. I'm not gonna be here, so I'm gonna say good night. But that's just me. We're gonna have everyone else and watch that last match of the day.
What's going on, everybody? Welcome back to some VESL, some CMS Valorant, week number 2. Day 1 of week number 2, I should specify. Valorant is on our docket for today as we have gone through a multitude of matches, but there's only one more left. Let's go and pull up the schedule real quick. Let's go ahead and show this roadmap on everything that we've done so far. Butler Bulldogs to start things off to beat the Cardinals 13-4. Very similar scoreline for the next match as the Audrey Kell Knights will win 13-3 versus the Wildcats. A very close affair for the Butler Bulldogs, their second time on broadcast, beating the East Mech Eagles. And then North Mech Vikings won 13-3 versus CM Virtual. Very, very interesting matchups as we continue on with the last 3 of the evening. Audrey Kell Knights, with their second time, continue to look dominant, beating South Mech Sabres 13-3. And then Palisades Pumas won 13-11 versus the MC Mavericks. This is what we just saw. And finally, we get to see JT Williams versus the Providence Panthers. And my question to you, Mr. Tumbleweed, who's the third best team in this whole league right now? Because I feel like it's kind of a toss-up.
I'm going to say it blindly. I know we didn't see it last week on stream, folks. JT Williams did win 13-0 against Charlotte Virtual, and I want to look at one player on that team. That man is Tracker. 31 kills, 2 deaths to his name. Probably one of the best stat lines we saw all across week 1. It looks like a player. That's a 16 KD roughly, right? Close enough, right? I'm going to round him up. That is something really good for you to lean into this week. On the other side, Providence Panthers, right? They also had a good showing. They did come out and get a win last week on Bind against your North Mech. So we're going to have a banger right here, and if JT Williams wins, I'm locking him in top 3.
Well, let's go ahead and get on into this. The final best of 1 of the evening. JT Williams taking on the Providence Panthers. And if there's one name in particular that I was looking forward to casting one more time, again, whereas we are making the turning of the page halfway through this 4-week season, look no further than the second player on the right for the Providence Panthers. He's back on the screen. Yeet, Enjoyer back here, who also had a fantastic showing, 13-6 versus North Mecklenburg last week. Went 39-11.
That's pretty crazy.
That's pretty
And then
good.
you got Slippy, just a backup character in the Star Fox series. Not here, 20-9, really making a name for themselves. But JT Williams, I got to give them the introduction, right? It's their first time on the live stream. Let's just go down the list. We got Ouroboros. We got Mass. We got Tracker, who I just talked about. Crazy KD, 31-2. We got Grassley, and we got Indigo. All these players. Grass T, I'm sorry, it looks like an L. That's a T. I'm old, I'm blind, I'm tired. Grassy 13-4. Ouroboros 13-6. Tracker 31-2. Indigo 5-1, and Mass 3-3. If you're Mass, not a great performance considering you 13-0'd someone, you go even 3-3. So Mass, I'm looking for you. Step up a little bit this game. I want to see you be a star. That's going to really cement you in that top 3 debate between Audrey Kell, Butler Bulldogs, and the likes.
On the other side for Providence, again, Slippy was the secondary to Yeet Enjoyer on that win. Played Chamber on Bind. It went 20-9, looked really, really good at it along the way. We did have Tan last week, Sereno, and then Panda's Dabby. So a very different look, I will say that much, ever so slightly, as we do have H-Stock coming in as well as Dry Bowser. Don't know what the difference in between the other Bowser is comparatively to this one, but we will leave it at that. No more further. Icebox here, as far as this best of 1 is concerned. Not our first time seeing Icebox tonight. Very tricky one, though. I will say this much, as far as the discrepancy is concerned on both sides. One does have more, I guess, utility when it comes down to the smoke coverage. The Cloven play for Providence.
Yep, and not our first time seeing Icebox for both these teams, though, in this tournament. First time seeing Icebox for each of them. You asked me, Andy, I got to dig into it. Dry Browser, Wet Bowser, different. Mario 64,
Here.
right? Mario didn't throw him over the side. This is the Bowser that won on Mario 64. Denied all those Mario speedrunners their final star count. Their first star count, depending on the speedrunner you're looking at. So he's the champion.
Nailed it.
Looking to bring that over into Valorant.
Spike planted.
As we get the bomb down, we get Clove. We got some more little smokes from Clove here, and I'm excited for this. Clove only on one
Found
side,
them.
so we get to see that impact. We haven't seen it in a lot of mirror matches today, though.
One
Right.
enemy remaining.
Those roosts are very good. Again, can be activated even in death if they are off a cooldown. 1v3 in the post plant. War's gonna tap it, but oh, good centering. That one player watch either end of the maze. Tracker will find 3 in the round. That'll be JT Williams taking the opening salvo here for Icebox. The first round, they'll have a buttload of more credits comparatively to Providence. Have to see what they can buy going forward. And I'm sure a lot of people are probably asking, especially how we've seen just about every single team tonight play 2 separate matches. JT Williams did have a forfeit win on the day. That was to Rocky River, so just clear that error all entirely. They were going to be on stream twice, but now we only get it once as they, again, had that forfeit win versus Rocky River.
And we got an Outlaw, Andy. You know I love this gun. You're not a fan of it, but Outlaw right here, gonna be meta. Tracker, he's getting an ace. I'm calling it right now.
I just, like, it's hard for me to justify, like, the damage discrepancy. Because, like, you can ADS a little bit faster with it. 258 headshot damage, 140 body shot damage. Why not just use a Marshall? It's a little bit more accurate.
Scout destroyed.
First shot accuracy a lot less dependent. A Slippy with said Marshall. Going to find that first blood. What more could you potentially find off of that now that you have full numbers advantage, albeit by 1 for Providence? I saw pop flashing up through a minute ago, but Eden Joyer was watching it. Gonna be able to get that Devour back up to full HP. And there's the Outlaw, getting that body shot. No armor for Slippy. They will die.
Ouroboros just hearing some movement, right? Some wild footsteps. Trying to figure out what's going on. Sky does know there's a player there thanks to the bird comms back. They know that there was a blind there. Tracker inching up with the Outlaw. I called the ace.
Spike
It's still on the
planted.
table. As he's just looking for pressure. Someone trying to jump peek him there. Cool skin on the Outlaw. I like the little dolphin there.
Last player standing.
Sentient looking dolphin. You see what I'm saying? How, like, you have, like, the 2 shots? Like, you essentially do not un-ADS. All that stays true so long as you don't move your mouse up and down. It's very, very good in that regard. I will give it that. But again, the 2 shots comparatively to the 6, some arguments could be made. Shots going to be missed wildly to the Sheriff. Not going to be able to get any more. It's Yeet and Joy for 3 on the round. And Providence are going to win this thrifty round, completely stuffing any sort of bonus that JT Williams were hoping to put together.
Yep, absolutely. What a good way to start, right? Both teams making an A. Providence and A, guys. Listen, JT Williams, y'all may hype him up. Chat may want to see him. Chat, you better start wanting to see the Providence Panthers. We're top 3 team. We're going to go toe-to-toe with these guys. They're looking to win. Yeet and Joy are up 3-1. Looking to follow behind that man's leadership. Get a few more Yeets. On the other side, Tracker, 5 kills, 1 death, 5-0 KD. That's pretty impressive. That's something to write home about.
Still have enough to be able to buy here. Some ARs in play. H-Dog up top, though, only a Spectre. This is going to get yeeted up top. Not going to find anything whatsoever. Now, there is a player over by screens all the way into the backside of the maze, so a little bit of a blinding light is what's going to come out to play. Going to at least stall the push momentarily. It is Grassy here. And Grassy stopped this push with a classic. Chances are not very likely, but this is a very push-back defensive setup. Joy is going to find that first blood. Again, ARs comparatively to pistols, so you feel like that this should be a round win guaranteed for Providence. And well, it's looking damn near likely. That's going to be able to take that one on a Slippy. You only lost 1 more player. You just want to make sure that that's the only damage that you can possibly control. Last player is going to be the Killjoy. Nice shots. Again, with Mass getting that elimination, was able to pick up that Vandal. So what more could you potentially do? A Ruse is going to come out over towards screens, and that should be more than enough. Mass wants nothing more to do with this. Just save the Vandal. Just get the heck out of here.
Yep, just hang out. Maybe look for an exit kill if you really want to. I don't even think you should do that personally. I think you should just get out of here. But he wants to try to hurt the economy of these Providence Panthers. Reyna already over there with the ultimate. The Empress ready to go at any time. Jet also on the side of JT Williams. Ultimate available. Really early on in this, so going into round 4, 2 ultimates available. That's pretty impressive for both sides, honestly.
I think it does need to be talked about. Just going back to the conversation about just agent discrepancy, right? You got the 2 duelist composition comparatively to just the 1. When it comes down to Yeet Enjoyer, it just kind of strikes me as far as the arena play.
Coming back.
Probably a little bit more of a comfort pick. You can arena, you can really just do it all. Plus, like the Devourer and the Dismiss, you can really be in control of your destiny comparatively, just like the Jet. See a little bit more team-oriented play. You also get the ability to bring out the KO, which again for null CMD, which is a very, very potent ultimate. Not to mention the knife, just very good to open up a lot of good information. Hello, Lear? Good centering on a mask for that first blood. Golly, that was sick.
Wall hacks confirmed if you're masked. All right, that was impressive. Definitely a crazy kill. Slippy, trying to slip in and out. His name was Yeet Enjoyer. Another Yeet to his name. Just takes down Grassley on the other side. 4-4 on the map. Icebox, always such a chaotic map. You know, when these abilities start flying, everything's really close quarters. A lot of these tight angles and all these obstacles in the way. A lot of verticality, too. You don't really see that in a lot of different maps. So there's so many extra angles to check. Ouroboros, just popping a squat, setting up a campfire, listening out, see what he's got to deal with. We hear the noise coming, right? Little homie going over there planting. He gets taken out. Whoever shot little homie, shame on you. He's just trying to do his job.
Yeah. So like the one like the Butterbot like Rick and Morty just like got one job.
30 seconds left.
Yeah,
Ouroboros gonna be there to take him down.
One enemy remaining. Spike down B.
God, that's tough. 1v3 now, and well, Tan doesn't really have a whole lot of HP. Cannot heal himself. Nice little pop flash actually come through. Resetting for the gunfight, but Indigo, windy shots to start, gonna be enough. Tan gets cut down, evened up in round 5.
Yep, Indigo, a dominant color. It is pretty much primary color, right? It is a primary color. RGB. Yep, I had to break it down for myself, folks. That's how late it's getting. Indigo, the more dominant color there with Tan. I don't know how you make Tan. No one popped with me there. But primary color beats Indigo every time. Or beats Tan every time. Bye phase.
You make Tan by going outside, by the way. That's what I was just like pointing at my skin.
I was just gonna ignore it because no one could see it, and I didn't get the reference. You don't have to go outside. They got tanning beds for that.
Well, that's cheating.
And they got spray on tans. You can get tan from a can. Crafty holding this sight down. Yeah, you really see it, right? When we get back into the game, you see how potent that Viper wall can be. Kind of crazy how it can just adapt and switch those different levels of elevation and truly lock down a whole site. Make it one-sided. You're always kind of spooked to try to push through that. H-Dog. I'm assuming that's Hot Dog.
Spike
Hot
planted.
Dog 652 planting down the spike.
Do you have Thresh available here in this post plant? Do you elect to use it? I reckon probably not. A couple runes coming out. Nice centering up slowly up top inside of the kitchen. Going to take Indigo out. Now a 2v4. Trailblazer also invested. Hey, how's it going? Slippy. Not going to be able to deal with the Trailblazer in time. Stunned up. Now just below this rope.
One enemy
Some
remaining.
assistance, or had I should say, over by the yellow cargo container. Slippy's going to get traded. It's just Grassy versus the world. And that Rouge should just about solidify it, if not just the imminent death that is ensuing from those ticking time coming through from the spike. So full Vandals versus full Vandals. Providence come out on top. Grassy just going to try to look for a couple of exits. Not going to be able to find it at all. 1 round lead.
I made an observation that last round, Andy. And while we have a timeout, this seems like the perfect way for me to fill time. Grassy, this guy has just got everything synergized so well. Character, Grassy, Sky. Got like the nature theme. Got a nature Vandal, right? You got to assume he's got other nature skins. This guy is full on cosplay efficient uniform.
Things.
What?
So it's just 2 things?
I mean, the kit's like, what, 4 things, right? That's all you got.
That's fair.
Yeah. So it's half,
What
50%.
what knife is he running? Hold on.
He's got a. I can't. Is that a basic knife? I can't tell. I'm
can't
not
see
as
it.
good with the skin names.
That box
I
is
think.
super small.
I think the Vandal's called like Elderwood or something like that, if I remember right.
Gaia.
So Gaia. I wouldn't have got that. So Gaia skin line. Here we go. We got the game. Doing a little knife flick action. Keeping your
That can't
hands
be
warm.
safe. Do
What
not
is-
try that at home.
What is? Yeah, he's got to be slicing up the backside of his palm. Maybe just that. Well,
Well,
probably
no, that's
good
the dull
gloves.
side.
What is this? What is this knife? What is that knife?
I don't know what it's called, but it's not a leaf and it's not a tree.
It could be a leaf. If you look closely and squint your
That's a
eyes.
sharp leaf. It looks like a feather, says production. I disagree. It looks like a knife. 3-2 is the current scoreline.
It's a feather from his bird.
What?
Yeah, it's a feather from the bird. to eat.
Birds
That's
aren't
what
real,
I'm
man.
What's this?
Blade
Government
barrage being
drones
popped actually on
confirmed.
both sides. And this makes more sense, especially for at least the offensive team out of Providence, given that they are in a terrible spot as far as credits are concerned. I believe that JT Williams, as far as their jet, don't really have everything going for themselves, but here comes the Thresh. Got a hot down! Trying to at least get that capture. Attainment onto a player that was over by Maze, but it was the jet. Just outlaws, or just updrafts their way up towards the top side of screens. Tracker going to take down Eden Joyer with a headshot from those knives. Going to get the replenishment back. Somebody trying to move his hands back with the one at the same. Nice shot. Actually coming through from the blade quad. Going to get the knives back. Making it 8 double time. Taking down Indigo. Making 3, but the right click. You don't get the regeneration from the knives. 2v2.
One enemy
Got
remaining.
HP on both different
Spike
sides. Tracker
down
does have a
A.
Vandal still. Gonna take down H-Dog and Tracker via the knives. Finds 3 in the round. Oh, we are about to have a highlight reel there for a moment out of Slippy. Not gonna be the case at all. Even Stevens again in round number 7.
Yep, and I love that play almost as much as Viet loves VESL. Coming through in chat. Shout out to Viet, my guy. We got a tilde knife. It's a keyboard knife. We were all wrong. Andy nods his head. He disapproves of my
No,
joke.
you know what I disapprove of
fly.
is that like it's just we had so many opportunities for like there's so many different like nature-y weapons that you could use.
I don't
Using
know
keyboard
that.
one. No, they're for sure. Yes, absolutely.
Well, yeah, I guess the one that came with this, it could be a feather, right?
The
Shout out
production's
production.
Yeah, production's obsessed with the feather.
I got production's back right now. Okay.
Production likes birds.
The bird is the word, so they hear, right?
aren't
And if
real.
there's one thing that we're here to do is spread the word. If we're spreading the word, we're spreading the bird. Hot Dog sending his little buddy on the site. His little buddy gets shot down again. Slippy slips into the corner here. Gets detected, though. He's not very sneaky. Should have done a barrel roll out of there before he got detected. Ouroboros, I got no jokes for this name. Andy, you got something?
Well, tomorrow we'll be here for one. So I'll tell you that much. Yeah, Ouroboros. Somebody didn't watch Loki, and it shows. 4v5 on the map so far, and the spike is dropped in a very precarious spot. That is the do or die by the wingman. Shut out the wingman. Oh, nice shot. I mean, Eden Joy really thought they were going to get away with highway robbery there, but the Empress was very good with that last week. Guardian in the hands
Here.
of the hot dog. Tracker's just holding the cross here. Scoped in with the Vandal.
30
So
seconds
4v3,
left.
Just under 30 seconds left. Overgrowth is just going to be here to try to get Indigo back to full HP. And Mosh just utilize to displace him. Hot Dog's good for 2 with the Guardian.
One enemy
Double tapping
remaining.
people. Here comes Tracker on that cross. Dry Bowser gonna elect to
Last player
try to go in
standing.
for the second
10
life,
seconds
but
left.
it is borrowed time. About halfway through that bar. Needs to get a kill to stay alive. Spike might get planted for some extra credits, but it doesn't matter. Just drops to the floor. And I love that call out of JT Williams. You didn't need to play for the kill. You didn't need to stop it from happening. Otherwise, you would have potentially lost the round, giving the second lease on life. But also a good call out of Dry Bowser to just make sure that you get that spike planted, get the extra credits going in the next round.
Yep, you heard it here first, folks. If you're a teacher in the chat, reach out to Dry Browser. Give him a little bit extra credit points on a test. This guy's doing all of this work here. 2-6 on the score line, though. We're going to ignore that. Failing grade. You get extra credit to mix it up. We'll give you a couple kills of leniency. You're going positive this game, Dry Bowser, no matter what. Ian, 2-4. Hot Dog, 5-5. We're getting a timeout. Slippy, Yeet, and Joyer on the side of Providence. I think that is for the timeout. What a great game we've got so far. 4-3 on the scoreline.
Yeah, very back and forth. I will say that much. And like the thing about Icebox is that you need to actually be more methodical than it is. You can't just like bull rush your way through one of these sites. because it's almost long tunnels constantly. That was actually one of the biggest problems with it and why I was taken out of competitive plays, because Tube was just super exploitable. So they added it in that window, and not a lot of people don't like going through Tube to the kitchen. Go figure. So that's why you're seeing a lot of these pushes come through over by A, and even over by B as well. It just all like kind of depends on like what utility you do have at your disposal. But yeah, I do like how close these two teams are matched up against each other, because now we're currently just sitting here. As far as, commentators, analysts, and just overall big fans of CMS. Who's that third team? Who's good?
I'm still locked in on JT Williams.
I feel like this is the fight for being the third team at the end of week 2. I'll go ahead and I'll say it.
Listen, guys, I'm riding the hype train. Chat is guiding me. My fellow, production team crew, as they educate me more on these schools, they're guiding me. JT Williams is the team. I'm just going to go ahead and put him top 3. You're a big dog in the sport. This would be an upset if Providence Panthers could pull this out. And remember, folks, like Andy said during the timeout there, this map is Icebox. It's not a Cracker Jack box. There's no prize in the middle for going and causing all that chaos. Play to your sides. Get your kills. The only prize is if you win the game.
What? All right. All right.
You know what a Cracker Jack box is.
I do. That was just so far out of left field, but it's baseball season, baby. All right, Dry Bouncer. Trying to get a couple ruses out, maybe. Just waiting for the confirmation of Grassy that is down low. Here comes another Dizzy.
Oh, I'm starting to get dizzy. These games, man, there's so many green hostiles detected.
Pop flash out of the ruse, ready to go. Yeah, he did. Yeah, does a bad pop flash. Second one comes out. I think you might have saw at least one player dip back over towards Maze, but it's a 1-for-1 trade. A Reyna for a Sky. And I think you're much more comfortable losing the Reyna comparatively to the Sky. Here comes the wingman. Spike's getting a lot to be planted. Not really anybody in a position to try to retake that, but it's because they wanted to invest the lockdown to retake this A site. So time is a ticket. You can retake the site momentarily, but it's not in a position just for you to drop down on willy-nilly, or Boros is here on the flank. Players now pushing up. Tracker's going to find the last 2 eliminations. Wonderful execution off of losing the Sky for JT Williams, just to invest the lockdown, make it as minimal as possible as far as ultimates and abilities are concerned, retake it with 4.
I think this is the biggest lead we've seen the whole game. Andy up 2 rounds, 5-3 for JT Williams. It's been really close, even back and forth. Maybe like 1 round here and there, but it's always tied up. JT Williams starting to pull ahead a little bit. Tracker, I'm looking at him, 14-3. Remember, that's the guy had that really impressive like 30-3 stat line or whatever it was from last week. He's got an op in his hand. He's playing Jet. What more could you want out of a star player than that?
All right. You are the operator itself. Operator incarnate. If you play Jet. That said, it is a pistol on the opposite side, but do not shake, do not bake. Providence are going to give every single lick of this for sure. Molly's out, trying to bull rush their way over towards the site. Crest is going to be able to at least get some early damage. But it's just pistols. I mean, you're hoping for any sort of elimination whatsoever, but this is going to be at least 1 elimination short of a flawless for JT Williams, as they now double the round count over Providence's forehead.
Yep, you had JT Williams there, some on the bottom bunk, some on the top. They had so much more room for activities when they were throwing out their abilities and really playing the field, as opposed to the Providence Panthers, who were all down on the bottom floor. Didn't have the bunk beds.
So much room for activities when you have bunk beds, man. I feel like a lot of the high schoolers that are watching this, like, they probably don't understand that reference, but that's all good. It's a great movie. Great movie, brother. All right, so here we go. Immediately calling in towards the Viper's pit. That's going to shut down all of the A nonsense. But this is a push through 2. Somewhat of an icebox pass, right? H-Dog going to be right there to at least find the first. An immediate trade, 4v4. You still have a Thresh. You still have Seekers available if you are Providence. You probably don't want anything to do with that A site. Not whatsoever. So it seems like that they're trying to flip the map. Get in back behind Snow. Ooh, but that's a great timing coming through from Grassy. Again, just any sort of look at information. That mid was open out from kitchen. You re-peek it. You look at your spawn. That's going to be the call now for a defensive seekers to find where these last 3 players are located at. Tracker just waiting off any information. Just going to prime up
Spike
at least
planted.
the dash.
One enemy
Tailwind
remaining.
available, but can't get the kill. It's H-Dog for 3 in the round. Easy trade out of Ouroboros that immediately comes out from their stink pit over by A to be able to find the trade. JT Williams now leads by 4.
JT Williams is definitely team no yeet. They are not allowing Yeet Enjoyer to come on to the field. Way too few yeets for our cast today. 7 and 8 for Yeet
If you
Enjoyer.
see one
Not
of
as
my
good of a game
creatures, it's a
as he
good
had
thing, all right?
last week.
figure out what they
Definitely
do
enjoyed shouting
eventually.
Yeet a lot into the microphone. Not sure if people did or not, but hopefully you did. Grasty gonna hop in, ride along with Grasty for a little bit. With his feather knife, I'm not calling it a tilde knife. Stick it to production. Showing us a tilde knife. We're going Team Feather all day. Yeet Enjoyer, what's he got? He's got a Recon Guardian. I didn't even know that was a skin, but it looks sick. He's got a laser sight on it. And a little, what's that knife called? A little karambit
Yeah,
knife.
Karambit, there you go. There you
Yep, there we go.
Everybody's favorite knife variant. I like swords. All right. Blade Barrage is ready again for JT Williams. And you look at this guy. Here comes Thresh. Again, was being inside of Thresh, could not activate, plant the spike in time. Oh, Grassy! Yeah, I should have been dead to rights for sure. Great utilization for Thresh.
On Phantom.
The Tracker's going to be right there to at least find the trade onto the enemy jet. Blade Barrage will see being activated. Wingman going to come out and be able to get that spike planted. H-Dog good for 2. And it's a 2v2 now on the site.
One enemy
Golly, it
remaining.
erupts into a 1v1. Mass or Vice Screens. He's going to use the ruse. The offensive team of Providence. Try to reposition through Mace. He has so much time to try to do this. And so many corners he has to clear. Where could he possibly be at? Time's a ticket. It's a brilliant H-Dog centering. Just about perfect tough gun fight to take, but it's going to be 4 in the round for H-Dog. As Providence finally break the mold to get themselves another round on the
Last
board.
round in the half.
Good
Time to
play
spend this cash.
by Hot Dog there. Just cementing that round win. That's what you need if you're Hot Dog. You're starting to trail behind. It was 7-3, now 7-4. Hot Dog 13 and 8. This guy's got all the toppings on him. Cheese, ketchup, mustard.
You put all that on a hot dog? See you on the other
What do you
side.
put on a hot dog?
Like a Chicago-style dog.
Relish, onions, maybe some slaw.
Oh, that's good chili.
Not always. No, that's chili dog. That's something different. Chili dogs are a little sloppy. I like
Country boy myself. We don't always like chili.
Oh, we can hear it, trust me. All right, here we go. For opening salvo for this round. Going to see a first blood in favor for Providence. Ultimate's being invested here for Tracker, who is kind of running low on
planted.
credits, just is able to get some abilities, but no harm, no foul. Even if you lose this, you'll still be leading at least by 2 rounds. Indigo's going to at least mitigate some damage, but his teammates are dying all around him. Grassy somehow able to turn that into another kill. Not dead yet.
Last
Going to be
player
invested
standing.
for Dry Bowser, which I don't hate.
Oh, yeah.
You're running low on econ, but hey, regardless, it's the end of the round, or the end of the
Switching
half,
sides.
excuse me. Just going to be trailing by 2 as we swap sides here.
Yeah, really close game, 7-5. Now I'm paranoid. I gotta think about how I'm saying so I don't sound too country.
Oh, you can't do anything about it, brother. like that's it. That's just your draw, man. You can't change
The
that.
North and South come together and cast a game of Valorant. Yeehaw! Or, as Providence Panthers would say, yeehaw, brother.
Is that what they say?
JT
I've never
Williams.
been
What
there,
a sick
so-
knife. What was this called again? We learned this last week. I'm sorry, production. What is this called?
I don't remember, but that can't be
It's a
safe.
fancy name, but look how cool that is.
That just can't
How
be
you put a
safe.
knife. Nice little Wukong pistol, ghost pistol. I have that pistol. You know, I thought it looked really cool. Really cool to see the staff come
Here.
through every time you reload. I don't know what this pistol is. It looks kind of gnarly though. Kind of looks like a stormtrooper pistol in a way.
It does look like a stormtrooper pistol. Better hope you don't shoot like a stormtrooper with that pistol, though.
Tracker, he can't go in there. Feeling a little frosty. That sign said no snowmen allowed. So he's just going to go ahead and move to the side there, not push up onto the A site. Rules are rules, folks. Sometimes you just can't go to the site if the building doesn't allow you in. Hot dog lurking in the corner.
Oh, Dizzy's up.
Shot Dizzy.
Somebody's
Thrown
there.
into the air. They know someone's there. I didn't know about the audio cue. Someone's there. That's cool.
He just dinked him. Look at the HP for the sky.
Oh, we did.
JT
It must have been a
Williams.
wall bang.
Did you hear that?
Yeah.
That's armor.
Kuranami no Yabi.
Blinded.
Yaiba. Kuranami no Yaiba.
I like Yabi more. It sounds
Yabi
more,
Yabi doo.
it sounds more dramatic. Spike's going to get planted here. 4v5 on the map. JT Williams have essentially full coverage of the B site. Got to try to retake this, lacking the numbers. Grassy. Going to invest at least the Prowler. That's about all you can do. Drivehouser's just going to tap the Spike. See if he can bait out any sort of positioning. Not gonna lucky sticking it all. Nice centering coming out from Slippy. Here comes the engagement. Blood is being spilled all over the B site. Over by the yellow crate. That's where the next
Last player
defender's gonna be
standing.
coming from. Grassy, 5
enemy
HP.
remaining.
Last one alive will be Ouroboros. Simply not enough time to be able to fish out all of these eliminations, let alone 5 these kills. Great call by Yeet Enjoyer, just giving himself up to the Spike. You actually get more cash in your back pocket if everybody dies at the end of the round, brother.
I didn't know that. That's good to know. 3 yeets, and he yeets himself. It's a 4 yeet round for the
Here.
Yeet Enjoyer. 8-5. JT Williams taking a little bit of the lead here. Just waiting. Hopefully see the scoreboard in a second. I just want to check in on everybody. How's everybody doing? Everybody having a good time? Good night? Gotta be hurting your wrist to flick out that shotgun and knife so much that way. But if you're KO, you're a robot, so you probably don't feel anything anyway.
That's messed up, man. It's like saying my microwave doesn't have feelings. Like, you don't know my microwave.
Microwave, I mean, as much ramen as you put through that thing, it's gotta be feeling some type of way. Or Boros catches him. Oh! Shibzak 2 kills. Can he get a 3rd and a 4th? He's lurking. They know he's there.
One enemy
10
remaining.
goes down. Hot dog feeling the pressure. Gets eaten alive by Ouroboros for 4 kills.
First of all, that's gross. Second of all, you've never seen the Brave Little Toaster, and it shows. 9-5 now.
No one in this game knows what that is.
The Brave Little Toaster?
Not a single person in this game.
But I bet you they know who Thomas the Tank Engine is.
Well, yeah,
And that's
iconic.
technically older than Brave Little Toaster. Slam. 9-5. 4-round lead now for JT Williams. And they have so much cash. But they're just going to elect to play this as a little bit of a bonus. It's kind of forcing out some guns to be bought. You see 3 light armors, all Vandals. Only 2 full armors on the side of Providence.
A little lurk in action here. Slowing down the game. Thanks, guys. Helps my voice out. We don't always need to be moving at 500 miles an hour.
Turrets destroyed.
Mass loses his turret. That's got to feel bad. Speaking of technology, you know, I saw on Twitter earlier, I haven't got to watch the video fully. I guess there's like a new robot from Boston Dynamics. A little bit more squeaky. It kind of looks like a full human standing up. It's interesting. World's going to be an interesting place. KO may be real here soon. Coming to you from Boston Dynamics. Kind of spooky to think about, but also kind of cool. You know, it depends on where you're at. I welcome our robot overlords. I want you to know that I accept you. Tan looking
down
for
A.
action. Tracker, he's tracking down kills. The only thing he tracked down was his teammate's death.
It should be a round win. Yeah, I mean, you have the gun advantage at this point. Basically, you're setting
Player
yourself
standing.
up for
30 seconds
full
left.
ARs versus full ARs. Just want to make sure you don't lose bodies along the way. Grassy does have a Bulldog, though. Can he find any exits whatsoever? Or they're going to elect to chase him down. I would not like that call whatsoever. Just let time dwindle. Talk about the next round, what you're going to be doing.
Is death an exit? Because that could be the one that he finds if he pushes up.
Well,
off the
that's
side.
what
10
you
seconds
want
left.
if you are Grassy. Mostly being just because you again you get more cash for all being wiped. So yeah, gonna take the gunfight up top. Hot Dow gonna find that kill. 3 in the round. Bring this back within 3.
Interesting note, you know, for that gameplay mechanic. Maybe obvious to most people, but for me, I didn't realize that, so it's just cool to hear that. We do have another timeout by our attacking squad. I think that was JT Williams there. Looking like a 9-6 score on the scoreboard right now as we jump into the. What do you think right here? Is JT Williams submitting themselves as that third team in your mind, or are they looking a little weaker compared to some of the other competition?
I think that there's some vulnerabilities, but I mean they're capitalizing on a lot more mistakes that Providence are showing comparatively to the other way around. So I mean, there's going to be a lot more opportunity. I will say that much. I think that especially for Icebox is the type of map that you'll see kind of the discrepancy being showed for offensive rounds. How many more offensive rounds could you start to convert? Which we saw, at least for a half is concerned, like Providence were only able to do so little comparatively to JT Williams. But I think that JT Williams, with being able to have the momentum in their favor, are able to do a whole lot more with that. I think that selection was already shown in the agent selection, you know, not going for the double duelist, only going in for a standardized composition along with the KJ, along with the Viper. This is a very standard setup for JT Williams. You can tell that they did their homework and they set themselves up for success given the map that is being played.
Even more impressive, doing Valorant homework, probably doing math, homework, science homework, English homework. I didn't do any homework and it shows. As we talk
It's
through
like
these
like you just self-slammed yourself. Like
No. I mean, I just didn't need to do it. It's too easy. Right? If I would have had Valorant back in the day, imagine how successful I could have been. Having some extra homework.
I don't know if that's the argument for
what
like,
is
not
this
doing
gun
homework.
skin? Doom skin? That's what I'm calling it. That looked cool. That Vandal. Little volcanic Doom
Notice
connection.
how he is switching the conversation from not doing the homework. Nice prisms.
There's an alarm bot going
from
off.
Mass.
I'm just getting us back into the game. I'm keeping us on track, Andy.
4v5 on the map. Spike is dropped all the way back over by the offensive spawn. So you would think that would have to be the first step in a multi-step process on trying to execute this offensive route. But I feel like you're mostly looking for a couple more picks before you try to do so.
Yeah, I'm looking for a couple picks. That's probably step 2 in a multi-step process after you've done the first step. Slippy, lurking over. Doesn't get blinded by the bird, thankfully. Really slow action this round. I mean, we've had 2 kills, but it's really kind of reset. You got to think JT Williams, they're just trying to evaluate which site's worth pressing, and we can see from the mini-map, right, and from Eden George's point of view, they're about to push on to this A site. Here comes the flood. Can he track down some kills? We're hopped in with Tracker on the Jets.
The problem is, again, like this is another full buy coming through for JT Williams. So when you inevitably might lose this 3v5, you're gonna be put in a terrible position. 2v4 now.
Last
Plan.
player standing.
Now just all the way down to Mass. Last
Perfect
alive with the face.
accuracy.
Able to find the first. The
Placing
spike's not
bomb
planted
grenade.
comfortably for
Bomb
them.
grenade.
Grenade's gonna get popped.
One
Nice wall
enemy
bait shot.
remaining.
The Nanoswarm's gonna be able to clean up the next.
Placing alarm
1v4? Surely not. Spike is gonna get it's halfway charged, and it goes for the repeat.
Oh, my
Finds the
genius doesn't
fourth.
stop
It's
in
a
the lab.
1v4 collapse. Providence couldn't hold on.
Few rounds ago, same scenario, Mass versus Hot Dog. The Hot Dog won. This time, Mass getting revenge, taking down the Hot Dog to secure that round. We go up 10-6, ladies and gentlemen. Let's look at this scoreboard tracker. You knew this guy was going to be good. 20-10, 2-0 KD. Hot Dog on the other side, 18-11. If you're Mass, 12-9. Remember, folks, KD doesn't matter. Don't matter how many kills you get, it's when you get them. Mass clutching up that round to edge them closer to victory. 10-6. You're closing in on that 12-13 scoreline that you want. And Mass sitting on that ultimate. They could really lock down that.
Scout destroyed.
I think it's just like the clutch and being able to save their skin on not going down too far for currency. Tan's gonna get gun. It's a great first blood to have for yourself. Again, they're just waiting out this Killjoy ultimate and seeing what they could potentially capture with the lockdown. Dry Bowser just gonna get on the outside of it. 1-for-1 trade. It's gonna favor that. That found the first blood. Wouldn't you know it? JT Williams gonna be able to do it. Gonna get that spike planted. They do have a thrush available, though defensively if Providence wants to invest it, will do so. Slippy trying to push alongside Thresh. Any detainment on the backside of the yellow. Great strike. Bowser up top of the site. Gonna be good for 2. Down 1v3. Mass had a 1v4 last time. Spike gonna get tapped, but Mass is gonna get gunned from Slippy, who found 3 in the round. Not back-to-back ace or clutches, I should say. Though,
My
it
ult
does
is
feel
ready.
like if they had a
Goodies
Phantom
you
set
make
of
for
Vandal,
you.
maybe it was possible. I don't know.
Yeah, that's true. Team Phantom all the way. And I saw that Slippy running up. Doing a little slice-a-rooney on top of Mass there. Letting him know. You clutched up that round. I don't care. I ain't scared of you. I'm going to come slice your dead body up a little bit. A little bit of sign of, you know, fun competition between these two teams. I'm sure all these players very familiar with each other. Good scoreline, 10-7. Icebox. What a heck of a game to close the night on, ladies and gentlemen. Tracker, he's going to pop that ult early, probably looking for little headshot kills here. As the hot dog hanging out with Dizzy. Looking, maybe throw some blinds. All teams, it's all quiet on the map.
Something's got to give here. This could either be a difference in
Blinded.
a momentum shift or a massive thrifty for JT Williams. Again, even if they lose this, they'll still be leading by 2, and they'll be able to be in a full buy. So they'll have the Blade Barrage at least being popped. That could be the opening to try to get control over towards this site. If they do find a couple of kills, I will say this much, that it'll be in a great spot to maybe try to pop the Viper's Pit, try to flip this Thrifty into a momentous swing. Have to see.
Gotcha.
Here comes the push. Gonna be a pop flash around the corner. Hot Dog's gonna find that first blood though. He'll be up top. Only gonna be able to find one Tracker. This is good for the first knife. Right towards the dome. Reset for the knives. Spike is going to get collected here for Tracker. Leading the lobby as far as KD and helping his team to a finite success. To go off the decay. We'll be able to get back up to full HP, sure. But Spike still needs to be planted. This is
30
problem
seconds
1.
left.
Problem 2 is that you're running out of time. 25 seconds remain. And I realistically don't know if you have enough time to try to go for a full wrap over towards B.
They are definitely off to the races, Andy. Led by Jet there. Jet does have the bomb, still has those knives out. Could be looking for some headshots. Indigo,
10
a little
seconds
warning
left.
shot fired there. Trying to hold down that window.
Last player
Spike gets
standing.
planted.
If you really don't have any weapons to track it down, Indigo though with the Sheriff. One more bullet. Might be all that they need, but Dry Bowser comes through the flank underneath too. You're able to get the excess credits for planting the spike. You all get eliminated, so extra credits again. But this is what I was talking about. Even losing this, you're still down by 2, and now you get another buy.
Yep, you had something had to give. And if you look at this scoreboard, Andy, Hot Dog 21-12. Looks like JT Williams starting to drown a little bit in this pool of hot dog flavored water. So a lot of action coming up here. This really looks like the Hot Dog v Trackers show. The rest of the team, though, you can see mirrored across the board. Tan, really the one, kind of doesn't have as much of a presence on this game. 4-14 stat line. Hoping to see a little bit more out of Tan. You got to think if Tan steps it up, that we're going to get closer to that 10-10, you know, overtime scenario, though.
Time to hunt.
Trailblazer to ceremoniously open up this potential push. Not gonna find much of anything, no stuns at all. Tan is just gonna convey that to their teammate whatsoever. Nothing over towards B. This all has to either be through mid, which is also being watched via Slippy, or over by A, which just got confirmed off of the first blood. 4v5. You have Seekers available if you want to use it, and Indigo also has the null command. Do you want to invest that and just try to heavy push over towards one of these sites, if not try to flip it back over towards mid? Only time will tell. Nice shot coming out from Tracker.
I've got your
Take
track.
that one. Here comes the Seekers. They want this round win. This has to be everything. They're also investing the null command. They want to put themselves 2 rounds away from solidifying this best of 1 and potentially solidifying themselves being the 3rd best team. Suppressed, close to screens. Tan, no abilities whatsoever. Would have loved to have maybe a blinding light to try to intro their way in towards the site. Same can be said for Eden Joyer. Suppress wears off. Comes the Lear over the top. Doesn't find much of anything, but Grassy's going to open up for the first over towards Eden Joyer in this post-plant scenario. There comes that pop flash.
Last
Bowser
player standing.
gonna get gunned by Grassy. He's having himself a very good offensive half. Tan last alive. This is looking like 11 on the scoreboard for JT Williams. There's not enough time to find 4 eliminations. Tan's aware of it. They get the hell out of Dodge. Might be able to find next on a Tracker who gave themselves up, to be quite candid with you, but Tracker just too good to the cause. It'll be a 3-round lead once again for JT.
Yep, putting his skills on display. He's really trying to put a damper on that economy for JT Williams there, and we're getting another timeout. I mean, you can tell the pressure's mounting for these folks. A lot of strategy being talked about, trying to reset their mental state, right? You realize you're getting close to doomsday over their 11-8 scoreline. You lose one more round, your back's really against the wall, right? You can't give up too much.
I mean, you feel like that this, again, the reason why I keep highlighting that this is like the battle for the third place is because it could be very important once you start seeing like these teams going up against Butler Bulldogs versus Audrey Kell Knights, where we feel like we almost have like a very good feeling on where like the 1 and 2 might be located at. Potentially this could be them, again, for the same exact argument for when it comes down to head-to-heads going in towards playoffs. Again, top 2 only go to fight each other on land in a best-of-3. So this is where things become very important. Winning those head-to-heads, getting those match victories, being able to have those series scoreline victories as well. This is a very important match for all intents and purposes.
Absolutely, and you're talking about the storyline there. Audrey Kell, we know that they are up 3-0. JT Williams, right? We know that because of the other match they were supposed to play that was a forfeit, they're 2-0 in the standings. Now, if they win this, they're tied 3-0. This isn't a battle for third place, Andy. This is a battle for first and second place.
That's true,
right?
yeah.
If you're JT Williams, Providence is just trying to get their name in the hat, but JT Williams, they're trying to lock in their spot to go to the finals.
I need Butler Bulldogs versus this JT Williams team. I need to be able to see like the next test. I feel like it's all just coming in fine tests one week after another. Yeah, that's typically how things go.
Yeah, perhaps they do this finals during exam season, right? So
That's
you got
what I was
the
going to
pressure.
say. Yeah, the final exam was like grand finals. It's like you're getting all this studying for like maybe Audrey Kell Knights, but only time will tell. Who even knows if Audrey Kell Knights are the #1 team? I don't know. I didn't say it. You were thinking it though. Got a couple ultimates on board here for JT Williams. Here comes at least the opening drive. Bowser feeling that they have to invest that second life. The Clove ultimate. Gonna get gunned once again, so dead for good this time. 3v3 on the map. You still have at least a Viper's Pit for JT Williams if you want to shut things down, but Slippy's already invested the Blade Barrage. 3 nines to the good.
Spike
on
down
the flank.
A.
Gonna get the reset. But where has Slippy gone? You slippery,
One
slippery
enemy
demon.
remaining.
There they are. As soon as we swap off of their POV, Slippy will find the last 2 on the flank. Wonderfully done there for Providence. Bring this back within 2.
Yeah, I mean, just great play by Slippy. Nothing else to say there. You're 21-16. You're really stepping up here for Providence Panthers' sake. They for sure, right? No matter the outcome of this game, however this goes, they've locked in that this is a top contender team. They're definitely able to compete with JT Williams, and if we just, assume how this matchup would go, JT Williams versus Butler Bulldog, Audrey Kell, it's probably going to be a close matchup, right? Especially when you have Tracker on your side. Providence Panthers showing they could probably hang with all 3 of these teams. Good showing by everyone. Slippy hopping in with him for a moment. Did just clutch up that last round. Hot dog.
Dizzy's up.
We've always seen him on A.
Somebody's
He's
there.
been on A side every time.
There's my buddy.
Does lose Dizzy, but he's there to catch his buddy. No big deal. Just playing catch with himself.
Very, very normal opening. I will say that much out of a Gecko on Icebox. You just yeet it up. Top, making sure that at least if there is somebody pushing over there, he just falls right back down.
Sana.
Pick it back up. Wait 10 seconds. Do it all over again. Some footsteps will at least be heard on the opposite side, but very quiet in the opening goings of this round.
Yep, absolutely. I was just double checking our scoreboard from last week. Providence Panthers 1-0. JT Williams 1-0. But now JT Williams 2-0 because of that forfeit. So if you are Providence Panthers, winning this puts you at 2-0. That definitely puts you in that top 3 category. And with the season only being 4 weeks, every game matters. So you want to try to get this comeback going, mount that pressure up. You definitely showed you can hang with JT Williams.
30
You just got to
seconds
kill
left.
their top dog. You got to kill the main player.
Pick up the flash to start things up. Got a couple of clove bruises. Trying to work through. Damage is going over. Being traded ceremoniously. Indigo trying to stick towards the plant. Time becoming a bit of an issue here, by the way. 10 seconds remaining, and here comes the kill feed.
Spike
Master
down,
2.
B.
Back to the Phantom. 2 for 2. But it's a 2v3 now. Spike still being
One
held.
enemy
You
remaining.
gotta try to plant the spike. Dry Bowser. Gonna be good for the 3rd. Can they find the 4th? Not even gonna be required as the time will be depleted. Now just 1 round separates these 2 teams. We set ourselves up for a round 22.
I'm so thankful you're here, Andy. There's so much going on the screen, and you're just hanging with it, my guy. 11-10 on the scoreboard. We could go the distance here. Could we see an overtime? First overtime of the day.
I'm thinking so, yeah.
No,
I mean, they're so evenly matched, and like you just see again the broken by for JT Williams. Like Sheriff, light armor, you got ARs, but the operator in the hands of Slippy, that could be the difference maker.
Yeah, but I'm looking over at Providence. I just wanted to see. I don't even see Hot Dog in that game, so maybe Hot Dog just missed last week. But Hot Dog, for this to be his kind of opening game, right, of the series, the tournament, definitely doing a good job. HDog652, shout out to you, leading your team into what could be a victory, but nonetheless a very close game.
And that's Icebox in a nutshell. Showing an operator late, shutting down that mid push. This has 11-11 written all over it.
Last player standing.
Bang.
Wish everybody, it's coming.
Last alive is Mass. Had a 1v4 already. A look at a 1v3. Got an ace 1v5. Not gonna happen at all. Tied up, 11 apiece. This has OT written all over it.
Good kill by Yeatenjor, if I'm not mistaken. 11-11. Make a wish, folks. Don't say it out loud, it won't come true. Tracker 25-15, Grassy 17-15, Mass 14-14. On the other side, our leaders for those teams: Slippy, Hot Dog, Yeatenjoyer 24-17, sorry, 23-13, 17, 14. What a great match. I mean, this is just really down to the wire. We just had our last one was just really close down to the wire. It didn't go to overtime. Did see one team get 13-11. Here, though, I'm expecting this back and forth. It could go either way. I'm looking at overtime right now.
You need the advantage here. Ultimate's online. Looking specifically for the offense. Lockdown.
You should run.
Use that to get into the site. Once you get into the site, that needs to be popped the Viper's Pit specifically. Lockdown will commence in 3 seconds. Do you use Thresh to try to retake this?
To my world.
And here we go. Spike being planted. The push soon after. Yeet. Grassley will trade for 2. There comes the Thresh. Someone's going to get detained here momentarily. Spike planted a little bit late. Trying to get for the intro, but Mass is holding the cross inside the maze. Nano Swarms on the Spike itself. Up top, Slippy with the operator. Has to get down, has to get Mixie with it. Needs some assistance, but the teammate playing on Clove. A little bit too far away, and now you have to do what is so darn difficult. And that's clear inside of the Viper's Pit with an operator is going to get crossed up by Ouroboros. This is looking like a round win for the attackers of JT Williams. They get the job done. Wonderfully done by the Ultimates. I called it.
Good point.
I called it.
You did. That Viper ult, I mean, insanely good. It put so much pressure. Really boxed out, right? I'm sorry, Slippy with that op, 24-18. Slippy's got another op in hand, right? $4,000. They've all got money. But this right here, this is the game, ladies and gentlemen. You either go to overtime, or if you're JT Williams, you shut it out. You go up 3-0. You had your dominant win. 13-0 last week, right? You got to forfeit. We'll call that a 13-0, however they put it in the record books. But here you've got your next game down to the wire. 12-11, JT Williams. Everybody wanted to see it. This is a show one way or the other.
And again, if you lost that round for JT Williams, this could have been 12-11 in the opposite direction, but you would have been broke. So that was more important than it was anything. You knew that Providence were going to have ARs, but this is what it's going to come down to. The difference in between overtime, the difference in between JT Williams solidifying themselves up to a 3-0 team. Spike not going to be backed up by any ultimates, but Tracker still pops the Blade Barrage even though they had a Vandal prepared and ready. It's a headshot. Spike going to get planted. Try to move the way up. The right click will get the kill. And then the reset from the Nice just slides one over towards screens. Dry Bowser is dead. 2v4. Seekers need to be popped. This post plant is all set up on the offensive side. Here comes the Seekers maze. Operator is going to get revealed here in this 2v4. The sky for JT Williams is so weak. But it might not matter. Numbers are everything. Slippy going to prime up a tailwind. It will dissipate. JT Williams are giving them nothing at all. Tan starting to fuse, stuck inside a little bit of a smoke, and it will be revealed. Ouroboros there for the last two eliminations. It's a 13-11 final scoreline. JT Williams, they get the job done.
Yep, and JT Williams, they lock in that 3-0 week score, right? They had 2-0 this week, folks. We only saw one game. They had another matchup that was a forfeit. This puts JT Williams up 3-0 on the leaderboard. That forfeit against Rocky River Ravens. Unfortunate to see that. I'm sure that would have been a great game as well. But now we've got our two top dogs locked in. Audrey Kale, 3-0. JT Williams, 3-0. Right behind them, Butler Bulldogs, right? You got your Providence Panthers we just saw there. That's going to be a good game, too. Butler Bulldogs, Providence Panthers coming up in the next few weeks.
Yeah, and again, I think that it's very important to be talked about that Butler Bulldogs, like, albeit, like, their one loss was to Audrey Kale. It was really close.
Yep.
12-14. It went to overtime. It was 111 on two different sides, which is just hellaciously impressive for all intents and purposes. But, yeah, I mean, with the forfeit win via Rocky River Ravens earlier today, as we were talking about, JT Williams will get that win. We didn't get the coverage, but we didn't have the ability to spectate. That the Wildcats were able to 13-0 versus the Huskies. So that's impressive within its own right. We've now had, what is that, 2 13-0s so far on the season, but that's week 2 for Valorant done. Again, as far as Wednesday is concerned, that is it, at least for Valorant. Michael, your final thoughts, at least for Valorant.
Nope, yeah, really exciting day, everybody, but the action doesn't stop here, right? We got more stuff as we go into the next days, but also, if you're not tired of Valorant action, CMS, that's not the only league, that's not the only division. Check out the VESL YouTube channel. We've got all the VODs. There's all these divisions playing right now, right? Chamako, who joined me earlier, he was casting Foothills earlier, right? You can see all kinds of action, all kinds of gameplay all around, but for here with CMS, Andy, I think we're back tomorrow with Smash Brothers again, right?
Yeah, that's right. Again, this is a whole 3-day process and a multi-step week through a multi-week progress. Again, the idea is 4 weeks worth of play. You're going to have yourself set up to be top 2. Then you get to go play on land representing your high school. That's what it's all about at the end of the day. Much like where we are right now at the end of our Wednesday. For Valorant, it is done. It is dusted. As we already talked about, we got ourselves some Super Smash Bros. Action tomorrow. Same time, same place, followed up by Friday. It will be there for Rocket League. Appreciate everybody that stopped by, for watching, supporting all of your schools, all your friends, and your loved ones. Until we see you tomorrow for some more Super Smash Bros. Y'all, take it easy.
Bye.